Hey, Shalom Doooovid here. Welcome back to another week in review. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Hope everyone had a good week and hopefully got a good program for you tonight. So I have a few interesting articles to read on consciousness and quantum physics. I'll put those in the chat right away. Last week I had mentioned this. I was going to read it last week, but didn't get to it, which was a long article on the history of creativity. It was pretty interesting. I have another one on consciousness experience and quantum consciousness theories, causation, and identity. So it's the title. I downloaded it, but people could probably search it and get a copy. And then another one on entangling the social, comments on Alexander Wendt's quantum mind and social science. So I got 3 articles for today. Some stuff on the war in Israel. Small update, as not a lot of battlefield, and I've covered that kind of like intensively over the last few months. So try not to spend too much time just repeating myself. I'll talk a little bit about the tunnels. God forbid the tunnels, which really they weren't tunnels. Maybe there was one tunnel. It was more properly building excavation, illegal construction project. But a little bit about the Chabad movement and the nature of the tunnel stories in relationship to the larger Chabad movement, and go over a few streams. Like, I was Stephen James. There was the big Adam King debate with Elijah Schaefer and Nicholas Fuentes on the JQ. Jean-Francois Greppi and Adar Weinraub had a JQ debate. And then Saturday night, I was in a Twitter space with the return of Brundle and Richard Spencer about frame games. And we'll talk about that space, which was largely just a disaster. But how the topic could have been interesting. And maybe Brundle, if he's around and shows up and wants to talk. And I put the link in the chat if any guests are around and you want to show up. So the link is in the chat. Anyone's welcome to join and grab the link, and we could talk about various topics. So anyone tuning in, appreciate that. Put the StreamYard link in the Twitter also. So we're also live on Twitter. So sorry about the low energy. Hopefully get my juice flowing, and we'll jump right in. So let me enter screen share and share a few interesting things. So I also have something interesting to share this week about AI and ChatGPT. So this recent article, thousands of AI authors on the future of AI, just came out this week. So a lot of various predictions, and we'll look at some of the predictions about what's expected to happen in AI this week. So there's the link again. So big news story this week is the International Court of Justice in The Hague in the Netherlands, and God forbid, the accusation of Israel committing genocide, God forbid. So there's a big news story this week, and Israel made its defense, and a lot of people are talking about it. I don't know if I have anything per se to add to that, but hopefully I'll come back to it when we talk about updates on the war. So, oops, I closed out my stream. So yeah, apologize, a little low energy tonight. So I was taking a nap, and I don't know if I didn't feel right. I felt okay, but I just was a little tired. So hopefully I'll gain a little bit of energy. I just poured myself a coffee. Okay, so Tech Lead, which shared in the past some interesting things, was talking about the decline in coding jobs, where for a long time it was like the learn to code meme could have even got you banned off of Twitter, and now it's unclear how beneficial it is to learn to code. And his theory is that the big deal these days is more media. That like the big field right now is in media, and that it's not actually that beneficial to learn to code. One thing is the huge amount of competition coming from foreigners, that in the nature of the difficulty of coding, many people are losing their jobs in coding. The competition of people just hungry and working harder from around the world, to where now it's not as easy to just get work and get a job if you know how to code. And that he was talking about Bitcoin, and obviously Bitcoin is reaching like all-time new high prices, but that now the biggest opportunities in media, and you were maybe 5-10 years ago, like every company is like, oh, can you code? Yeah, like IT, web pages, various IT coding assisted jobs, and coding is still very important. And to some extent, almost every modern job includes coding. Like business, accounting, science, engineering, technology. You have to be able to talk to the computer. You have to be able to code and get the computer to do what you want. So certainly some coding skills are extremely important. And to excel in any field, like even streaming, you got to know a little bit of coding just to be a successful streamer. But coding's on the decline. It's harder to find work. There's more competition, and people are losing their jobs. And now the main thing is like media. Everyone wants to be an influencer, and get a presence. And things like apps are way down, where it used to be like everyone was making a new app. And so I guess like the new apps, like Elon Musk and X wants to be a one-stop shop for everything. So the concept of having like you just got to make a new app and you're going to strike it rich is on the decline. Okay, so Charles Moscowitz has written a new book on anti-Semitism. What else? God forbid. And his last few ones were basically just pamphlets. But Charles Moskowitz's latest book, The Anti-Semitic Imagination, The Great Establishment Deception, sociologist Charles Moskowitz tackles the most enigmatic and complex social question in history, anti-Semitism, with a social theory that turns the entire question on its head, employing the methodological and sociological imagination as presented by American sociologist C. Wright Mills. Moskowitz opens the lens of society and identifies an anti-Semitic imagination, one that permits elitists to inject a toxic form of anti-Semitism into the minds of an unwitting public, a form that holds no resemblance to Judaism as a religion. It does not require the involvement of any Jews. Moskowitz examines how an anti-Semitic imagination has infected Christianity, Islam, capitalism, communism, and even Judaism and Zionism, while he uncovers the underlying agenda that drives its social engine. Moskowitz answers the enigma of anti-Semitism by examining the accusations and the conspiracy theories, while simultaneously analyzing the inner workings of Judaism itself, theorizing that anti-Semitism has been weaponized by elite elements of various establishments. Moscowitz shines a light into the darkness so his fellow citizens will wake up to this deception and discover their own agency in the process. So props to Charles Moscowitz on his new book. Maybe I'll reach out to him. We'll try to speak or something. We'll see if he actually gives me a free copy of the book. Let me save that. I'll add a little bit more thoughts related to what I was talking to Luke Vord in his stream. Okay, so I'm going to look at the recent stream on... I'm going to look at the actual paper that I mentioned on thousands of AI authors on the future of AI. But here's, the channel AI Explained, that talking about recent research and various things in AI, and a little talk about this paper that I'm going to look at some of the highlights of. Okay, so they had this huge protest in Washington, D.C., and it was interesting that didn't get much press. So Claire, God bless. Yeah, Claire, maybe you could reach out to Charles and interview him. I haven't read his book. I'm probably not going to buy his book, so I'm not sure if he's going to give me a free copy. So like Claire, I still haven't read Claire's book on secular chronism because she didn't give me a free copy of it. And, it's a little cheap. I didn't want to buy it. So I probably, so it may not actually read Charles. And I have so many other books on the topic that, but, props to them for doing it. So it was a big rally in Washington, D.C. Jill Stein and Cornel West, Code Pink, Palestinians, the Notori Karta, Rabbi Weiss had a video played there, and it was claimed that as many as 400,000 people were there, although most of the media said it was only thousands. So it's tough to know the truth. Like the Israel rally, at first it was saying tens of thousands, and then all the media says it was like 250,000. And, here the media said thousands. The Palestinian protesters are saying hundreds of thousands. There's some videos like they march on the White House and shaking the gates. But, yeah, I mean, the U.S. elite establishment, the government, the media is basically behind the war in Israel. So the pro-Palestinian protests are not getting much attention. But, they're going on. And tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of people were in Washington. As you can see all the speeches here. Okay, so let's go back to Charles Moskowitz's book, and we're talking about Adar Weinraub's debate with JF Garepi. Oh, because one last thing, Charlie Rose is back. I've actually been watching him for a few months, and God forbid he had his downfall with the accusations of sexual harassment from multiple people, and Charlie Rose lost his job at PBS, and now he's got his own YouTube channel and has been posting a few interviews. He had like Thomas Friedman, and now he had Brett Stevens, and you've been talking about the war in Israel for some long form interviews. So I'm going to talk about, so I was on Luke Ford earlier today, and, because the Richard Spencer stream, Twitter space that I'm going to talk about. So this was one of the topics I was mentioning with Charles Moskowitz, with Luke Ford, about the Twitter space. And I mentioned this last week that, as Deborah Lipstadt says, anti-Semitism is often a conspiracy theory. And I mean, people dislike Jews because they think that Jews are involved, God forbid, in a conspiracy that is negatively affecting them. So, as Deborah Lipstadt would say, most forms of racism are like punching down as opposed to punching up, although that seems like a bad metaphor because, so to say, African Americans generally are accepted as stronger. So you wouldn't like punch down, God forbid, against African Americans. That you generally are stronger and more athletic. But that's the metaphor that she gives. But Jews are tricky and have power, and control the levers of power for their own benefit, and that falls into conspiracy theory. Conspiracy that the levers of power, that there's groups of people that control you behind the scenes for devious intentions, power, and use for their own benefit. So JF lays out, ironically, majority of the people who are watching the program were on the side of JF because he probably retweeted it, and a lot of the people who are watching were JF fans. So I mean, he lays out basically his contention of the JQ, basically that there is a group identifiable as Jews, that you could say this person's a Jew, and that category is useful, and it's useful because Jews have overrepresentative power in the West, and they use that overrepresentative power in the West for their own group interest, which is counter the interest of Westerners, the host society, white people, Europeans. So I mean, it's a pretty stable, direct, straightforward argument that you have Jews have a group collective strategy, and when Jews accumulate power, they will use that group collective interest for their own benefit, and those interests are contra the interest of Westerners. And the Adam King, Nicholas Fuentes, Vincent James, Gavin McGinnis debate, it was similar topic, and it's not as like as Adar said, like Adam Green is somewhat more conspiratorial in his like, well, the Talmud says so. JF didn't mention the Jewish religion or the Talmud, and he's referring to like, well, Jews are an ethnicity and Jews have an ethnic national interest, and one of the main factors is pro-immigration, multiculturalism, and getting people involved in foreign wars in the Middle East. And Adar basically tried to argue every single point, where it's like, well, and so for example, like Sam Harris or Brett or Eric Weinstein, where someone like Jeff could say, I like these guys, however, he agrees with them on a lot of their points, but when it comes to things that are in the ethnic interest of Jews, he completely disagrees with them, namely in pushing for foreign intervention or supporting the war in Israel, or supporting the U.S. or the West in general getting involved in wars in the Middle East. And to JF, it seems rather clear and obvious that someone like Sam Harris or Blinken or Weinstein, that the reason why they favor Western intervention in Middle Eastern wars is because of Jewish ethnic interest. That, I mean, there could possibly argue logical reasons. However, to him, it makes the most sense. Well, obviously, Sam Harris, the reason he supports war in the U.S. involvement in war in the Middle East is because of his bias as a Jew. And obviously, Sam Harris, could have logical reasons, explanations, arguments, but it's mostly super rational, and it affects his rationality, and it's largely his ethnic Jewish interest. And so Adar tries to push back and say like, oh, there could be a whole bunch of reasons that just like Charles Moscowitz, like no, like the West is really in your benefit, like it's not the reason why So if you call this a conspiracy theory, so to say, why is the U.S. supporting the war in Israel right now? And from like a Deborah Lipstadt ADL, it might be relatively clear that you would say that, well, God forbid, clearly, it's not really in the interest of America to be involved in the war in Gaza. But because Jews are powerful in the United States, Jews have influence in the government, and Jews act according to our ethnic interest to push America to act against the larger best interest of America and intervene in these foreign wars in the Middle East on behalf of the ethnic interest of Jews. So you could call that a anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. From some perspective, you could just say, well, it's obvious, it's logical. Like, of course, Jews, we're smart, we're industrious, we're ambitious, we work hard, we achieve power, and then we leverage that power to get society to act in our interest, and that means supporting Israel, a war against Gaza, maybe the bombing against the Houthis, of various policies in the Middle East. And that because Jews have achieved so much success in the West, even though the majority of Americans don't really support these wars, and from a non-Jewish perspective, it's not in the benefit of America to be involved in this war, that America supports the war anyways. So if you're going to call that anti-Semitism, like according to the ADL, that is still an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. So, let's say that's like a low level. Like I wouldn't consider that an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. That I would just consider group conflict of interest. And you want to say, well, Blinken, AIPAC, the Jewish lobby, various things pressuring America to go against the larger best interest of America and support the war in Gaza. That's not an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. However, there's a certain aspect within, the ADL, Adar, maybe Adar Sulha, or Charles Moscowitz said, like, no, that's an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. And like Stephen James, who say, like, don't believe your lying eyes, goy, where it say, like, no, like the reason why the U.S. is supporting the war against Gaza because it's the right thing to do and it's in the best interest of all Americans. And it has nothing to do at all with American Jews. In fact, American Jews don't even want the war. It's completely the American Gentile that is just acting in their best interest. And so you will have some sort of pushback from a certain form of Hasbara. And honestly, I don't think that kind of Hasbara is useful. If you just said, thank you for not acting in your best interest and doing a favor to the Jewish people. Like, the Jewish people are a valuable part of American society. And even though it's not really in the benefit of America to be supporting Israel in this war, as a favor to the Jewish people, to the Jewish Americans, America will back Israel. And so you have some element of thought like that in the Jewish community, although not much. Usually you're going to have the full level Hasbara where say, like, no, it has nothing to do with Jewish lobbying and pressure that America is supporting the war. However, God forbid, when it comes to the tunnels, and so, Doooovid, I had my stream with Stephen James this week, and, Claire was on for a little bit, Colin Nidell, his new buddy, David Yorkshire, and, this question of the tunnels. like, what's up with these tunnels? Why are there tunnels under the synagogue? And there's a relatively benign explanation, and simply it was an illegal construction project. So, like this Twitter post shows that what they weren't really tunnels. One thing, it's a complete misnomer to call them tunnels. It was an excavation project. It was an illegal construction, unpermitted construction project, and the goal was this synagogue expansion. And what happened was, due to certain, God forbid, bad reasons, corruption, or um, incompetence, infighting, that they weren't able to expand 770. And so some people took upon themselves to start the expansion illegally. And, obviously, like 770, there's thousands of people going through there every day. It's a minion factory. There's probably like 100 minyanim there a day. Like, Shacharis, there's multiple minyanim at the exact same time. And, okay, well, RG, yeah, there's multiple leaders, though. So it wasn't like, if there was like a Rebbe or one leader, there could still be problems. But yeah, there's factionalism, there's different factions, and there's dispute among the factions. And generally, all the factions want to expand 770. The Rebbe himself wanted to expand 770. There's even a web page, expand 770.com. Yeah, John Wolf, good to see you. And Claire and RG and Dan Lambie, Ludwin, KL. You appreciate everyone being here. But yeah, so you could see here the the hope to expand 770, some of the possible architectural drawings, the possibility of what could become the new synagogue. And Chabad is an international organization, possibly could raise the money, but there's corruption, and there's power struggles, and there's people who are like, well, I'm going to be in charge. Like, if we're going to do it, it's going to happen with me in charge. Or even embezzlement of the money. Like, Chabad is basically a volunteer organization, and a lot of people have given their life to Chabad, and God forbid there could be corruption, and they start raising millions of dollars, and people use the money and start stealing the money or embezzling the money. So the original, when the Rebbe did the groundbreaking in 1988 with David Chase, they raised money then. So the question, well, what happened to that money? They just did a tiny bit of like work, like bathrooms in the basement or something, but they raised a whole bunch of money. What happened to the money? So there's some level of corruption. Then there's factionalism between what's going to be the demeanor of the new 770. There's no new Rebbe. There's not going to, there's factions. There's the Mishachist. There's the Israeli Mishachist. There's the descendants of the followers of the Rebbe from the town of the Lubavitch Mishachists. There's the Shem Tov family. There's various international shluchim that are very powerful. There are a whole bunch of various people that may have different reasons for saying that it should happen, but in our way, and that favors our faction. And for whatever reason, it never materialized. So for a few years, a certain element of people, probably with knowledge of some of the leadership at 770, like it's impossible that people didn't know this was going on. Like it's been going on for 4 years. And so, Zev Brenner. So ironically, this guy, Eitan Kalmanovitz, I remember him. He was I'm not sure if he's originally from Detroit or if he lived in Detroit, but he used to be in Detroit. I prayed together with a handful of times. I think I've even spoken with him, shaking his hand a handful of times. But, maybe if he's from Detroit, he moved to Crown Heights now and he's living there. But he's part of this pro faction that was doing the expansion. I mean, he wasn't directly involved, but he was in favor of the expansion and was defending it and, saying that, the leadership wasn't getting the job done. So a faction of the people started to illegally expand the building. And so the mayhem in the video wasn't an act of destruction at all. It was just showing that, whatever reason, someone decided that they were going to fill in with concrete some of the work of the illegal construction. And therefore they tore down one of the panels in 770 to show no, we're expanding the synagogue. And it wasn't really tunnels at all, although there was maybe one tunnel, but it wasn't really even properly a tunnel because it was just crawl spaces or basements that were connected to each other. So they might have tunneled through a few walls, but they didn't create a underground tunnel. They just bored through a few walls, and they were doing excavation to expand the project. So, Zev Brenner had quite a few guests. So he also had Rabbi Chaim Delphin. So anyone's watched Doooovid often knows that Doooovid worked for Chaim Delphin. So when I first came to Borough Park, I stayed by Avram Yaakov Braun, who is the brother of Yosef Yeshaya Braun, who is now the head of the Rabbinic Court of Crown Heights. And it was actually his brother of Yosef Yeshaya Braun that I met in Jerusalem and referred me to his brother, who is a renowned Kabbalist who used to live in Borough Park, now lives in Kisho, Mount Kisco in New York. But then he was chavrusas with Rabbi Delphin. And so he introduced me to Rabbi Delphin. At that time, Rabbi Delphin was trying, I'm not sure if he still has it, but he was opening up his own Chabad synagogue on Coney Island, or maybe it was Coney Island Avenue and Avenue J. And he had a wealthy businessman from the Five Town, guy Moss, who was one of his key funders, and another guy who had an apartment living in the back of the synagogue and whatever. So I met Rabbi Delphin, and I worked for Rabbi Delphin driving, and I did computer work. And he's an author, right? Rabbi Delphin wrote a whole bunch of books. So actually I even did computer work for some of Rabbi Delphin's books at the time, typesetting. So you were just trying to arrange the font and the typesetting, but mostly driving. I drove around Rabbi Delphin to the country or various things, but I knew Rabbi Delphin reasonably well. I worked for him off and on for a few years, and he was regularly, chavrusa with Avram Yaakov Braun, whose brother Yosef Yeshaya Braun is now the head of the Beis Din in Crown Heights. So he was giving, he was on Zev Brenner, and then they had the other show giving a little breakdown of what's going on. But say they weren't really tunnels. So when you see the guy in the video coming up from the steam thing, that it's not really a tunnel. These are from the right next to the buildings, you have the mechanical room, and then you have air vent that goes straight to the street. And so it looks like they just cut through um, the air vent. And so you see one of the students leaving the building from the air vent from the mechanical room. So it's not really the sewers like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or something, all this stuff. It wasn't a secret tunnel. It was just a hole that they had carved out from the air vent in the mechanical room. And, so it made for interesting news and media. It was an international story. And it goes back to, God forbid, anti-Semitism and conspiracy theories, where, according to the ADL, at this point, basically like 1 out of 5 Americans are anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists, and that they have conceptions about the Jewish people that the Jewish people consider false. So, certain questions like, are the Jews more loyal to America or Israel? And that one, God forbid, the majority of Americans think that, God forbid, American Jews are actually more loyal to Israel than America. And many Jews would strenuously object. They would say, no, that's not accurate. Jews are fully loyal, good Americans. And the claim that Jews are more loyal to Israel than America is just an anti-Semitic trope. But, hey, Mr. Boston, God bless. But that's an anti-Semitic trope, conspiracy theory that the majority of Americans believe. And so, like the ADL, with their 10 different questions about Jews that they all consider anti-Semitic tropes, it used to be about 1 out of 10 Americans believed like more than half of them. And in the last few years, it's doubled, that 2 out of 10 Americans believe that more than half of them. And, that level, you say, well, what means that 1/5 of Americans are anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists? And so, like Luke Ford was saying, the tunnels is a Rorschach test for how you understand Judaism. Like Doooovid likes Chabad. I'm sympathetic to Chabad. So I just see, people that still believe in the dream of the Rebbe, and, in Hebrew being Messianic Nefesh, risking everything to study and keep the dream of the Rebbe alive. Like the Rebbe is still Messiah. The Rebbe believed in Jews, and the Rebbe believed that he could turn, basically any Orthodox Jew into a rabbi, into a leader. The Rebbe had a program, and if you got with the program, you could train yourself up, and then the Rebbe would send you out, and you'd be an emissary of Chabad, and you could become a leader of a Jewish community or representative of the Jewish people. And so that's why you have so much factionalism. That's part of the reason of keeping the Mashiach dream alive, because I put in the Stephen James, because I've been arguing a lot. Like Albert Bashai's been doing Twitter Spaces, and I've been Albert Bashai's Twitter Spaces, or Stephen James, and like everyone's like, all these statements in the Talmud, and you say, well, conspiracy theory. Well, it says this in the Talmud that Jews believe this, and then therefore that will be explanatory of Jewish behavior. So, like it says in the Talmud that when Mashiach comes, every Jew will have 2,800 slaves. So joking, dude was only a half Jew. I only have 1,400. But God forbid, if you're going to use that like explanatory, as a conspiracy theory, but looking at it like, there's statements in the Zohar, the Hasidus, you say, well, the worst Jew is better than the best Goy. And so, the Rebbe, Kabbalistically, the worst Jew could be trained up, could be turned into a rabbi, and could be made a leader among Goyim. And that's why people are tunneling under 770, expanding 770. They want to keep the dream of the Rebbe alive. And that, yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about slaves in that sense. It's just a statement in the Talmud that is active towards counter-Semitic conspiracy theory. So like the Rebbe was not sending shlichim all over the world so that they could become slave masters. It was, part of the Lubavitch dream, the emissary, the Messianic dream, though in the sense that saying, Jews are a priesthood nation, and even the most lowly of Jews is a priest, is a prince. And, so why are people sleeping, living in tunnels, homeless, coming to 770 in the hopes that they could be raised up to become a prince to nations, that they could be sent on an embassy mission, they could be a representative of the Rebbe, of the Jewish people, and become a prominent leader someplace in the world. And so I was talking with Luke Ford on his show earlier. However, Chabad has become saturated, and I was talking about that with Stephen James. So at this point, God forbid, there's Chabad rabbis everywhere. Some of the world's a big place. Like, so, also the Twitter space with Richard Spencer, and he actually, so I'll talk about that in relation with frame games. But Richard Spencer and his panelists are going to anti-Semitic conspiracy theories related to the Chabad tunnel stories, where, Richard Spencer's like, I'm like, he's not sure. He's like rational. He doesn't want to be a conspiracy theorist, but he can't rule out sex trafficking. So like if there's tunnels at 770, God forbid, I've heard these conspiracy theories like Jeffrey Epstein, God forbid, maybe there's sex trafficking going on. So God forbid, you have that level of the conspiracy theory where people are just like, well, there's tunnels. Why are the Jews digging tunnels? Why you need secret tunnels under the synagogue? What's going on? God forbid, you covering up sex trafficking or something like that. And God forbid, like, no, there's almost no chance in the world that this story has anything to do with like perversion or sex transfer, trafficking. God forbid. It has a little aspect of illegal labor, and so okay, like it would not be surprising that it appears that they were hiring Mexican, Hispanic laborers, and if the laborers were illegal immigrants, that would not be surprising. Like not all Hispanic people are illegal immigrants, and even illegal immigrants, it's not illegal to hire illegal immigrants. So you could hire somebody for certain. It used to be $6,000. I don't know the current law, but you could hire someone as a contract labor. So even if they were hiring illegal immigrants, that's not necessarily a crime. You don't have to check the citizenship paper. So if you were hiring somebody as a contract laborer to help do an excavation project at 770, and you came across some Hispanic people that were looking for work and you hired them, you don't actually have to check their immigration status. And you're allowed to pay for tax purposes. There's like a W-2 or 1040 or what are these tax forms that when you have employees that you, if you pay someone over a certain amount of money, you have to get a worker ID number, and then you have to verify citizenship. The amount used to be $6,000 a year. So you could employ somebody even for a month or two without even asking them their name. You pay in cash. So like I picked up Hispanic workers all the time, and day laborers, we paid cash. They worked a day labor, and at the end of the day, they got paid in cash. Some of the people went on to become employees, and if they became a long-term employee working for months or years, you would have to fill out like a W-2 or something, or get their ID number if they're, social security number if they're a U.S. citizen, and then you would declare that on your taxes. And if they were an illegal immigrant, then you couldn't employ them long term. Although there are work visas, so even if they're like these days with all the uh, foreign, I mean, God forbid, you don't want to call them illegal immigrants, or temporary people that are in New York. Some of them can get work visas. So even if they don't actually have immigrant legal status here in America, a lot of them could still get work permits. So, if there was a migrant that was on one of these buses from Texas and they've been brought to New York, and they could apply and get a temporary work visa number. And so, if one of these guys was working in the excavation in the tunnels at 770, that's not necessarily illegal. There's not necessarily any crime, any problem with that according to U.S. law. So, okay, like, yeah, I mean, we're a priestly class, a management class. The fact that it was Hispanic laborers doing the labor is not surprising. But that's not necessarily illegal, and in all likelihood, that's not illegal. Like, whether they paid the taxes properly, and if it's under a certain amount of money, you don't even have to pay the taxes. So if it was just a few $1,000s and they paid them in cash, they don't even have to report that. So, a little bit of a diversion, but just talking, okay, like the anti-Semitic trope, conspiracy theory, like immigration, multiculturalism, Jews promote multiculturalism. And here you have, the migration crisis, and Chabadsters are putting these Hispanic migrants to work. So is that a good thing or a bad thing? In New York, the politics is mixed. And I would say New York, it probably even leans towards liberalism. So if Hasidim are employing migrant Mexicans and giving them work, there's nothing wrong with that. And most New Yorkers have no problem with that. And that's part of the economy. And it could even be considered praiseworthy. Like, I worked in construction. I picked up migrant workers. I never asked them about their migrant status. And I wasn't legally required to. You just told them, here's the work, here's how much they pay. And, then they got in my van and I took him to the work site. And I mean, so RG, is it a Chillul Hashem? It's relative. So in New York City, it's the norm. So if you live in New York, there are known locations. So I was in Borough Park, and on Fort Hamilton and 39th Street is a Mexican work spot, and also on 14th Avenue and 39th Street is more like a Polish work spot. And from like 6 in the morning till 10 in the morning, there's tens of Hispanics standing there looking for work. And all you do is you drive up and they run to your window and you negotiate quick how many you want, and they get in your van and you take them to the site and they do the work, and then you take them back afterwards and you pay them. And you have a reputation. If you've done it a bunch of times, they might even recognize you. And like the first time I did it, like they were fighting to get into my van. Like there were so many people looking for work that I pulled up and they were fighting to get into my van. And I think at that point, I did actually, the first time I did it for Bubba. I did it actually for Bubba Yeshiva itself. And someone gave me a van and was like, go to 39th Avenue in Fort Hamilton and bring back some workers. And I went, what the hell are you talking about? You just go pick up 4 guys and tell them $10 an hour. And I had no idea what he was talking about. I'd never seen such a phenomenon in my life, but I did like what they told me. I took the van to the corner and I pulled over. A bunch of guys came over. I said, $10 an hour, Bubba. And a lot of them had worked for Bubba before, and they kind of was a little fight amongst each other. And then eventually 4 guys got in the van, and I took them back to Bubba, and they worked. And, they did mostly schlepping. It was mostly like construction material that had to be taken from one place to another, and like, construction of like a demolition and garbage. And, so a partial demolition, taking the garbage to the dumpster, and then bringing construction material. And I didn't stay around the construction site the whole day. I just was supposed to bring the laborers there, and then like I did something else. I wasn't, but the first time I did it, like I didn't even know about it. It's just someone was like, here's my van, go pick up these workers. And like I didn't know, like I had no idea what was going to happen. Is this the right place? I knew where Fort Hamilton was, and 39th Street, so it's pretty obvious. Like, Bubba was on 48th Street, so I just took 48th Street to 47th Street to Fort Hamilton, and then Fort Hamilton to 39th Street, and lo and behold, there were tens of Mexicans standing there, and they just got in my van. Like they knew what they were doing. Like the fact that I didn't know what I was doing didn't matter. Like like they trusted that I had good work for them, and I told them to pay $10 an hour, and they got in, and I took them to the site. So like this phenomenon is all over New York City, and there are hundreds of places like this across New York City. So I mean, like God forbid, it'd be like it's called like the 4 points or the 5 points, or like the meat district or something where like God forbid, like prostitutes stand on street corners. So like if you've heard of like maybe you've seen documentaries, and so you could imagine, or like in Los Angeles, but there's certain places in New York City where late at night there's prostitutes and they're roaming the street. And like God forbid, if someone was into that type of activity, they would drive by and they could pick up, or even some places they even have relations straight on the street corner. But there's certain places in New York where it's known, and if you've been in New York and you drive by certain places like Chelsea in Manhattan, the meat packing district, like Hunts Point or 5 Points in the Bronx, I forget. Some of these places, like if you drive past them, it's a known phenomenon, and there's a whole bunch of prostitutes in there out there on the street corner. So like that's less common. Like God forbid, there's a few places where prostitutes where Mexican day laborers, and not only Mexicans. I said in Borough Park, there's also Polish day laborers that stand on corners for work. So like, but there are hundreds of places across New York City, and not just New York City, all around America, even here in Metro Detroit, even in rural areas. There are places where it's just a known phenomenon. Hispanics get up early and they hang out on the corner and they wait for work. And you could just drive up, pick them up, and put them to work. And so we said, well, is that a Chillul Hashem? Is that a desecration of God's name? It depends. Like, so among the alt-right, among like anti-migration, among some level of counter-Semitic conspiracy theorists, that's a Chillul Hashem. You're supporting illegal immigration. You're supporting the browning of America. You're having negative economic effects on America. But largely in New York City, that's just the way things work. And It's not even. I mean, well, who's it a Chil Hashem to? It might be. It's. I mean, there's also is it a Chil Hashem to the Mexicans that are doing the work. So I say like all the times I did it, these people like fought to get in the car, like they wanted work, and most of those people, um, made close to $100 for a day's labor. Paid them $10 an hour, sometimes more, and they would work a day and they make $50 to $100, and they probably needed the money, and they were appreciative relatively of the work. They did good work, they were appreciative of the work, and you could even argue as a Kiddush Hashem, um, a sanctification of God's name. But the fact that the Chabadsters were using Mexicans like that, like of course they were using Mexicans like that. That's just how construction works in New York City. And I just mentioned there's nothing illegal about it. In that's not a crime. None of the people are being charged with labor violations or immigration violation. That even if it turned out that some of the people were illegal immigrants that were due for immediate deportation, it's unlikely that a small temporary contractor would be punished for that. Now, RG, it's not a conflict with the police. Like, I never saw any problem with the police. And, like, the police know that, even the police use Mexican workers. Like, it's not illegal to stand on the street corner for day labor. It's not, it's a acceptable, legal, regular New York phenomenon that, and I'm just saying, because most of them are Hispanic. Like, you could do that yourself. Like, you could stand on a street corner and just hope someone gives you a day labor job. Like, it just happens that it's almost all Hispanic people. There's some Polish people who do it also, but it's mostly Hispanic people. But it's not illegal. There's no problem with the government. I've never seen like a crackdown on. So if you have a big business, and I even knew like business, like I knew guys who had relatively big businesses, and they employed all Mexicans, and some of them, like cleaning businesses, construction businesses, and I had one friend who he had like 40 employees, and it's like eventually you have to pay taxes. So yeah, so my RG, like, okay, but even the fact that they were using Mexican workers, that's completely legal. That's how things work in New York City. Like, to an outsider, that might look weird. That might look abnormal. They might think that like, oh, there's some shady thing going on. And you could see like from the alt-right and various conspiratorial type thinking that people would think, oh, like, like that's, but like, no, New York City, that's completely okay. Like, the fact that they were using Mexican immigrants, that's completely normal and okay. Nothing illegal about that. Like the charging. So doing construction without a permit in New York is also not a legal crime. So I did building permits. Actually, I mentioned on Stephen James, like I once met Rabbi Krimsky at the Department of Buildings, who was looking for information about getting a building permit. At that point, he wanted to create a driveway for his like house or apartment, or forget the exact details. But wherever he lived in Ocean in Crown Heights, he walked into the Department of Buildings. I was sitting there waiting in line, and like I spoke to him, and he didn't have his project yet, but he was just trying to find out information, and he was looking into creating a driveway. And whatever the case is, like, I don't know if he did it. Like, he probably would have needed like architectural drawings and engineering drawings and a permit, and whether it was possible or not, whether he did it or not. But I remember, like, because he came into the Department of Buildings, and like I was the only guy there with a yarmulke, so we started speaking, and because like you got to wait a long time in line, so like you get a ticket, and then like it could sometimes be like half an hour to like 2 or 3 hours till they finally call you. So I was working for a company, but like a lot of times I would get to the department buildings, I would get my ticket, and then I would be in the waiting room for like 2 hours. And so, if Rabbi Krimsky came in and, he got his ticket and he was waiting to speak to somebody to ask them questions. So we ended up talking just about the building permits. But I mean, that's just random. But if you do construction without a permit, so in New York, you have 911 and you have 311. And so in New York City, you have 311, which is for building code zoning enforcement. So if you get caught doing illegal construction, and you could anonymously call 311 on anybody. So if you're like walking down the street and you see someone or your neighbor, you hear about it, that they're doing construction illegally, you could call 311 and report them. But if you get caught doing an illegal construction project or you get a building violation, they will give you a ticket and they'll give you like a cease and desist, like a stop construction order. And sometimes they'll give you a fine. And like the fine could be like high, it could be like $5,000. Although if you plead guilty, it usually gets reduced to $500. Or a lot of times you could plead for mercy at the court or negotiate, and they vastly reduce the building fine. But just doing illegal construction is not initially a criminal offense. I mean, in some extreme cases, it might be criminal if you're in certain cases. But even if you're doing something that is a security hazard, it's not a criminal offense. So if you get a stop construction order and then you continue to do construction, then it could become a criminal offense. But I don't think that's what happened. So like maybe that it's not a criminal offense. They might have got a building violation and they might have got a cease and desist order in construction. And had they continued the construction, usually the fine increases. So like to actually get a criminal offense for doing illegal construction, it occasionally happens. Like if you get a cease and desist and then they come back and you're still doing the construction, and like eventually they might send the cops and you could be arrested. But usually not the case. Usually like they just give you these huge fines, and they even have a separate court system called the ECB, the Environmental Control Board, that's non-criminal. So that was not criminal. And like if you watch the Zeb Brenner show, the people being represented, they had some form of, so the question like, who called the cops? So at some level, somebody in the Crown Heights 770 administration or local building decided to shut it down, and maybe they were worried about the stability of the building or something, and they were going to just fill in with cement this area that they'd excavated. And so some of the students sabotaged the cement filling. And then when they saw that the cement was going to be put in, then they came into 770, ripped the panel off to show everybody that they had secretly been expanding the synagogue underground. So they were just showing people the construction. And when they pulled the mattresses out, that was probably maybe some of the students or the Hispanic workers that were sleeping in the construction area or something like that. So it's a not completely clear. But so the charges that they were arrested for was some form of like minor disturbance or interference with a government operation. I forget the exact charge. You could listen to the lawyer representing them on Zeb Brenner, but they're minor charges, and it's extremely unlikely any of those students you'll face jail time, and in all likelihood, most of the charges will probably be dropped, and at most, maybe they'll have like a probation period with the, although some of the students are Israeli and on visa, and if the yeshiva rejects their visa, they would probably have to go back to Israel. So, there you have it with the tunnels, and kind of like the Rorschach test for anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. That like why people would assume sex trafficking or some form of child molestation. So like, okay, God forbid, it's a large institution and child molestation is a serious problem everywhere in the Hasidic community, but like that would have anything to do with the tunnels is wild speculation. Like, no, the purpose of the tunnels was clearly a building expansion. That there was anything illegal going on there is unlikely. That a few people were arrested, that was because they were trying to stop the filling in of the cement, and when the police were telling them to back up, that they resisted the police, and they were arrested. They've all been released, and at most have very minor penalties, very minor charges brought against them. Nobody was hurt. There was no violence. So the international story, there's one aspect to a lot of people don't like Chabad. A lot of people don't like Orthodox Jews, like the New York Times, and any chance that they could make Hasidim, Orthodox Jews, or Chabad look bad, they're going to do it. So like the New York Times, the New York Post, various papers, people on Twitter, not necessarily like, the high level anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, like God forbid sex trafficking or something like that, God forbid. But just here's a chance to make Hasidim Orthodox Jews look bad. So, say, of course, the New York Times, the New York Post, and the various papers are going to jump on the opportunity. And then there also, so I was watching Frieda Wiesel, and that it was poorly handled by the Chabad administrators. It's probably, I'm going to also talk about the sectarianism, the current state in Chabad, but there's probably a lot of sectarianism and infighting in Chabad, that most of the spokesmen that were given statements just denounced the students as troublemakers. They're saying it was just a few troublemakers, like God forbid, rather than giving some explanation, like, okay, like, they were trying to expand the synagogue. We all wanted to expand the synagogue, but for whatever reason, we've been really slow in the process. So it was a few zealots that were pushing forward to try to expand the synagogue without going through the proper protocols and permissions. Just simple explanation. Like, yeah, we all want to expand the synagogue. Almost everybody in Chabad agrees that 770, like, it could use a remodeling, an upgrade, an expansion. And there's a whole bunch of excuses and reasons why it hasn't happened. And so some zealots, some students took it upon themselves to illegally start the construction. Maybe it had some permission of various factions within the Chabad leadership. But, just to denounce them as like troublemakers was probably a bad move. There's no reason to denounce these people. You're saying, well, they're zealots is not the way to go about it. Like, we'll get to it. You're right. We should have started the construction, the expansion. And, but like, you can't just, like, I mean, you need an architect, you need engineers, you can't just, do your own excavation. Like you can't just do an excavation; it's dangerous. You need architects and engineers, and like a plan. And so like it was dumb, and it was bad idea. But to denounce them as troublemakers, that seems unclear. Like that, it's unclear that there was anything wrong or problematic with any of the students besides being overzealous and their desire to expand the building. And even like it's even unclear whether there was factionalism, whether it was specifically one faction that was doing it. It could have been across multi factions that whether it's the Mishachist or one group that was doing it. But it was just some zealots that took it upon themselves to do the expansion. Hey, Mark, God bless. Good to see you. To do the expansion. So, yeah, it was a bad move on the part of the Chabad spokespeople to denounce and just say it was a few troublemakers and not properly explain it. So say it had nothing to do with tunnels. There might have been like one tunnel that they were using to get from one building to the construction area, and it wasn't really even properly a tunnel. It was more an excavation for an illegal building expansion. And so once the papers came out and the Chabad leadership got scared, they didn't want to look bad, that all these papers are, looking bad. And then you have all these conspiracies and the war in Israel and rising anti-Semitism. And then it becomes a huge Twitter thing where, millions of people are tweeting. Even Andrew Tate is tweeting about it. And he's straight saying like Richard Spencer, where like Richard Spencer is like, well, like it's probably sex trafficking, which is basically completely like anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Like there's no way that this had anything to do with sex trafficking. But, from the Twitter spaces and the underground, so like the New York Times, the New York Post, they weren't going to the conspiracy of sex trafficking. But on Twitter, like millions of posts, like half of the posts were, connecting to Epstein and like the Hamas tunnels, some just a joke. Like some people were just joking. Okay, it's humorous, it's funny, make some jokes. But then, like a little level of, God forbid, sex trafficking. So, so what's going on in Chabad? Why is Chabad 770 so dysfunctional? Why can't they pull themselves together to expand the building? Chabad is now currently by far the most powerful Jewish organization in the world. 6,000 synagogues all over the world. A lot of these rabbis, they have governors, mayors, presidents coming to their events. They have, some of them have huge funding. Why can't they pull themselves together to do some sort of mega construction project? Like so Bubba, mentioned the Sharp family, close to $100 million to create what will be the biggest synagogue in Brooklyn, and the construction's still going on like a decade later. But like Satmar, Breslov and Uman built a synagogue that holds 5,000 people, Bells in Israel. There's new construction synagogues all the time for Hasidic groups. Why can't Chabad pull themselves together and expand 770? Why are they so dysfunctional? Why are there so much infighting and sectarianism? And the reason is, one of them was the brilliance of the Rebbe. So, and I was on the Twitter space with Richard Spencer. I was saying that 770s not really the headquarters of International Chabad. It's just historical where it started off. The Rebbe died already in 1994, almost 30 years ago. And like this year will be 30 years. The Yurtzeit of the Rebbe this summer will be 30 years. And when the Rebbe was alive, 770 was unquestionably the international headquarters. All of the shalichim were sent from there, were trained from the Rebbe, came to visit the Rebbe. The Rebbe saw people. He made his brangings, did his events. Gave letters. Did the yechidas. Spoke to people. All the various things. Like through 1994, 770 was the headquarters of Chabad. After 1994, like I got to New York in like 2000, and by the time I got to New York, and I went to Crown Heights like right away. Like one of the first things, I got there in the summer like of 2000, and one of the first things I did was go to the yurt site of the Lubavitch Rebbe. And I was driving, and it was the Munis Yisrael. It was like, the Rebbe. And I worked for Chaim Delphin, and I was driving, and I went to Crown Heights multiple times. I prayed in 770, working for Chaim Delphin. He had family there. And, I was doing driving work, and I ended up in Crown Heights many times. And we went to 770 and we prayed. And then Sukkah, the big, street parties, Yossi Piamenta and the bands and the parties all night with the music. But already, the Rebbe passed away in 1994. By 2000, Crown Heights was having a lot of factionalism. So right after the Rebbe passed away, there was already difficulties in how do we run this? What's going on? So one thing that the Rebbe designed it for, and the reality, the best comparison is probably to ISKCON and the Hare Krishna movement. So there is no actual international Chabad organization. These were voluntary rabbis. Every rabbi that opened up a Chabad house created an independent institution. So if something happens in Chabad and they get bankrupt or get sued, you can't sue international Chabad. You can only sue that institution. So, in Metro Detroit, there's some areas they have patent on Chabad of Michigan, or you have certain rabbinic families, but relatively most of the Chabad houses are standalone institutions where the rabbi shliach is the CEO. And if they have a board of directors, it's completely independent in ownership. So you have rabbinic councils and rabbinic courts in various aspects, but Chabad is ran decentralized, independently at the institutional level. There's no Chabad.LLC or central Chabad bank account that funds all the rabbis. All the rabbis have their own finances, their own bank accounts, their own non-for-profit 501(c)(3)s or whatever they are. That so there's not one central 501(c)(3) that each Chabad house, each Chabad rabbi, Chabad charity has its own 501(c), its own board of directors, its own finances. And part of the reason for that was so that to protect Jews. So, a lot of it is spiritual and Messianic in nature. So, if, the goal of Chabad was to bring Messiah, to uplift the world, send people all over the world to get Jews to follow the mitzvahs, do the commandments, to teach the 7 Noahide laws, so that eventually all of mankind would live in world peace and stand shoulder to shoulder in recognition of the same God. Spread God consciousness, education, charity, so on and so on, in a theological term of the mission of the Rebbe, and the people who sign up for the mission of the Rebbe and become a shliach and will take a lifetime position. So generally, although sometimes it doesn't work out that way, but generally a person will be posted somewhere and as a shliach, and it's a lifetime thing. And if they're successful, then they could create their own little family dynasty and hand it off to their children. So, like Rabbi Goldstein got sent to Ann Arbor, Michigan, and his younger brother got sent to Poway in California, and they both successfully created institutions. And now they're older men in their 70s, and they could hand that institution to their son to become the rabbi. Rabbi Bergstein have on my YouTube channel. Rabbi Silverman, Silverberg, any of these rabbis that they created their own standalone Chabad institution, and it's not like a board of directors that hires the rabbi. They might have a board of directors, but they don't vote and hire the rabbi. The rabbi was sent by the Rebbe, and if everything happens right, the Rebbe's son could take over as rabbi after the original shliach passes away. And one of the goals was decentralization. So say 770 is not the headquarters. Chabad does not have a headquarters. There's no central place where decisions are made on behalf of Chabad. And you have like a Bezdin. So Crown Heights has its own local Bezdin, but there's no Bezdin of Shlichim that make decision for all the Shlichim around the world. There's rabbinic courts or local rabbinic courts. So like in Detroit, they could make a rabbinic court, or there could be a regional Bezdin rabbinic court if it needed to be. They might consult with rabbis from all over the world. They might do it in Crown Heights at 770 or near there, but it doesn't have to be that way. It's decentralized. That 770 it's just a synagogue. It's a minion factory. There's no administrative building at 770. There's no central headquarters where there's an office building and they're administering international Chabad from 770. It's just a synagogue. And I've been there 50 times. I prayed there. If you go to 770, it's just a synagogue. And it's a tourist attraction. The Rebbe's grave site. It's a pilgrimage site. It's a tourist site. It's a holy site. It's a yeshiva. People go there to study, but it's not like a central administrative office. There's no central administration that occurs at 770 for international Chabad. Chabad was created completely decentralized. In fact, the annual Kinos HaShlichim, the gathering of all the rabbis from around the world, that doesn't occur at 770. They usually rent a place in Williamsburg or Brooklyn or even New Jersey. They just rent some huge banquet hall, and they all gather together once a year. And they'll come to 770 and they'll pray and they'll take a picture together. But because they're following the directives of the Rebbe, and the Rebbe ran Chabad from 770. But at this point, it's just a synagogue. It just has historical, spiritual significance. It's not actually the headquarters. There's no central administration happening at 770. It's just the message of the Rebbe, and you could pray at 770. You could see where the Rebbe did what he did, the place where it all happened. So here in Metro Detroit, there's yeshiva. They train rabbis. The kids graduate the yeshiva in Detroit, and they become shluchim and will go on missions, to Africa, across America, different places in Michigan. And it's not based on 770. It's all done here in Michigan. They go to school here in Michigan, in Oak Park. They train. They could get their rabbinic ordination here, and then they could be sent out to be a shliach of the Rebbe of Chabad from Michigan. Of course, they've been to 770. They've made pilgrimage. Some of them maybe spent a year in a yeshiva in Crown Heights, but a lot of them never even studied in Crown Heights. They've been there for the holidays. They went there to pray a few times, but and even the main yeshiva training center for Chabad is in New Jersey, Morristown, New Jersey. It's not even in 770. So the biggest place where Chabad rabbis come from is not even in Crown Heights 770. It's in Morristown, New Jersey, and there's probably at least 20 yeshivas around the world that are producing Chabad rabbis that eventually go all over the world to fulfill the mission, and it's got nothing to do with Crown Heights, nothing to do with 770. Although it's every Chabad rabbi has been to Crown Heights, they've been to 770, they've been to the graveyard in Queens. They watch the videos, they know the teachings, but it's just historic. That's where it happened. It's got nothing to do. The Chabad now is an international movement that started in Crown Heights, but now is an international movement that is just historical. That like it started in Crown Heights, so it'd be like if you want to give a parallel to like God forbid, like the ISKCON, the Hare Krishnas, or like the Mormons, Joseph Smith. So like ISKCON, you have the Hare Krishnas, you have the Second Avenue Temple, and the Second Avenue Temple still exists. And the Second Avenue Temple was even ran by a break-off sect from ISKCON, like the Kirtananda followers. People watched Henry Doktorsky and the Killing for Krishna. So the original Second Avenue Temple, like the first Prabhupada main temple in Manhattan, maybe now in the last few years it's changed, but it wasn't even ran by ISKCON. And it was ran by like a rival sect. And that's actually the first temple I went to when I lived in that area. So like almost everyone in ISKCON, not every, because it's an international organization, not so much like Chabad, but because it started in New York, but really they're more likely to go to in India, Vrindavan, Mayapur, the holy places in India. But like a lot of people from ISKCON have been to New York, and they've been to the historic Second Avenue Temple. And remember, that's where it all started. But that's just where it all started. Or it's like Joseph Smith or something. Like, you could look at the historic places, like the Mormons, have the historical places where Joseph Smith started the movement. Maybe even, the house where, he had the vision of like the golden tablets, and, then his travels through Ohio and Missouri, and eventually to Salt Lake City, to, now in Utah, where, and I don't even know if Mormons, I mean, they have like their official headquarters. They might more have their official headquarters in Utah. So like for Chabad, it's not even like that. Like there's not even like a central authoritative body that resides in Crown Heights. Like Rabbi Braun, Yosef Yeshaya Braun, has no authority over international Chabad. They might respect him, but like Rabbi Braun doesn't make rulings that like people all across the world follow. Like, and there's not even like really a central rabbinic court. So if there was a case for a ruling, there's really no method for an international ruling that would apply to all Chabad rabbis. So you might have a Bezdin. So if there's like a localized matter and it got taken to a rabbinic court and they made a ruling, and it would have jurisprudence, but if you were a local Chabad rabbi, you wouldn't necessarily follow the ruling from another Bezdin. You would form your own Bezdin, or there's different sages. There's 6,000 Chabad rabbis, and shlichim, and besides for the shlichim, there's respected rabbis and scholars and Rosh Yeshiva, and there's really not a centralized process at all. So the fact that 770 is in disarray is part of this decentralization. The decentralization was part of the Rebbe's strategy to have an impenetrable organization. That you can't take down Chabad. Like if 770, God forbid, something happens, it goes down, it doesn't take down international Chabad. Each local institute of Chabad operates independently. And that was part of the power of Chabad, is this decentralization, and that make it strong to weather difficulties like what's happening So the difficulties in 770 have been going on for decades. And the factionalization, the fight for power, one faction controlling the Rebbe's graveyard, like the mikveh, different institutions, um, it doesn't affect the day-to-day workings of Chabad. So, yeah, it doesn't look good. So, like, okay, if you're Chabad here in Michigan and you're like, what's all these news stories? What's going on? So, and like, okay, so here in Michigan, it's not a Mishachist community. Like, there are some people who are Mishachist and think the Rebbe's Mashiach and, have like the yellow flags or like, little pin on their jackets. But relatively it's small. There might be some rabbis who have leanings, but the yeshiva is not Mishachist at all. And, the Shem Tov family related to the Shem Tovs who run the graveyard, and the Shem Tovs do not run 770. They're not Mishachists. But the Mishachist control 770, and the more Messianic, like the dream of the Rebbe, that the dream of the Rebbe is still alive and well. And a lot of times there's a poverty and education level where you could be like a Chabad rabbi that's basically like a modern Orthodox rabbi, at university, highly secularly educated, read a lot of books, deal with non-Jews. Your congregation might have a whole bunch of educated and professional people, or you could be like, in Crown Heights, and you might not even speak English that well. Like schools where they don't have any secular education at all, where Yiddish is the first language. You have Israelis, you have Kfar Chabad. In Israel, Chabad's not relatively one of the bigger Chassiduses, but there still might be 10,000 Chabadsters in Israel, besides for the people who are influenced or go to Chabad synagogues, but actual people who follow the Chabad way of life or descendants of people from the historic Chabad Lubavitch in Eastern Europe. So relatively, they're smaller in Israel, but they're not tiny. There's still thousands, maybe even tens of thousands. And so the more poor, less educated are more likely to be more fundamentalist, more messianic, and more fundamental about the Rebbe and the Rebbe himself. And, saying, so if you're one of these expansionists and you're thinking, okay, rising anti-Semitism, Jewish sectarianism, Zionism in Israel, and think like, the Rebbe had a dream and a vision and the messianism to say, well, I'm just an Orthodox Jew. No one likes me. This stuff may not even be true. It's tough to fit into an Orthodox community. People don't even like Chabad that much. You're just someone to be down on themselves. In Hebrew, maybe they use the word like miayish, like don't be miayish. Don't be down on yourself. The vision of the Rebbe is still alive. And the vision of the Rebbe was this messianic vision that the Rebbe was larger than life. It wasn't just Orthodox Judaism. We're just like, do this stuff and maybe it'll work out, maybe you won't, but you still have to do it. And, you get a job and rising anti-Semitism is just the way it is. It's like, no, like the Rebbe was Messiah. The Rebbe conquered these things, and the Rebbe could have taken me, just a lowly Baal Tshuva Orthodox Jew, and turned me into a leader and made me part of the Messianic vision. Like things have changed, and I could be part of this greater Chabad. And so you could have like okay, here in Metro Detroit, so the more prominent Chabad families are less likely to be Mishachist. So like you have like the Shem Tovs, the Pinsons, the Hecks, or these people that have been Chabad for generations, and they're like, no, I'm Chabad. Like my great grandfather lived in the town of Lubavitch, and we've been rabbis for generations, and we were there by the Rebbe, when the Rebbe came, and by all the things. So like Doooovid, you're not really Chabad. You're not really part of the movement. These are the official part of Chabad. these are like lineage, like I said, it's like almost like a sub race of, if you want to say like Jewry, Ashkenazic Jewry is an ethnicity, a race, and it's not, I don't know the technical genetic terminology, but like Hasidic groups have been intermarried, even inbred, for 200 years. So Chabad stirs people who are, been people who became followers. The Rebbe was the 7th generation Rebbe, but people who joined Chabad, their families joined Chabad during the first few Rebbes and have been intermarrying for 4 or 5 generations now, probably have a distinctive genetic signature of like they're genetically Chabad. Like their families have been intermarrying within the same genetic pool for 200 years, for a few generations, and have a distinctive genetic signature of being a Chabadster versus like the movement, like saying like, no, the Rebbe was Messiah, king of all the Jews. The Rebbe created something that any Jew could become a part of. And it doesn't matter if you were a 5th generation Chabadster or just a Jew who just heard about the Rebbe now and decided to join the movement. So you have some element of the power struggle between the new people joining the movement, and there's also an ethnic component. A lot of the new people joining the movement are Mizrahi and Israeli, and there's also a wealth component. Could be poorer or less educated people that are more drawn to Chabad in hopes of like some sort of salvation in the dream, and like a caste element also to so I was saying Luke Ford, the market for Chabad rabbis has basically been saturated. So when the Rebbe first started out and came to America, he's looking like most American Jews don't know anything really, very little about the religion. Most conservative Reform rabbis know very little about Judaism. So the Rebbe, you could get like a kid in his young 20s who has just learned a little bit of Gemara, learned like the Tanya, Chumash, how to pray, a little bit of Jewish law, just like, Shulchan Aruch, Rav, like the basic halacha of the daily rituals, kosher, basic things, make him a rabbi, and send him around the world, and he will be able to outcompete your non-Orthodox rabbis in terms of like conservative Reform and even some modern Orthodox. So like here in Metro Detroit, a lot of the Reform conservative rabbis have a certain type of education, like maybe like pastoral care, theology, philosophy, American culture, but their Judaism level education is relatively pretty small, so that even like a young Chabad rabbi could know more about Judaism than a prominent Reform or conservative rabbi. And so you could compete. And also like the market, like Reform and conservative rabbis are overpriced. Like a lot of Reform conservative rabbis, like they get paid like $200,000 a year. Some of these guys get paid like $500,000 a year. Heads of Jewish organizations. They live in upper middle class areas. They have these overinflated budgets, in a kind of like cush easy jobs where they don't even do that much. They only work on Sabbath or high holidays, and they don't even really know the Hebrew or the Jewish law that good. And that the Rebbe created a competitive market where you could open up a Chabad house right next door to historically Reform and conservative Judaism, and people are going to go to Chabad instead of Reform and conservative, because the Reform and conservative, they don't even have like Kaddish or the proper prayers. Like one of the big reasons people go to Chabad is because they want to say Kaddish for their ancestors, And like a lot of Reform and conservative, they don't even offer that anymore, like the downtown synagogue or something like that. Like originally, it was supposed to be a place where you could say Kaddish, and now they don't even have a minyan for Kaddish. But like, one of these basic services that a reason someone would have went to synagogue, that you could open up Chabad and undercut them. And like Reform and conservative synagogues are really expensive. Even like modern Orthodox, like the Young Israel near my house, it's like $1,500 a year membership. And like some of the Reform or conservative places, like it's like $5,000 a year membership. So, and a lot of the rabbis really don't know that much about classical Judaism. I mean, they have like PhDs in education and rabbinics. Like, Rabbi Silverman at the downtown synagogue, she went to Harvard. I mean, it's not like she doesn't know anything, but compared to like a Chabad rabbi, an Orthodox rabbi, they really don't know much. Like, like even like a B-rate yeshiva student, 20-year-old student, knows more than most high-ranking Reform conservative rabbis in terms of like actual Judaism, Jewish law, rituals, running a synagogue. And so Chabad was able to basically like a change of the priestly class. And now there's 6,000 globally. But like even just in America, where Chabad basically took over conservative Judaism, where people used to belong to conservative Reform temples, and those have been hollowed out, and Chabad has basically taken over, and they have a different economic model. They don't charge membership or like sell seats, and they go on donations, and like the menorah or the various different method that Chabad used basically won the war for the heart of American Jewry against Reform and conservative. And then internationally, Chabad also, like in Europe or globally, like India, where Judaism was just borderline non-existent, but there might have been Jews, to just create synagogues where there were Jews, or for traveling businessmen or people that for whatever reason might want kosher food, a synagogue, a place to say Kaddish, a rabbi to consult with, doing other things like prison chaplaincy, visiting the sick, various aspect that Chabad, you had a changing of the guards and replacement of the priestly class to displace what in the 70s was dominant Reform and conservatism with Chabad. But that has become oversaturated. So now, like the Rebbe passed away in 1994, and by 1994, the Rebbe had already sent out hundreds of shluchim. At this point, there's already 6,000, and there's already thousands of rabbis in Detroit. I mean, across the U.S. And like even here in Metro Detroit, there's like probably like 25 Chabad rabbis. There's like 10, 15 Chabad houses, synagogues, in like small and big. So like, in the Orthodox area, there's maybe 5 different Chabad synagogues. In like every area that has even a few hundred Jews, every few miles, there's another Chabad synagogue. And then there's also organizations like the Friendship Circle, hospital chaplains, various organizations of just independent rabbinic services. And so like, I wouldn't even be surprised, like in Metro Detroit, there's 50 Chabad rabbis. So, from the point where the Rebbe first sent one Chabad rabbi to Detroit, and Detroit had a Chabad community, going back from the 6th Rebbe before World War I even. But, saying that if you imagine, like Los Angeles, like, some point, the 1960s or something, the first Chabad rabbi goes to open up Chabad in Los Angeles. Now there's probably like 200 Chabad rabbis in Los Angeles. There's probably 50 Chabad synagogues, another 100 Chabad rabbis doing auxiliary rabbinic services, like yeshivas, training institutes, organizations, and it's oversaturated. So if you graduate from the yeshiva in Detroit, and like, I want to be a Chabad rabbi, it's like, well, they're all taken. Where are you going to go? So yeah, you could still go somewhere. So like some of the people have went to like new places in Africa, and a lot of them are going to places where there's hardly any Jews, or where Jews only go as tourists, or they set up like a synagogue where just in case Jews might go on vacation, or as traveling businessmen, or new places in America. But it's basically became oversaturated. That at this point, there's not really demand for Jewish communities that need a Chabad rabbi. I mean, there's still some. Like, okay, like in Metro Detroit, you had like Chabad of Troy. And it turns out that there's quite a few Jews in Troy. But like, not that many. And like, even Chabad in Detroit is struggling because there's just not that many Jews in Detroit. Like, they still don't have a minyan. There's only a few hundred Jews in Detroit. There's not that much demand for Jewish services. So even Chabad in Detroit, a decade later, is okay. They have a building, they have funding, they have events, but there's not that much demand. So, my point is that the demand for Chabad and the mission of Chabad has already been oversaturated. So it's like Chabad of Thailand, Chabad of Sri Lanka, like they're already there. There's already even like a few. There's like probably not even just one Chabad of Sri Lanka. There might be 3 Chabads of Sri Lanka, even though there's no Jews who live in Sri Lanka. There's just like a handful of like Israeli tourists. But even though there's just a handful of Israeli tourists in Sri Lanka, there's like 3 Chabads of Sri Lanka. So, if you're graduating from the yeshiva in Detroit, and it's like, what are you going to do? You're going to open up like the 4th Chabad house in Sri Lanka, or like Zimbabwe or something. You're going to open up like the third Chabad house in Zimbabwe. It's oversaturated, and then there's competition. You're saying like it's like a diocese almost. So I mean, Chabad doesn't have the exact same thing as like like a diocese and territory like the Catholics might, but to some extent it's like the diocese. Like, this is my area, these are my Jews, like this is my parnasa, this is my livelihood. Like, it's So Chabad, the Rebbe ruled that competition among Jewish institutes was kosher, was okay. Like, the Chabad would go and open up a school right next to another school and say, well, competition is good. You could have like a conservative synagogue and day school and summer camp, and Chabad would open up a synagogue, school, and day camp right next to the other one and say, well, competition is good. If Chabad is offering a better service than the conservative, that's good for the Jews. And relatively, Chabad won the battle. Most American Jews, not most, but like a large fraction of American Jews, with the hollowing out of conservative and reform, just chose to go to Chabad. Like, why the hell would I pay $4,000 a year? Like, okay, like when I was a kid, I was bar mitzvahed at Temple Beth El, and then after my bar mitzvah, my parents canceled the membership. And it's like, why the hell would I pay $4,000 a year to belong to Temple Beth El just to go there like a few times a year? And maybe in the past, like Jewish networking, or like Jews had more money. There's also the hollowing out of the middle class. There's been the decrease, problems social economically, where the upper middle class of Jewish professions, of like lawyers and accountants and doctors. So Jews have taken a hit social economically, where like the legal sector used to be like 4 or 5% of America. It's down to like 2%. Accounting used to be like, it's fallen in half. And I was talking, about coding. So Jews don't do as well as coding. So like Jews did really well in law, reasonably well in accounting, but not nearly as well in like coding and IT and the things that now we have competition from Asians, Indians, and even in medicine, where it used to be like 15% of doctors and accountants were Jews, that number's way down. It's probably like of current people in medical schools or dental schools, it's probably only like 5% now. So the hollowing out, where you just have upper middle class Jews that belong to a conservative synagogue and paid some huge, really just waste of money fee to pay like, thousands of dollars a year to belong to a synagogue that they hardly went to, now would just be like, it's a waste of money. And a lot of those synagogues are dying out. They're empty. Um, some of them are even being taken over by Chabad, or they've Chabad has opened up right next door to them and taken away their congregations. And there's also been the hollowing out. Like Michigan's lost a lot of its Jewish community. So, Michigan in its heyday had like 150,000 Jews. And when the Jews started moving out into the suburbs, Oakland County, um, you have the empty nesters and the kids haven't stayed there. And, like the Jews in the pews. So when I was a kid, Temple Bethel had like 2 services, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, one after the next, and they were both completely packed. And now we wouldn't be surprised if they don't even fill it up for one, because it's just the demographics have changed. And now, like, it'd just be a waste of money. Why would I pay $5,000 a year to belong to a synagogue, to go there a few times a year for some half, like service that's not even like traditional? And also like the rise of Israel. So, conservative and reform were designed as an alternative for liberal American Judaism, a tinkle, God bless, when American Judaism was the heart of Judaism. But now Israel has become the heart of Judaism, and reform and conservative are not in line with Israel. So like their conversions are invalidated. And so Chabad has won all these various competitions against the reform and conservative. Not that reform and conservative is completely gone. They're still there. There's some battles still between reform and conservatives. There's a lot of reform and conservative for like patrilineal Jews and half Jews, where say, well, I'm not really Jewish, so like, okay, like I'm only a half Jew, so I'll be discriminated against if I go Chabad or Orthodox anyways, so I'll still go to reform or conservative, or if you're patrilineal or I have non-Jewish family. But some of it hasn't been a complete wiping out. And there's also like liberalism. Like Chabad is like, old school Orthodox separation of men and women, pro-choice, conservative, leaning, family values, pro-Trump, various elements, as where the majoritarian Jewish community is still liberal, and even like public schools, where the majority of American Jews went to public schools. They belonged to reform and conservative temples, and they went to public school. So like that element is being hollowed out, but it still exists. And like, okay, if you go to public school, you have non-Jewish family, you believe in liberalism, multiculturalism, things like abortion and immigration are important to you, you might still belong to a reform or conservative temple, but it's just a bad investment. Like to some extent, it's a bad investment. Like it's not worth the money, especially when like Chabad next door is free. Like why would you pay $4,000 to belong to some liberal synagogue that you hardly go to, where the rabbi doesn't even know the basics of traditional Judaism, when there's Chabad right next door that like does all the stuff for a much cheaper price? And so, but that's already happened. So this like, changing of the priestly class in America from reform and conservative to Chabad has already happened. So the mainstream Orthodox, you have some Kirov, like the Lakewood Koilos, the Orthodox, the Black Hat communities, but they basically stay in the Orthodox community. So Chabad largely has a monopoly. So like you have some expansion of Orthodox Judaism into nicer neighborhoods. You have like a minyan, but like basically the mainstream yeshiva community is relegated to the Orthodox community. And it's only Chabad that will spread out and directly compete in even like the Kirov there's some element, but like Chabad basically has a monopoly on it. But like I was saying, the market's been saturated. There's not really demand for more Chabad rabbis. So, like, God forbid, like, I mean, to say it is like a joke, like if there was a new Baal Tshuva in Metro Detroit, there's like 3 Chabad rabbis for every Baal Tshuva, because there's that many Baal Tshuva. Like here in Metro Detroit, there's more Chabad rabbis than there are Bali Tshuva, and so like if all of a sudden someone becomes a Baal Tshuva, there's like 10 Chabad rabbis that are on it, and there's just not that much demand, and so this infighting at 770, like the mission has been accomplished. So, talking about last week, this concept, so I saw like the Eitan Kalmanovitz. So, people like, well, was the Rebbe Mashiach? And so I said, like, okay, not only Chabadsters, like the basic understanding, the basic Kabbalistic concept, going back to the Baal Shem Tov and the Arizal, of every generation has the soul of Messiah, and then there's 36 Lamed Vav Tzaddikim, hidden Tzaddikim, that help Messiah in his mission. And if Messiah comes in that generation, it would be that person. And that's, the Baal Shem Tov story of, the Chabad song, Ad Musai, Musai, Yama Mama Ma, Yama Mama 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 Ma, Yama Mama 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 Mama. Any Chabad, they know the song, but it's not just Chabad, it's a universal Hasidic thing. Like, when will Messiah come? When the teachings have been spread to the whole world. And like Rabbi Wolfson told the story, when Rabbi Moshe Wolfson of Emunas Yisrael, who is not a Chabadster but studied under the Rebbe before the Rebbe became Rebbe, and told the story many times of the Baal Shem Tov and the Or Chaim, that when the Or Chaim passed away, that like the neshama of Messiah went from the Or Chaim to the Baal Shem Tov. Or there are different versions of it, but just saying there's a potential Messiah in every generation, and if the Jews are worthy to be redeemed in that generation, the potential Messiah would be this person that the Lamed Vav Tzaddikim are aware of and are helping on the mission. And maybe in certain generations, larger Klal Yisrael, the Jewish people, even non-Jewish people, would know that this person's the greatest man in the generation, that if Messiah comes in the generation, it would be this person. But for Messiah to come, that's a great task. It's not a small accomplishment. Even with all the accomplishments of the Lubavitch Rebbe, it's to some extent just a drop in the bucket of the things that Messiah has to accomplish. But so just this concept that there's a Messiah, potential Messiah of every generation, is a well-accepted Kabbalistic Hasidic concept, and it's almost universal. Like all Hasidim believe this. Most Kabbalists believe this. But say, well, was it the Lubavitch Rebbe? So that is a little bit more disputed. But I would say among like Kabbalists and Hasidim, the consensus or plurality, not the consensus may be too strong, but the plurality, majority opinion, like, yes, it was the Lubavitch Rebbe who was the leader of the generation. Like he, like it's unquestionably the Rebbe accomplished more for Jews in various things, and was the head of Klal Yisrael, the Prince of Israel, but the Rebbe passed away in 1994. So the Rebbe's mission, keeping the dream of the Rebbe as Messiah alive is important, because the mission of the Rebbe is still important, and that anybody should still get behind the mission of the Rebbe. However, the Rebbe passed away in 1994, and we follow the leader of this generation. So when I was in Hasidic Brooklyn, you think, okay, you go to the big Rebbes and you're looking who's the biggest Rebbe and rabbi, and you get blessings and you ask Rebbes like what you should do with your life, and like you should be a follower. Like the Talmud says, you should serve your rabbi like he has the potential to be Messiah. You should be a good chassid, seek out a rebbe, and if possible, you could be a chassid of the biggest rebbe, or but you should be a chassid of a rebbe, and then there's the 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 royal family, so to say, of rebbes, and be a part of the mission. So this generation, it's unclear. There's no like clear leading rabbi like the Lubavitch Rebbe of last generation, and there's big rabbis. There's names that pop up there, and it could also be like the cycle. The Rebbe didn't become Rebbe till his 50s, and he didn't rise to prominence really till after the destruction of World War II. And it's like God forbid, with the war in Israel, the catastrophe of rising anti-Semitism, if something very negative were to face the Jewish people over the next decade, that the clear leader of Israel would emerge post, God forbid, the calamity that is likely to come upon the Jewish people over the next decade. So, okay, Israel is at war. It's already one of the biggest catastrophes since World War II happening in Israel. Rising anti-Semitism at an unprecedented level since World War II times. So, God forbid, if there's some sort of catastrophe, calamity that faces the Jewish people over the next decade, that the potential Messiah for this generation would emerge after that. So just like the Rebbe emerged as the leader of Israel in his 60s. I mean, the Rebbe doesn't become Rebbe of Lubavitch till his father-in-law passes away, and the Rebbe is already in his 50s, in the 1950s. And then the Rebbe lives into his 90s till 1994. But the Rebbe, like the Messianic rumors around the Rebbe, maybe start in like the 1970s, 1980s. So, I mean, the Rebbe is already in his 70s, really, before you start having these rumors that, like, okay, the Rebbe is clearly the leader of the generation, the potential Messiah of, like if Messiah is going to come in this generation, it was going to be the Rebbe. So, I mean, the Rebbe might have been big. There might have been some people that thought, like, okay, like you're special, you're going to rise. But to the level of accomplishment that the Rebbe, you could have reasonably looked at the Rebbe as the potential Messiah of the generation. The Rebbe was already in his late 60s, 70s before that was even thought of. And then the Rebbe lived into his early 90s. So if there is a potential Messiah of this generation, he could be in his. So the way reincarnation works. So it's not necessarily that, okay, the Rebbe passed away in 1994. And so you say, well, the Rebbe died in 1994. So the soul of Messiah would have been reborn in somebody who was born in the mid 90s. So it's not necessarily like that, like the story of the Baal Shem Tov, that like you have like neshama, Iber neshomas, or various Kabbalistic understandings, like the soul of Messiah could have entered somebody that was already alive. So it could have been somebody, like if the Rebbe passed away in 1994 and there was a rabbi in his 20s or 30s or something, and the soul of the Rebbe Messiah entered that person in the mid 90s, and now that person is in their 50s, and God forbid, a great calamity falls upon the Jewish people in over the next 5 to 10 years, and then the Messiah of this generation will come to prominence and leadership from picking up the pieces of the catastrophe that, God forbid, is likely to befall the Jewish people over the next few years. So that would be like a Kabbalistic conception of, and the Messiah of this generation would pick up the pieces of last generation. So one of the biggest signs of the Messiah of this generation would be acceptance of the followers of Chabad. So it's that Chabad's a decentralized organization. There's no Rebbe. There's not even a central rabbinic court that controls all of Chabad. There's no central bureaucratic hub. Chabad is completely a decentral organization. So if the Messiah of this generation emerged, one of the signs would be that the followers of the Messiah of the last generation would follow him. And that would mean international Chabad. And there's nothing like that. At this point, there's no big rabbi, big name that garners the respect of larger Israel, that garners the respect of international Chabad. I mean, there might be some respected rabbi scholars, but nothing in the line where a Chabad rabbi would consider becoming a follower of a new rabbi. And unfortunately, like if you read the books and the literature, God forbid, something like that is likely to happen post-catastrophe. So just thinking, okay, Doooovid's read some of the literature. I went to Rabbi Wolfson for a few years, who, I mean, some people say, so let's say just hypothetically, that the soul of Messiah went from the Lubavitcher Rebbe to Rabbi Moshe Wolfson. So I said, well, it has to be somewhere. And Moshe Wolfson right now is 99 years old. And Rabbi Moshe Wolfson is one of the most respected rabbis in the world, but he's not well known outside of Orthodox circles. Like outside of Orthodox circles, almost no one has heard of Rabbi Moshe Wolfson. But whatever, just say, well, it has to be somewhere. I don't know. You're just thinking, okay, who's the biggest rabbi I could think of? So I'll say, well, Rabbi Moshe Wolfson. He's the biggest rabbi I could think of. But like, there's no comparison at all between the Lubavitch Rebbe and Rabbi Moshe Wolfson. I mean, Rabbi Moshe Wolfson's a big rabbi. He knows a lot of Torah. He teaches. He's a rabbi to rabbis. But there's no comparison at all between Rabbi Moshe Wolfson and the Lubavitch Rebbe in terms of accomplishments. Although Rabbi Moshe Wolfson was a student of the Rebbe. And a lot of Chabad rabbis respect Rabbi Moshe Wolfson. So like, I would guess that if I spoke to local Chabad rabbis in Metro Detroit, New York, every single one of them would say good, respectful things about Rabbi Moshe Wolfson. But like, none of them would be a follower of Rabbi Moshe Wolfson. None of these rabbis would be like, okay, well, the Rebbe's not alive, and I got to follow somebody, so I'm going to make Rabbi Moshe Wolfson my rabbi. No, not a single Lubavitch rabbi would, so that there would be such a phenomenon, that there would be such a big rabbi, such a prominent rabbi, that Chabad rabbis all over the world would start following this new rabbi. So there's no phenomenon, nothing close to that, nothing even comparable. And so like I mentioned Rabbi Moshe Wolfson in the sense like, yeah, like he's probably, I don't even know if, there's a lot of Chabad rabbis probably never even heard of Rabbi Moshe Wolfson. But I'm saying like a lot of them heard from him, and he's pretty respected. But like no one's going to follow Rabbi Moshe Wolfson, and they might ask him like a halacha shaila or something if there was some really important question that needed some rabbinic authority. In fact, like your Rabbi Braun, Rabbi Yosef Yeshaya Braun, like his brother used to pray at Rabbi Wolfson. Like Rabbi Braun certainly respects and says good things about Rabbi Wolfson. If he had a question in learning or like some question, it's very possible that he would speak with Moshe Wolfson about it and listen to what he had to say, even accept his ruling. If it was a question like a Jewish law, should we do this or should we do that? And he looked it up and he wasn't quite sure. And he asked Rav Moshe Wolfson, and Rav Moshe Wolfson said, like, we'll do this. That, like, yeah, he might, but like, it's nowhere in comparison to and like as I said, like he's the only name I could even think of. I could list a whole bunch of Rebbes, and the Lulav Rebbe, like Doooovid, the Baba Rebbe, the Yanuka, a whole bunch of rabbis that you could be like, well, maybe he has the soul of Messiah. But you just hypothetically, let's say it's Rabbi Moshe Wolfson. And let's say that, God forbid, that it looks like a great catastrophe is about to befall the Jewish people. And how bad the catastrophe is, God forbid. Could it be worse than the Holocaust? God forbid. Could be. God runs the world. We should repent. We should fear God. But let's hope that it's nothing nearly as bad as the Holocaust. But God forbid, Israel is still at war. It's been 3 months. The war could continue. Anti-Semitism is rising to unprecedented levels. And that a catastrophe of World War II proportions could befall the Jewish people over the next few years, God forbid, is a possibility. We should repent immediately. Fear God, repent, become better people. But it's okay, Rabbi Moshe Wolfson, he's pushing 100 years old. So if he's got the soul of Messiah and the catastrophe befalls the Jewish people over the next few years, Rabbi Moshe Wolfson passes away, the soul of Messiah turns to a new rabbi. And then this new rabbi picks up the post-catastrophe pieces of Israel, of Western Jewry, and somehow becomes the clear leader of world Jewry. And to say, well, yeah, Mr. Boston, you say never again, but what are you going to do about it? You repent, become a better person. God runs the world. Never again is say, well, punishment for our sin. God forbid, from the Kabbalistic spiritual level, the tragedy that is about to befall the Jewish people is not caused by anti-Semites. It's caused by our bad behavior, our sinful behavior, our turning away from Torah. So you should repent. We should become better people. And even I didn't even get to talking about the war in Israel. I have a little to talk about that this week. But think okay, we got a lot of blood on our hands right now. We're at war. There's hundreds of millions of people around the world. Israel is being charged with genocide right now. There are hundreds of thousands of people on a regular basis marching against the Jews in major cities. There are, in some places in the world, there are millions of people marching against the Jewish people. This is completely unprecedented. And even, God forbid, you think Holocaust levels, you think, the pictures of Hitler at these marches with some of them maybe at hundreds of thousands of people, versus now where you have hundreds of thousands of people marching against the Jews in major cities all over the world. Even here in Metro Detroit, you had one rally that had tens of thousands of people marching against the Jews. Okay, it wasn't say okay because there's a war and they're marching for a ceasefire, but you just see God forbid, this could become a disaster. This could become the worst tragedy that has ever befallen the Jewish people in the history of the world. And just think unprecedented that you have all these huge rallies of people marching against the Jews, and just the start of it, and it could get worse. And to say, well, relatively, it's because of our own bad behavior. The reason why people are in the biggest numbers ever in history rallying up against the Jews, it's because of our own bad behavior. It's because what we're doing to the people in Gaza. But God forbid, so just tying that in with the Lubavitch Rebbe. The Lubavitch Rebbe rises out of the ashes of the Holocaust to reestablish Judaism, bring Judaism to its former glory, and even to bigger glory than ever before post-Holocaust. The Lubavitch Rebbe, as the leader of Judaism post-Holocaust, raises the Jews to an unprecedented level of power and grandeur than the Jewish people have possibly ever seen before in the history of the world. And even the Rebbe was not just a simple rabbi. The Rebbe was an engineer. The Rebbe was like the architect of the modern state of Israel. The Rebbe, read the stuff of it. The Rebbe knew about weapons. Like Israeli officials came to the Rebbe, and the Rebbe talked to him straight about like physics and weapons and military strategy. So it wasn't just like the Talmud and Kabbalah. Like the Rebbe was telling like Israeli leaders like what type of weapons they should buy. But saying out of the ashes of World War II, God forbid, Jews are at the highest level of power we've ever been in the history of the world. Maybe like the glory of King Solomon, but to some extent. And now anti-Semitism is unprecedented. The amount of people globally rising up against the Jewish people is completely unprecedented. Like I was just saying earlier, 1 out of 5 Americans are anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists. Like you just think of like the tunnels, God forbid, where it's like, oh, like probably, like anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, like what they're doing, like God forbid, and then even like the world might charge Israel with genocide, and even looking at like, okay, like you could be pro-Israel or love the Jewish people, but even me, like I'm not sure that we might be committing genocide, and like I'm going to cover the war in a minute, but so it's not necessarily like just irrational Jew hatred; it's punishment for our bad behavior and sin. And God forbid, God forbid, God forbid, the Kabbalah talks about these boom bust cycles and the possibility that these boom bust cycles will continue, and we're on the precipice of the biggest bust in the history of the Jewish people. And this is actually what Rabbi Moshe Wolfson said. So like I'm just telling you what Rabbi Moshe Wolfson, anyone knows Rabbi Moshe Wolfson, this is what he says, this is what he teaches. Saying like we should repent. So with that, let me re-enter screen share. I'll mention some brief things about frame games in this stream with Richard Spencer that I was talking about, like Brundlefly and Christine Ruby. So Kristen Ruby, reporter on Fox News. I mean, she might only be like half Jewish or something, but yeah, like she's doing this investigative report into Mike Benz, and she's who used to be Frame Games Radio, who Doooovid interacted with Frame Games Radio, and Frame Games, that major stream with Brundlefly and Richard Spencer, was one of the first biggest streams that Doooovid had, kicking off my YouTube career. And Frame Games was on the Brundlecast multiple times. So they were like counter-Semites. So we had argued with some counter-Semites, but Frame Games was, I guess he's a half Jew from his father. So it turns out that he's only half Jewish from his father. But, he was kind of pro-Jewish, but was also alt-right conspiracist, and he was a non. And then it turns out that he was actually a big name, a Washington insider. So, just recently, Mike Benz was was with Vivek Ramaswamy. He's a major player in Republican politics. He was driving around in Washington, had a interview recently with Vivek Ramaswamy. He's been in spaces with Mario Nuffel. He's been in spaces with Elon Musk. He's testified in front of Congress. So, and he actually talks about these like CIA PSYOP organizations, or type PSYOP And we never talked about Chabad. Like he said, he was like a Reformed Jew, and was looking for his either he's seen with Charlie Kirk and Vivek Ramaswamy, and there was his recent interview with Vivek Ramaswamy, and so the space with Richard Spencer was talking about anonymity and the alt right. In the original alt right movement, um, Richard Spencer, I was telling Luke Ford, when Richard Spencer was supposed to come to University of Michigan, that was like the biggest thing in the country, the biggest protest movements I'd ever seen. University of Michigan walkouts, thousands of people walked out of classes, chanting, no Nazis, no KKK. Um, he went to Michigan State, and it was near riots, violence, state of emergency. Like even in this area, like a borderline state of emergency was called, and he moderated, changed. But when after Unite the Right, Charlottesville, there was this push for anti-immigration and America returning to being a white majority country under Trump, and people were scared that Trump felt like that. Trump did the Muslim ban. He was talking about, Mexicans building the wall. He was saying some things that could be interpreted to be anti-Semitic. And Richard Spencer was doing his college tour, and people were showing up like as whites that wanted to take their country back. And then you had the Unite the Right rally. God forbid, Heather Heyer, James Field, or past, God forbid. And then after that, you had the Christchurch shooting, based on the Great Replacement, and then the Tree of Life shooting. Um, but the concept of the Great Replacement, God forbid, and the demographic change and the conspiratorial role that Jews are playing in demographic change in the West, God bless Rune, was one of the main talking points of the alt right. It's like, okay, um, your whites are going to be a minority in the West, in America, and they have to do something about it. And Trump was like the last great hope to reverse the trend. And it didn't work out that way. So Frame Games was talking about demographic change, and if it was like a psyop, but he was like openly like he's Jewish, he went to school, he knew a whole bunch of things, he had insider information. He was talking about diversity, equity, inclusion back in 2016 before the George Floyd riots, and he was in the internet blood sports. He was talking to all the big names, and then he disappears. And then I guess so Mike Benz has his rise, where all of a sudden he's in Washington, he's gets a position in the Trump State Department, and then when Biden comes to power, he opens up his own think tank, and kind of behind the scenes, like whatever he was doing, until Elon Musk buys Twitter. And then when Elon Musk buys Twitter, all of a sudden Mike Benz is one of the biggest names in conservative politics as a thinker. I mean, he's not like a politician, but as a thinker, as a thought leader. And it's like, well, that's Frames Games. That's the guy like Doooovid. Even Doooovid had talked with him, online. He was on the Brundlecast. He was with Halsey, and the debates, and he was somewhat a defender of the Jews, although he said very controversial things, and he had talked about things like the Great Replacement. But he was like most of the people who are anonymous were largely because people were saying racist things that they didn't want to have their life ruined for. It's like after Unite the Right in Charlottesville, and they the mass doxing, and so you have a handful of people like Nicholas Fuentes, that become leaders of the dissident right. But a lot of the people just had their life ruined. They got doxxed, they got sued, they lost their jobs, they had a downward turn of events. And so people wanted to be anonymous, but people had racist sentiment where, God forbid, um, the polling, like, half of whites think that it's concerning that whites are going to become a minority. But it's like, okay, well, what are you going to do about it? And, can you make that push in the Republican Party? So even you have Vivek Ramaswamy, who's Indian, but still talks a little bit about demographic change. Not, the Great Replacement is a conspiracy, but demographic change. And, so like Frame Games in 2016 was warning about this before Christchurch, before the manifesto, God forbid, the Great Replacement became the manifesto. And that, saying not that Frame Games was not recommending violence. He was just talking about the greater dangers facing America. And he also had a lot of other insight. So there's two pushes. So this woman, reporter, who is investigating Frame Games, Mike Benz, she thinks there's a greater conspiracy that he's caught up with some sort of nefarious illegal activity involving like Elon Musk and censorship and Republican politicians. And she might even be conservative leaning, although it's not exactly clear to me what illegal activity that Mike Benz might be doing. And then also, she thinks that it should be more disqualifying. So like Mike Benz used to be Frame Games. He used to say these controversial things on the internet. And, here he is now hanging out with Vivek Ramaswamy, and he's, with Charlie Kirk, and he's this important person with Elon Musk and conservative politics. How is it possible that, it didn't ruin him? So you have like, Richard Spencer that, used to be buddies with Frame Games or, doing streams together. And, why hasn't it ruined Mike Benz this information? So there's a few different ways to look at it. One, from the mainstream media, that like, yeah, it would try to put it disqualifying, but in the new right, that it's just not disqualifying. Even the worst things that Frame Games said, even it could be attributed to him, is not disqualifying. This kind of like got you type thing, like, didn't you say this? And it's not even like, okay, like Frame Games, he was not like, he didn't say the N-word, he wasn't wearing blackface. He was talking about controversial ideas. He said some things that would be considered anti-Semitic, like about the Great Replacement. Maybe he talked a little bit about race realism and demographic change, but he wasn't like dropping the N-word. He wasn't sloppy in his speech. He was just talking about topics that are forbidden among the modern academic and politically correct. So in that respect, it could be that it's actually just not disqualifying. In the new like Twitter space of X and the Republican Party, like Vivek Ramaswamy, he doesn't care. If you got like, oh, Vivek Ramaswamy, Mike Benz used to be Frame Games, and he said this, and that Vivek Ramaswamy would be like, I don't care. Or, like Charlie Kirk, or even Donald Trump Jr., any of these people, any of this information, Elon Musk, Twitter Spaces, none of this would affect his career. That like all these people would still work with him anyways. That the mainstream media maybe even Fox News, the New York Times, MSNBC, local papers, they would run hit pieces and say like, oh, he's a horrible person, he should be canceled. But like actually in the modern day Republican Party of 2024 elections, that probably any of the Republican candidates would work together with Mike Benz. Probably even Nikki Haley. Like Nikki Haley, maybe Nikki Haley, but like probably even her. If Mike Benz and like he's not the type. He's not going to get behind Nikki Haley. I'm pretty sure he doesn't respect her for as a presidential candidate. But even Nikki Haley, like she would probably definitely like take his help if he got involved in her campaign. And then if they ran like a hit piece that, this guy Mike Benz used to be frame names and this is all like the horrible things that he said, I don't think it would hurt him that bad. Although they might run those stories. So there's the anonymity at the time. And so the space yesterday was really kind of, there's a few things. Like one thing, it shows the difference between 2016 and today. So like the Richard Spencer stream yesterday, it was like half anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Like even Richard Spencer, he was just like, yeah, the tunnels, probably sex trafficking. Like, God forbid, like, the Crown Heights Chabad, the tunnels, they were probably doing sex trafficking. And, like half the other stream was anti-Israel, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. And these are people now that are major alternative, ex-media names using their legal names and faces saying relatively straightforward counter-Semitic things. So in the alt-right in 2016, there were very few people that were using their real name and faces. Richard Spencer was just a handful of guys. Even like, Mike Enoch, people were using fake names. A lot of these people eventually got doxxed and we knew who they are. But there were only a handful of people that were using their real names and faces. Now, almost everyone's using their real name and faces. Like there's more Jews who are not using their real name and faces. So if you go on like a space today and you'll find like people defending Israel or Jews, and most of them are using like not using the real name or faces. And then you have large amounts of people saying, what in general parlance is like blatantly anti-Semitic things, using their real names and faces. And so, you can see the definite change over the last few years, the question of anonymity. And so anonymity as a certain form of protection, or, what Luke Ford, did my slideshow with the AMSI Amy of the dangers of the e-personality, especially the dangers of anonymity, and, echo chambers of people getting into toxic behavior, possibly like racism. I also think like Israel, to think, okay, like in America, there's been a bigger shift in Israel than there has been in America. Like now in Israel, you have, Ben Gvir and Smodrick and the Kahanists are in power, have ministries in the government. So you had, Steve Bannon was forced to resign. If Vivek Ramaswamy became president or any of these people, it's very unlikely they would put somebody as extreme as Ben Gvir or Smodrick in a government position. And even Steve Bannon under Trump was forced to resign. Stephen Miller weathered the storm. So like Stephen Miller said some pretty controversial things, stuff that could be widely interpreted to be racist, but weathered the storm. And I think he served out, the whole Trump administration. I'm not sure about that. But, Trump won the election again, that the possibility that he would weather the whole storm, and you would have such a strong. I don't think so. I mean, the multiculturalism is largely won in America. So even if you have Vivek Ramaswamy, um, things have changed. So I don't want to get too much into the politics, but I thought I'd just mention that in the Twitter space, and it's ironic now. Like Rundle, who the reality is that I still don't know who he is. Like we spoke, we streamed together. Um, we had quite a bit of success. Like he helped me build my channel. He booked me in these debates on the JQ with some of the biggest names in the world. Um, and so he might be back streaming regularly with Richard Spencer. And so we'll see if anything advances then, like Twitter Spaces, debates. I mean, God forbid, as mentioned with the Soul of Messiah or Moshe Wolfson, possible impending tragedy facing the Jewish people. The Jewish question, defending the Jewish people, understanding group conflict is more relevant now than ever. And it's unclear who's going to step up to defend the Jewish people. And it may not really be a question of defending the Jewish people. It could be just an intractable group conflict of interest, especially with the escalation of the war in Israel. So let's look at the war in Israel. And I mentioned the ICJ, and so the Wall Street Journal this week put out an article on, and I've mentioned this, but now they're openly putting it in. Is Israel planning still on carrying out an ethnic cleansing? Israel's being formally charged by genocide. Over 40 countries signed up and said they think Israel's committing genocide. The protests, people are openly using the words. Some days, hundreds of people are being killed, many of them women and children, and Israel is continuing extremely heavy-handed tactics of the war, and it could be Israel is going to do worse. So you think, okay, like I know a lot of Jews, and like Jews believe in Israel, and they might think there's no way Israel's actually doing this, but what is Israel actually doing, and how much do Jews actually know what Israel's doing? So like if you support Israel, you have family in Israel, you even have like a family that's serving the IDF, you don't really know the IDF's game plan. You don't really know what they're discussing at higher levels. And then you have these statements like the ICJ court to these statements that were considered genocidal of all the senior people in the Israeli administration, from President Herzog, Netanyahu, Gallant, mentioned like, okay, Ben Gvir and Smadrek, you could say, okay, they're relevant, but they're actually ministers. They're actually, from the top 20 ranking officials in all of Israel. So, just to completely dismiss what they say, to say, well, I don't agree with that, but say Ben Gvir says it. Ben Gvir is one of the top 20 ranking Israeli officials in the whole government, maybe even more than that. Smadrek, let alone like Yoav Gallant, who's basically in charge of the campaign, and saying, well, you might not think Israel would do that, but does you're not in charge. You're just like, I believe in Israel, I believe in the Jewish people, but you're not in charge. Yoav Gallant is. And what is he going to do? So let's look at this Wall Street Journal article. Israel plans risky mission to seize last Gaza border it doesn't control. Military operation along Gaza's southern border would be tricky, with Egypt on one side and 1 million displaced Palestinians concentrated on the other. Since it pulled out of the Gaza Strip nearly 2 decades ago, Israel's controlled all of Palestinia's enclave borders except one. Now it is pushing to retake control of southern frontier of Egypt. God forbid, these advertisements. You can't control. They just pop up these advertisements. Israel's leader, including Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, says Israel must have a grip on the border area, which the Israeli military calls the Philadelphia corridor, the block Hamas from smuggling weapons into the Strip. It is part of Israel's strategy to defeat the Palestinian militant group and to prevent a repeat of the October 7th attack on Israel that officials there say killed more than 1,200 people, many civilians. The Philadelphia corridor has to be in our hands. It has to be closed, Netanyahu said late last year. It's clear that any other arrangement won't guarantee the disarmament that we want. Israeli officials have informed Egypt that they're planning a military operation along the Gaza side of the border. Current and former Israeli officials and Egyptian officials said the operation would likely involve removing Palestinian officials from a key crossing point and stationing Israeli forces along a stretch of land from Gaza's southeastern corner, abutting both Israel and Egypt toward the Mediterranean Sea, about 8 miles to the northwest, the official said. For Israel, reclaiming the border region would strike a strategic blow against Hamas. It would allow Israel to block Hamas's tunnels in the area, to limit the flow of weapons, to prevent its militants from escaping the Gaza Strip, and remove any control the group has over the crossing point. For Palestinians, it would roll back a symbol of Palestinian sovereignty. It could also open the door to Israel maintaining longer-term control over the border after the war, altering a security arrangement with Gaza that existed for nearly 2 decades. There is no chance we will allow this crossing to operate as it did before, said Michael Milstein, a former head of the Department for Palestinian Affairs in Israel Military Intelligence. But it is a very, very complicated situation, more so than at sites in northern and central Gaza, where Israeli ground troops have so far operated, he said. Egypt is concerned that an Israeli operation could infringe on the terms of the 1979 peace treaty between the two countries, which places limits on the number of troops both nations can place near the borders in the area. An Israeli military operation also risks accidentally doing damage inside Egyptian territory. Israeli officials say they're working to address these concerns by coordinating their plans for an incursion on the Gaza side with Egypt. So you can see on the map, basically, Israel plans on completely eliminating Hamas, doing the bombing campaign, forcing all the citizens to leave all of Gaza, including Rafah, including right up to the border in Egypt. So right now, Israel is still doing the campaign in Khan Yunis, and basically saying Israel, after they're done with Khan Yunis, they're going to go for Rafah too. Egypt in recent days rejected an Israeli proposal that would involve stationing Israeli security personnel on the Egyptian side of the border for joint patrols with Egypt, saying it would breach Egyptian sovereignty. Egypt has told Israel it is bolstering the physical barriers on the side of the border and installing more watchtowers and surveillance cameras, but it won't share surveillance feeds with Israel, Egyptian officials said. Israeli leaders haven't given a final go-ahead for an operation along the border, and the timing of any operation will depend on negotiations with the Egyptian government, which is trying to broker a new agreement to free Israeli hostages held by Hamas in return for the release of Palestinian prisoners in the ceasefire in Gaza. An offensive in the area will be complicated militarily due to the presence of more than 1 million Palestinian civilians who have fled the rest of the Strip and have concentrated in the area. Most of them are packed into the city of Rafah, adjacent to the border, or camping in areas along the boundary. Even a limited military operation to occupy a stretch of land for a few hundred yards would require Israeli forces to push through Rafah city, which straddles the border, and areas which are the displaced people have gathered in tent camps. Security analysts are concerned that such an operation would deepen the humanitarian crisis. More than 23,000 people have been killed since the war began, mainly women and children. According to Palestinian health officials, the numbers don't distinguish between soldiers and civilians. In response to questions about plans for military operations in Rafah, an Israeli military spokesperson said the army will strike Hamas wherever necessary, but declined to comment further on operational planning. Israeli military officials have said they would avoid large-scale clearing operation in Rafah like the one they carried out in northern Gaza. When Israel withdrew its soldiers and settlers from Gaza in 2005, it maintained control of Gaza's airspace, territorial waters, in most of its border crossings, except for the one at Rafah. It relinquished control of the border crossing to Egypt, the Palestinian Authority, and a European Union monitoring mission. The EU monitors left when Hamas seized control of Gaza in 2007, though Israel retained some influence over the border crossing by maintaining close security cooperation with Egypt. Since Hamas' October 7th attack, Israel has played a greater role in vetting the entry of people and goods through the Rafah crossing, including approving the contents of aid trucks entering Gaza, but Israeli officials say they need greater oversight. They say Egypt hasn't sufficiently clamped down on this group's ability to move people and some weapons across the border, either using smuggler routes or via the border crossing. Israel does not want to be responsible for Gaza in the long term, but the question of how to make sure that Gaza stays demilitarized, said a senior military official, it's a real dilemma. The only way to control the geographic area is to control what's going in and out. Right now, in the near term, in the next few decades, Israel needs to control the border because of the security issues, said the official. Israel says its military and intelligence services maintain tight control over the border area using diplomatic and security channels. Egypt has been pushing back on Israel's plan in hopes that Israel will back down, Egyptian officials said. Some Israeli analysis and officials say removing Palestinian control over the Rafah border crossing is an essential part of Israel's vision for the future of Gaza, in which an unarmed Palestinian entity with limited powers would replace Hamas and take charge of the enclave's civil affairs. An Israeli military plan under consideration by the government calls for Palestinian clan and family leaders to form local ruling authorities. According to Israeli officials, some Israeli officials envision a regional or international security force eventually moving into Gaza, but no country has committed troops to such a force. An American proposal, which faces opposition in the Israeli government, calls for the West Bank-based Palestinian Authority to take control. An Egyptian plan calls for the formation of a new Palestinian government that would include Hamas, an outcome that Israel also says it won't accept. The Rafah border has been at the heart of tensions between Israel, the Palestinians, and Egypt for decades. In 2003 and 4, Israel demolished hundreds of Palestinian homes along the borderline, in which it said was an effort to clamp down smuggling and militant activity. After Israel withdrew from Gaza in 2005 and Hamas took control, 2 years later, tunnels underneath the Gaza-Egyptian border became the economic lifeblood of Gaza, with smugglers bringing everything from cars to weapons and deliveries of fast food from Egypt. In recent years, the Egyptian military operation aimed at stamping out the Islamic State, along with an underground wall Egypt installed underneath its border with Gaza, curtailed the use of those tunnels, according to Israeli and Egyptian officials. But Israeli officials say Egypt hasn't completely cut off Hamas access to weapons, including some that they allege have come on the vehicles via the official Rafah border crossing. Security analysts say that sustained Israeli military presence in Gaza, including along the Rafah border, risks a repeat of past Palestinian uprisings and armed insurrection. Will Gazans accept that? Said Tahini Mustafa, senior Palestinian analyst at the International Crisis Group, especially when you're talking about a population that is pretty much everything lost at this point and has nothing to lose. Okay, so that was the big article in the Wall Street Journal. And let's look at this one. David Horowitz in the New York Times, in the Jerusalem Times of Israel, and just to get a feel for what's likely to happen. And I'll give some final closing thoughts, and then we'll read some research papers. Our government and essentially ally utterly at odds on how to safeguard our future. Just when the stakes are highest amid a grueling, immensely costly war, Blinken makes plans the most fundamental difference between the two leaderships. Almost 100 days after the horrors of October 7th, almost 100 days into Israel's consequent effort to dismantle Hamas, the war is proving as hard, bloody, and complex as many had feared, and the context in which it is being fought more alarming than most had predicted. Losses on the IDF are mounting inexorably, tearing down at Israel's soul, even as troops themselves exude unity and fierce determination to dismantle the terrorist army that slaughtered our people in their home and communities. The death of 6 soldiers Monday, when IDF tank fire at an enemy target inadvertently detonated explosives primed to destroy Hamas tunnel, was only the latest in a long stream of terrible incidents of self-inflicted harm a near inevitable consequence of this kind of urban warfare, but the kind of tragic loss that only exasperates the pain. Half of Hamas's 24 battalions are no longer functional, we are told, and perhaps a third of its gunmen have been killed, but the fight in Khan Yunis, where many believe Yahya Sinwar and his Hamas leadership colleagues are hiding out, reportedly surrounded by some of the hostages, would seem to have hardly begun, and it is not clear how Israel plans to tackle Hamas in densely populated Rafah at the foot of the Strip, or how it is coordinating with Egypt, if at all, to prevent Hamas leaders fleeing Gaza and potentially taking the hostages with them, and to stop Hamas rearing through the border via tunnels and otherwise. Rearming. The IDF and its political commanders keep saying that the war will go on throughout 2024 at varying levels of intensity and with varying levels of ground force development. Almost the entire international community and most world public opinion has been calling for a ceasefire from the very start of the Israeli response. Thursday sees the launch of South Africa's driven bid, bolstered by the spectacular damaging remarks of numerous members of the Israeli government, to have the International Court of Justice start the process of seeking to impose one. And only the United States continues to block the ceasefire pressure, while also providing Israel with the practical means, that is the weaponry, to continue the campaign. Allies at odds. But the U.S. is not providing Israel with carte blanche. On his trip here just a few days after Hamas's October 7th massacre, with the full savagery of the terrorist exultant Jew-killing atrocities yet to be widely understood, U.S. President Joe Biden vowed to stand by Israel forever and to do everything in our power to make sure it would again be a safe place for the Jewish people. In that same October 18th speech, however, Biden also implored Israel to not be consumed by the rage it felt. Israel's wartime decisions, like all wartime decisions, he cautioned, would require careful deliberation, hard questions, clarity about the objectives, and an honest assessment about whether the path you're on will achieve those objectives. Facing hecklers in a church on Monday who demanded a ceasefire now, Biden, unscripted, responded, "I've been quietly working with the Israeli government to get them to reduce and significantly get out of Gaza. Only he knows precisely what he meant by that ambivalent construction, but it was certainly not a ringing endorsement of the nature of the ongoing IDF campaign." Biden has made plain his heartfelt support for Israel on innumerable occasions, and made plain too, almost as often, his differences with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. As he said at a campaign event at the White House last month, "Bibi and I talk a lot. I've known him for 50 years. Some of you know he has a picture on his desk where I wrote, 'Bibi, I love you, but I don't agree with a damn thing you have to say.' That remains to be the case. He is a good friend, but I think he has to change. And with this government, the government in Israel is making it very difficult for him to move." As his Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, indicated fairly clearly during his Tel Aviv press conference on Tuesday night, the administration's patience with Israel's leadership is running low, and its conviction that the hardline coalition is mishandling the war and harming Israel's long-term interest is deepening. As has been done publicly on previous visits, Blinken asserted that the IDF has been causing unnecessary high civilian casualties, even as he acknowledged the challenge of fighting a terrorist army that hides behind non-combatants and fires from mosques and schools. The daily toll on civilians in Gaza, particularly on children, is far too high, Blinken said, while the Secretary of State Department quoted him telling Netanyahu in their meeting earlier to avoid further civilian harm, a requirement which, if followed, would mean Israel could not actually fight the war at all. Still, Blinken assessed that Israel has achieved significant progress towards what he called its fundamental objective of ensuring that October 7th cannot be repeated, and having reportedly told Israel leaders during a late November visit that Israel likely does not have months to complete the military campaign, he gave no indication that the U.S. was setting timelines or a deadline for the war. On issue after issue, however, Blinken set out positions deeply and sometimes fundamentally at odds with those of Netanyahu and or many of his ministers. He all but accused the government of theft in failing to transfer the Palestinian Authority the full tax revenues Israel collects on the PA's behalf, monies that Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich refuses to hand over, in part because the PA's payment to terrorists and their families. These are their revenues. Blinken told the PA they should have them. Where Netanyahu insistently lumps the PA together with Hamas as enemies of Israel committed to its destruction, the Secretary hailed the PA security forces for their work in trying to keep the peace, security, and stability in the West Bank. Sometimes that's profoundly in Israel's interest. While the Israeli foreign minister has reportedly drawn up a plan aimed at pushing the UN's Relief and Works Agency out of Gaza because of its hostility to Israel and alleged cooperation with Hamas, Blinken talked up the UN's indispensable role in addressing the immense humanitarian needs in Gaza and added pointedly there is simply no alternative. During his meetings, Blinken said he has reached an agreement with his Israeli host for the UN to carry out an assessment mission to northern Gaza to determine what needs to be done to allow displaced Palestinians to return safely to homes in the north. One can imagine how reluctant Netanyahu would have been to sanction such a mission and well understand why the two men opted not to issue joint public statements and why the PMO did not even provide a readout of their talks. He's also sought to constrain at least some in the coalition by explicitly rejecting any advocacy for resettling Gazans outside of the Strip and said Netanyahu stresses that it is not Israeli policy, and he spoke of working with Israel to find a diplomatic solution that avoids escalation in the north and thus trying to finesse those in the Israeli leadership who advocate a potent military offensive against Hezbollah. Most fundamentally, however, Blinken detailed at length what amounts to the Biden administration's strategy for Israel's long-term survival, and it stands in utter contrast to the Netanyahu approach. The prime minister adamantly opposed Israel's statehood and had until October 6th claimed vindication for a strategy of normalizing relations with nations in the region, with the assertion that this would ultimately compel the Palestinians to realize that they were being left behind, lower their demands, and enable an accommodation. Blinken declared his and the U.S. government's unequivocal conviction that this could not work and manifest has not worked. It is worth quoting the passage of his prepared remarks at length because it is so definite a position and so contrary to the stance of Israel's governing coalition and its prime minister. Finally, we continue to discuss how to build a more durable peace and security for Israel within the region. As I told the prime minister, every partner that I met with on this trip said that they're ready to support a lasting solution that ends the long-running cycle of violence and ensures Israel's security, but they underscored that this can only come through a regional approach that includes a pathway to a Palestinian state, said Blinken. These goals are attainable, but only if they're pursued together. This crisis has clarified you can't have one without the other, and you can't achieve either goal without an integrated regional approach. To make this possible, Israel must be a partner to Palestinian leaders who are willing to lead their people in living side by side in peace with Israel as a neighbor. And Israel must stop taking steps that undercut Palestinians' ability to govern themselves effectively. Those extreme differences of approach between Israel's hardest-line government ever and the U.S. administration, whose diplomatic and practical support are essential to Israel's capacity to dismantle Hamas, are now exposed in full public view, and they seem utterly unreconcilable, precisely as Blinken said, when the stakes are highest when the choices matter the most. For Blinken, this crisis has clarified that there can be no peace and security for Israel without a Palestinian diplomatic horizon and eventual Palestinian statehood. For Netanyahu and his government, it has demonstrated the absolute opposite, that Palestinian hostility to Israel is absolute, insatiable, and even more monstrous than it had conceived. Much of the international community would appear to be indifferent or worse to Israel's need for peace and security, and much of the Israeli public, while alienated from the government, is probably as far away as it has ever been from a willingness to partner with Palestinians. Okay, so just a little update on what's going on in Israel. So I'll just give a few final words and then we'll look at some articles and some research. So, yeah, God forbid, Israel is facing extreme international pressure to end the war on Gaza. However, Israel's created a mess where it really has put itself in a situation where Israel is almost certainly going to be stuck in Gaza in an endless war, possibly for years. And also the United States, where Israel is clearly clearly dragging the United States, bombing the Houthis into unnecessary wars that are going to be extremely unpopular among Americans. The American support for the war in Gaza, the genocide case, the huge amount of civilian casualties that America had been hoping basically to pull the plug on the war in Gaza already, that Israel could stretch it out to the end of January in what they had hoped probably was that they would be able to completely demilitarize most of the Hamas infrastructure, and that meant Khan Yunis and Rafah. But it's saying that it's going slower than Israel had hoped, and they still have a lot of work to do in northern Gaza. They're still firing rockets into Israel regularly. Khan Yunis is going very slowly. Israel's taking casualties, and the likelihood that Israel is going to be able to finish up in Khan Yunis and then continue through Rafah and take over the border crossing before the U.S. pulls the plug is looking unlikely. So, and also the minor escalation with Hezbollah. So will Israel, will the U.S. pull the plug and Israel just continue to do operations like the hide and seek stuff I talked about the last times in the areas it's cleared out in northern Gaza and Khan Yunis, and have this horrible refugee crisis, and still could be a mass casualty event just by the continued hide and seek, by keeping the near 2 million people in horrible refugee condition while they continue these operations for who knows how long? Or will Israel just say, go for it? They don't care about the genocide trial. They don't care about waning American support. They don't care about the world turning against Israel. And Israel's going to try to completely go through Khan Yunis and then take over the border crossing of Rafah, no matter what the international response, no matter what the American response is. And God forbid, it could be that, so if you're just a Jew who supports Israel and has trust in your government, you have no idea what Israel's going to do. So, and you really have no power over it. Even if you're in the IDF right now, you don't have any power over, there's the huge protests against Netanyahu and to bring the hostages home, but there wasn't like an end the war. So how they plan on bringing the hostages home, and Israel doesn't really have a good plan. So were they going to completely take over Khan Yunis and Rafah? And what if the hostages, they still haven't found them? The hostages could be anywhere. Saying like even northern Gaza, they really haven't taken control of even northern Gaza. All they've done is bomb the hell out of them. But the majority of northern Gaza, IDF forces still haven't even entered many of the areas that Hamas controls, let alone Khan Yunis, and then eventually Rafah. So even if Israel goes against the IJC, the ICJ, the U.S., international pressure, and completely goes for Khan Yunis and Rafah, if the hostage, when they still don't get the hostages, so are they going to keep at the war till they get the hostages back? Or, the deal that Sinwar said, pull out of Gaza completely and we'll return the hostages. But Israel, that's the one thing Israel's not willing to do. Israel's not willing to do a ceasefire and let Hamas take control back over of Gaza in return for the hostages. So Israel's basically saying the leaders of Hamas have to be killed. Hamas cannot be anymore, and they want the hostages back. And the likelihood that they're going to get all of those is becoming less and less. And how many people is Israel willing to kill? Could this still turn? Okay, they're charging Israel with genocide at this point. Only 23,000 people confirmed killed, it could be more like 30,000, even if 25,000, right now, God forbid if it's 25,000 civilians have been killed in this war. You want to call that genocide? Is it possible that if Israel continues the campaign over the year, that is going to get up to 100,000? And when does it become genocide? If 100,000 civilians have died from the war activities in Gaza, is Israel going to defend it? Are they going to blame it on Hamas and say, well, 100,000 people were killed by Israel's military activity, but it's Hamas's fault? The world doesn't think so. And America getting dragged into the war with, trying to keep the pressure off of Hezbollah, dragged into the war with the Houthis. Basically, most people in the U.S. and the world are perceiving it as America being dragged into the war for Israel. The only reason why the Houthis are targeting shipping is to try to stop the war in Gaza, which Israel insists on continuing. And that's forcing the Americans to declare war on Houthis, that no one in America wants to go to war with Yemen. I mean, there might be some element, but this could be the disaster facing the Jewish people, is saying, well, it's basically based off our actions. Like, you can't kill tens of thousands of people and get away with it. You can't drag the United States into an unnecessary war with another nation and get away with it. People are going to turn against the Jewish people. But then, like, Israel, what's Israel going to do? How are they going to extract themselves from this mess? And so, yeah, I mean, Israel could have just taken the hit. Like October 7th, Israel could have just did the military operation to get Hamas back outside of Israeli territory, not done any bombings. If Hamas continued with the rocket attacks, just used Iron Dome, and then the world would have generally been on the favor of Israel, and Israel could have tried to negotiate a two-state, confederate, one-state solution or whatever. But Israel immediately decided to bomb, do a ground invasion, and now it's basically past the point of no return. Israel now at this point can't really get out of the war that it started, and God forbid, might be more likely to actually commit genocide than to pull out of the war. And this is just a complete disaster that there's no good way out. And like, okay, Doooovid leads anti-Zionist, but even if you're a strong Zionist in support of Israel, you have to honestly be looking at this. What's the end game here? And the end game, if you're saying, is basically how is the end game anything other than genocide? If you say, well, we're going to keep on waging war until Hamas surrenders, but Hamas doesn't appear to be surrendering. So how many people is Israel going to be willing to kill to try to eliminate Hamas? And isn't even a potential top. So say Israel says, okay, well, they don't have a choice. You have to keep on killing and waging the war until Hamas is gone, even if it's 100,000, even if it's 200,000. But say Israel carries out the war for another year, and a year from now, there's 100,000 plus dead, and this huge refugee crisis and horrible situation, and Hamas is still fighting. Like, what then? So just like this kind of hope without a strategy. So this like presumed competence that I believe that Israel's competent and it knows what it's doing, even though almost clearly Israel's not competent and doesn't know what it's doing. And then you're going to trust what's clearly an incompetent force to wage a war that's already killed tens of thousands of people, to kill tens of thousands of more people. And when you see how the world is turning against the Jewish people, and you say, well, this is just a disaster, and it's tough to see. So like, I'm just looking at like this is gonna be a catastrophe. I don't see any way out of it. And unfortunately, even if the ICJ rules against the Jewish people, rules against Israel, even if America turns against Israel, Israel still might do it. They still might carry out, God forbid, I mean, if the word, genocide doesn't matter, it's just the word, some word for just mass killing, um, tens of thousands, God forbid, hundreds of thousands of people. Why should someone believe that Israel's not about to kill hundreds of thousands of people? So it's just like, trust me, like I'm a Jew, I know Jews, they're good people. I know Israelis, they're good people. They wouldn't kill hundreds of thousands of people. But I mean, certainly there's reason to be skeptical in that even I'm skeptical. And it's saying, I'm not sure, like maybe Israel is going to kill hundreds of thousands of people. I don't know. I don't hear a sane, rational voice to say that they're not, that's going to give a plan that's explaining how this is going to end in any way that's not going to end up killing hundreds of thousands of people. And even that, like just the assumption that Israel's going to win. I don't even know if Israel's going to win this. Israel, like I've talked about in past weeks, that Israel could just be depleting its good graces of the supporting country. It's going to run through their weapons. And once it runs through their weapons, then Israel will be ripe for its own destruction. Israel will have caused its own destruction. So, this is horrible. This disaster. I keep on covering it. I try to keep on talking to people. I'm reading all the material. I'm spending hours every day reading and watching programs, and no one has any answers. I mean, like I know my Jewish brethren, my pro-Israel Zionist brethren, they basically just have hope and trust. They hope and trust in Israel. If they're Zionist or Orthodox, most of them have no idea what's going on in Gaza. They just have hope and trust. But they have no idea what's going on in Gaza. Say my local Zionist rabbis, my local Israeli friends, even Israelis, like on social media, have no idea what's going on in Gaza. It's just hope and trust that they believe in Israel. But if it's like factually, do they actually know what's going on the ground? No. Do they know how this is going to end? No. They just believe in Israel. They trust and hope in Israel, and they feel that Jews are good people, and there's no way we would commit genocide. This is ridiculous. And even if they accept the facts that possibly tens of thousands of civilians have been killed and 2 million people are in horrible refugee status, if they just blame it on Hamas, like, well, what would you do? What would you do? Like, they attacked, I said, Israel could have done nothing. And even as of now, I don't think Israel's in a better situation at all. Any safer. Israel, after October 7th, within a week, they had basically got control back of Israel. And yeah, there were rockets raining down but the vast majority of the rockets, after October 7th, if in a week they had just resealed Gaza and they just used the Iron Dome for the rockets, maybe there would have been a handful of casualties or buildings destroyed in Israel, maybe a few targeted airstrikes at clearly facilities that are being used for rockets, or a few incursion battles at like fields that were clearly being used to launch rockets from. But Israel did not have to kill any Palestinian civilians. Israel did not have to bomb. Saying Israel, October 8th, they already dropped hundreds of bombs. They already killed hundreds of people immediately. Within a week, they had basically evened the casualty toll through its bombing, and saying like, well, what you have done? I would not have dropped a single bomb on Gaza, and I don't think it helped Israel one bit. 3 months of this bombing, the ground invasion, tens of thousands of dead. I don't think it's helped Israel one bit. And saying, well, what would you have done? They could have tried to negotiate international pressure, and they could have just taken the hit. God forbid. God forbid October 7th was horrible, but they didn't have to seek revenge. They could have taken the hit and said, okay, God forbid this occupation has to stop. They have to do the two-state solution. They have to negotiate. The world would have definitely been leaning pro-Israel, and the bombing arguably didn't help Israel one bit. But so this question, you're just like, well, what, like people like, well, we had to have done something. Like, no, you didn't have to have done something. You didn't have to bomb Gaza. Israel did not have to drop a single bomb on Gaza, and you could question whether it has helped one bit that it did not make one Israeli safer. It did not cause one single less Israeli casualty, all the bombs that were dropped on Gaza. There was no plan. There was no strategy. All it did was kill mostly innocent people. So like that perspective, what would you have done? I certainly would not have dropped bombs all over Gaza. But we did. It's 100 days into the war, and we've dropped thousands of bombs. We've killed tens of thousands of people. We've displaced 2 million people, and it looks like we're going to keep at it. And there's no end game. There's no plan. And Zionist, Orthodox Jews, pro-Israel people just have this blind trust and hope that Israel knows what it's doing, when clearly they don't. And God forbid it's just a disaster. And things like, like the rising anti-Semitism, they're saying like the at this point, the mass protest of people rising up against the Jews is bigger than any point in world history. There was never a point in world history, like you think Nazi Germany, where you had these mass rallies. Very few of those had more than 100,000 people. And there were only a few of those. And now that there's multiple cities all around the world where hundreds of thousands of people are rising up against the Jews every single week. And it's not just random, it's in response to what we're doing in Gaza. And like, God forbid, the worst may be ahead of us. Is okay, people trust Israel, people believe in Israel, but the decision is largely in a handful of people, like Netanyahu, Gallant, his ministers. Yes, Ben Gvir, Smodrik, the terms like Smodrik giving the money to the Palestinians, his decision. Ben Gvir controls the internal Israeli police. Yoav Gallant is in charge of the operation. It's his decision. If he decides they're going to do it, it doesn't matter who you know in Israel, or that your kid's in the IDF, and they may decide to go forward and do worse damage than we've done already. The death toll may become hundreds of thousands of people. Israel could expand the war. Yoav Gallant has consistently warned that they will copy and paste the same thing into Lebanon that they're doing in Gaza. And it's saying like, no, they didn't have to drop a single bomb in Gaza. And like, I haven't heard any convincing argument how dropping a single bomb in Gaza even helped them. But yet, Gallant, who's in charge of the operation, is saying that very likely they're going to do the same thing in Lebanon. And that they may risk going to war with Egypt to take over the Rafah crossing. Despite being formally charged with genocide already So this is just a disaster, and it's sad because I don't see a way out of this. I don't see how Israel has any good end to this. And Israel's almost locked itself in that however much Israel has done already, God forbid, it might do worse. So very scary, very unfortunate, and very demoralizing. I have no power over it. You're like, the leaders of my local Jewish organization, rabbis, they have no power over it. Most Israelis have no power over it. It's saying reality is most Israelis want Israel to do more. Most Israelis want Israel to go even harder at Hamas than it's going so hard. Probably a lot of, despite the ICJ genocide case, despite the mass protest all over the world, most organized Jews, Zionist, Orthodox Jews, they want Israel to do more, not to stop. Doooovid's a dissident, and just what I'm saying right now, I have lost the respect of most of the Jewish people just by saying what I'm saying right now. A lot of people would say, Doovovid, you're a traitor to the Jewish people just by saying what I'm saying. Because I don't trust, I don't believe, I don't think Israel knows what they're doing. I don't think this is going to end well. Even though I have no power, I'm just saying my opinion to a handful of people that watch me. Thank God 20 people watch me. God bless. I feel obligated to try to do something, at least speak out, minor influence, just voice my opinion. This is how I feel, give my arguments, even if my detractors, my haters, the people who disagree, the links on the chat, any one of you could have clicked on the link and expressed to me why you think I'm wrong. Okay, so life goes on. So I don't have any power. I'm just following this. I'm spending hours every day following it, worrying about it, and I have no power over what's going on there. At most, I could voice my opinion to a handful of people, and so I did that. I spent a few hours on that. I spent over 3 hours this week, week after week, and I appreciate all the people tuning in, even though Mr. Boston, you're the only one in the chat, but okay, so let's talk a little bit about science. So this paper came out last week, but it just started making the rounds this week, and a lot of people are talking about it. The Thousands of AI Authors and the Future of AI survey, released January 5th. In the largest survey of its kind, we surveyed 2,778 researchers who had published in their top-tier artificial intelligence venues, asking for their predictions on the pace of AI progress and the nature and impacts of advanced AI systems. The aggregate forecast gives at least 50% chance of AI systems achieving several milestones by 2028, including autonomously constructing a payment processing site from scratch, creating a song indistinguishable from a new song by a popular musician, and autonomously downloading and fine-tuning a large language model. If science continues undisrupted, the chance of unaided machines outperforming humans in every possible task was estimated at 10% by 2027 and 50% by 2047. That is, the chance of unaided machines outperforming humans in every possible task was estimated at 10% by 2027, 50% by 2047. The latter estimates is 13 years earlier than reached in a similar survey we conducted 1 year earlier. However, the chance of all human occupations becoming fully automatable was forecasted to reach 10% by 2037 and 50% as late as 2016, compared to 2164 in the 2022 survey. Most respondents expressed substantial uncertainty about the long-term value of AI progress, though 68.3% thought good outcomes from superhuman AI are more likely than bad. All these net optimists, 48% gave at least 5% chance of extremely bad outcomes such as human extinction, and 59% of net pessimists gave 5% or more to extremely good outcomes. Between 37.8% and 51.4% of respondents gave at least a 10% chance to advanced AI leading to outcomes as bad as human extinction. More than half suggested that substantial or extreme concern is warranted about 6 different AI scenarios, including spread of false information, authoritarian population control, and worsened inequality. There was disagreement about whether faster or slower AI programs would be better for the future of humanity. However, there was broad agreement that research aimed at minimizing potential risk from AI systems ought to be prioritized more. Okay, so this is kind of long, so let's just look at some of the surveys. So it said there are over 2,000 AI professionals, and they asked them full automation of labor of human jobs, and I guess you have from the early to far and the mean. So here was the 2116 that all human jobs will be automated by AI research. So the thing is surgeon or surgery, people are predicting will be automated by 2050. Other things like publishable math theorems, install wiring in a house, replicable machine learning paper, truck driver, equations governing virtual worlds, that most of those expecting in the next decade or so. And you hear things like retail salesperson, that's still the 22nd century, 5-kilometer city race as a bipedal robot, superhuman robots, still predicting that one close to 2100. Assemble Lego given instructions, that's still very far off. New York Times best-selling fiction, that one could be in the late part of this century. Sorting song lists, and some of these things could happen very, very, like a good high school history essay could happen anytime. World Series of Poker, maybe next decades. Here you see the difference between the 2022 survey and the 2023 survey. So the full automation of all human jobs was put ahead of schedule by 50 years in the last year. From the year before, people were guessing 2160s to 2116. Research, machine intelligence, almost universally in the last year, people have vastly increased their estimate for how quickly, so something like a New York Times best-selling fiction, people were saying by 2200, now the mean is by 2075, things like a retail salesperson or various things, all of these things, almost all of the things in the last year, people have suggested will happen significantly quicker. So distribution from the blues, the 2022 aggregate forecast, as opposed to the green. So you see the probability for the likelihood of these things, what year they're going to happen. Most respondents indicated that the pace of progress in their area of AI increased between the first and second half of their time in the field. Participants were asked whether the second half of the time they had spent working in their area of AI saw more progress than the first. And so here you see that AI is rapidly increasing, much faster than people expected. People expecting exponentially faster growth in AI in the next 5 years. So some, that's saying exponentially quicker AI growth. Here, just likelihood, thousands of authors, where the darker is very likely, can talk like an expert human on most topics. Um, in the very near future, here by 2043, so over half of people very likely find unexpected ways to achieve goals. Vast majority think very likely to occur in the next few decades, as we're take actions to obtain power. Most people think that's unlikely in the next few decades. Can be trusted to accurately explain their actions. That also think is unlikely in the next few decades. Make design improvements, increase their own performance. People also think that that's also unlikely that AI will self-design performance enhancements in the near future. Um, have goals not aligned with human goals. So they're in the next few decades that it's pretty evenly divided of people that think it's likely that AI in the next few decades will start to have goals that are not aligned with human goals, or sometimes deceive humans into achieving goal without this being intended. And then the question, can be jailbroken to follow legal commands? Most people think that that's likely to occur in the near future, or possibly already is the case. The likelihood to explain their own decisions. So most people don't think that AI is very on the verge of being able to explain itself in its own decision-making processes. Here, the red is extremely concerned. So the biggest concern, the top one, makes it easy to spread false information. Um, Systems manipulate large-scale public opinion trends. Authoritarian rulers use AI to control their population. AI systems worsen economic inequality by disproportionately benefiting certain individuals. AI lets dangerous groups make powerful tools like engineered viruses, God forbid. Bias in AI system makes unjust situation worse. Learn to discriminate by gender or race in hiring processes. So all of these things, people are relatively large concerns. Although things like labor, automating all labor is still a lesser concern. So I'm not going to be able to go through all of these, but people could check the link. They're all somewhat interesting, related to. Okay, so these were the probability of 10% or higher. That almost 40% said that AI could cause something that could lead to a human level extinction event. So it was like about 4%. So if you look at like 40% of people said 10% chance. So if you look at like already people are saying 4% chance that AI could lead to the extinction of all humans. God forbid. 4 or 5% of AI researchers basically saying that yes, God forbid, AI could cause the extinction of the human race. Um, you see at the bottom much more. This is for AI safety. So people are definitely more concerned in the last year or two with AI safety than they were previously. Okay, there's the alignment problem. Okay, so here's demographics for how soon will high-level machine intelligence be feasible. So you could say Asians thought it was a little bit more likely than other groups. So the only outlier there were Asians, who had a little bit more trust in AI than other groups, although not a huge outlier. Um, the question about possibly very good things coming from AI. So although a significant amount of people thought that AI could even lead to the complete extinction of the human race, that the majority of AI researchers actually are optimistic that AI could lead to improvements for the human race. Concern for AI safety. Okay, so it was a pretty interesting paper. I thought I'd share that. And, just these are regular AI workers and survey of AI researchers. Okay, so let's look at a few papers. I haven't talked about this topic for a while, but I want to circle back to monism. I'm going to get more into the science of expertise and cognitive architectures and talent, genetic, multifaceted models, multifactorial models of talent and expertise, including genetics. And I also want to do a complete overview of theories of mind and cognitive architectures. And, I canceled because Stephen James, we were going to stream on Thursday and I was going to do my philosophy of science on Wednesday. And then he contacted me and wanted to switch. So I canceled my philosophy of science because I streamed with Stephen on Wednesday. But this next Wednesday, hopefully I'll continue my philosophy of science series. And I got just 2 more and then I'll go to metaphysics. So I have a whole bunch of things, but I haven't talked much about quantum mind for a while. But at one point, I also plan on doing a complete overview of theories of mind, cognitive architectures. So I've had these articles for a while, and I was just looking, what should I read today? So this one looked pretty interesting. Entangling the social comments on Alexander Wendt, quantum mind, and social science. And Alexander Wendt from Ohio State University is a constructivist. American Political Science, the Core of Social Constructivism, International Relations at Ohio State University. This is by Daniel Little, and it's from University of Michigan, Dearborn. So some local scholarship. Alexander Wendt suggests that an emerging field of research on quantum consciousness may have important implications for our understanding of the social world as well. He wants us to consider that the operations of the brain are not classical, but rather quantum mechanical, and that this sheds light on the social worker as well. This article casts doubt on these claims. First, the idea of panpsychism. All physical things possess features of consciousness is implausible on its face. Second, the findings of quantum decision theory are much more limited than Wendt recognizes. Third, the biological quantum effects currently subject to investigation are limited in their application to brains and persons by unavoidable limit of time and space scale on quantum effects. The brain as quantum computer or brain as wave function theory is very implausible given current knowledge. So just the overview of things related to quantum mind and sociology, somewhat related to some of the things I'm talking about. And one of the areas that is interesting to me in general, Alexander Wendt takes a provocative step in quantum mind and social science, unifying physical and social ontology, 2015, by proposing that quantum mechanics plays a role in all levels of human and social world, as well as all life. And he doesn't mean in the trivial sense that all nature is constituted by quantum mechanical micro-realities or on-realities. Instead, he means that we need to treat human beings and social structures as quantum mechanical wave functions. He wants to see whether some of the peculiarities of social and individual phenomenon might be explained on the hypothesis that mental phenomenon are deeply and actively quantum phenomenon. This is a very large pill to swallow, since much considered judgment across the science concurs that the microscopic world, billiard balls, viruses, neurons, are on a physical and temporal scale, while quantum effects have undergone decoherence and behave as strictly classical entities. Wendt's work rests upon a small but active body of scholarship in physics, the neurosciences, and philosophy on the topics of quantum consciousness and quantum biology. This line of thought took its origins in Roger Penrose's book, The Emperor's New Mind, Concerning Computers, Minds, and Laws of Physics, 1989. So what is quantum mind, and how could a system of 100 billion neurons have a coherent quantum properties? So just to mention, I was just listening to Sean Carroll's latest course of the great courses this week, while I was working with my dad's library, and that's partially what inspired me to cover this. So I'll just share the link if anyone else is a teaching company fan. So this is Sean Carroll's recent course in the last few weeks on the many hidden worlds of quantum mechanics, 24 half-hour lectures. Wendt's view. Wendt suggests that emerging field of research on consciousness advanced by Giuseppe Vitello, John X, Roger Penrose, Henry Strapp, and others may have important implications for understanding the social world as well. This is the field of quantum neuropsychology, a body of theory that maintains that puzzles surrounding the mind-body problem may be resolved by examining the workings of quantum behavior in central nervous systems. The guiding problem in this case is the relationship between the mental and the physical. Like all physicalists, I work on the assumption that mental phenomena are embodied in the physical infrastructure of the central nervous system, and that the central nervous system works according to the familiar principles of electrochemistry. Thought and consciousness are somehow the emergent result of the workings of the complex physical structures of the brain in a safe and bounded sense of emergence. This novel approach is the idea that somehow quantum physics may play a strikingly different role in the topic than ever had been imagined. Theorists in the field of quantum consciousness speculate that perhaps the peculiar characteristics of quantum events at the subatomic level, quantum randomness, complementary, superposition, entanglement, are close enough to the action of neural networks that they serve to give a neural structure radically different properties from those expected by classical physics' view of the brain. The idea isn't precisely new. When I was an undergraduate in the 1960s, it was sometimes speculated that freedom of will was possible because of the indeterminacy created by quantum physics, but this wasn't a very compelling idea either then or now. Wendt presents a complicated and nuanced story extending from the neuron to the meaning of language and the reality of the state, but the key ideas are these. Human beings and all other living things are walking wave functions. I argue that human beings and therefore social life exhibit quantum coherence, in effect that we are walking wave functions. I intend the argument not as an analogy or metaphor, but as a realist claim about what people really are. The brain sustains coherent quantum states, and key features of the mind are explained by these states: experience, decision, memory. The brain is a quantum computer. Decision-making conforms to the logic of quantum probability rather than classical probability. Features of consciousness are inherent in everything in the world, from electrons to broccoli to human brains. Panpsychism. The quantum concept of entanglement applies to objects as well at every scale, including human individual people. Meanings and social structures depend upon the entanglement of conscious individuals and themselves represent a quantum wave function. In my view, the critical claim here is the quantum interpretation of the brain and consciousness that Wendt advocates. He wants us to consider that the operations of the brain, the input-output relations, and the intervening mechanisms are not classical, but rather quantum mechanical. And this is very, very strong claim. It is vastly stronger than the idea that neurons may be affected by quantum level events, subject to active research by people interested in how microtubules work within neurons. But Wendt would not be satisfied with the idea that neurons are quantum machines. He wants to make the vastly stronger argument that brains are quantum computers, and even stronger that he wants to claim that the brain itself is a wave function, which implies that we cannot understand its working by understanding the workings of its quantum components. I don't think that computer engineers who are designing real quantum computers believe that the device itself is a wave function, only that the components, qubits, behave according to quantum mechanics. Here is his brain holism. Quantum brain theory hypothesized that quantum processes at the elementary level are amplified and kept in superposition at the level of the organism, and then through downward causation constrain what is going on deep within the brain. So the brain as a whole is in superposition and only resolves with perception or will as a whole in an event of the collapse of its wave function. He sometimes refers to the decoherence-free subspace of the brain within which quantum computation processes are performed, which implies that the brain as a whole is perhaps a classical thing encompassing quantum sub-regions. But whether it is the whole brain implied by walking wave function or a relatively voluminous subregion, the conjurer's move occurs here, extending known, though exotic, properties of very special isolated systems of microentities, a handful of electrons, photons, or atoms, to a description of a macro-sized entities maintaining those same exotic properties. Philosophy of mind. Much of Wendt's arguments depend on his treatment of unresolved controversies in traditional philosophy of mind, including the nature of consciousness and the possibility of freedom of the will. Experts refer to the problem of consciousness as the heart problem. In the philosophy of mind, we might also call this the discontinuity problem, the unavoidable necessity of a radical break between a non-conscious substrate and a conscious superstrate. How is it possible for an amalgamation of inherently non-conscious things, neurons, transistors, routines, and AI software package to create an ensemble that processes consciousness? The solution that Wendt favors is panpsychism, the idea that features of consciousness extend across the whole range of reality from electron to neuron to brain to person, and perhaps to social structures as well. Panpsychism strikes me as an extravagant and unhelpful theoretical approach. However, why should we attempt to analyze Robert is planning to embarrass the prime minister into a vast ensemble of psychic bits associated with the subatomic particles of his body? How does it even make sense to imagine a subatomic bit of consciousness? And how does the postulation of subatomic characteristics of consciousness give us any advantage in understanding ordinary human consciousness, deliberation, and intentionality? Further, we do not need to solve the problem of consciousness or freedom of the will in order to do social science. These are interesting problems, to be sure, how freedom, consciousness, and the intentionality can emerge from the wetware of the brain, but it's not necessary to solve this problem before we proceed with social science. Instead, we can begin with a phenomenological truism. We are conscious, we are intentional, and we are in a variety of conditions senses free. How the organism achieves these higher level capabilities is intriguing to study, but we don't have to premise our sociological theories on any particular answer to this question. So the position I want to take here is that we don't have to solve the mysteries of quantum mechanics in order to understand social processes and social causation. We can bracket the metaphysics of the quantum world, much as the Copenhagen interpretation sought to do, without abandoning the goal of providing a good explanation of aspects of the social world and social actors. Wendt doesn't like this approach, but it seems perfectly reasonable to suspend hard questions in the philosophy of mind in order to get on with research about social actors and institutions. Quantum decision theory. Another cornerstone of Wendt's argument is the set of findings in decision theory. Wendt is impressed with the credibility of and predictive niceness of quantum decision theory. The foundational text in this field is Busemeyer and Bruse, Quantum Models of Cognition and Decision Making, 2012. Busemeyer and Bruse argue here and elsewhere that the mathematical and concepts of quantum mechanics and physics have seemingly relevant applications to the field of cognition and judgment as well. For example, the idea of wave function collapse appears to have analogy with the resolution of uncertainty onto decision by a human cognitive agent. Busemeyer and Bruse offer 6 fundamental analogies between quantum mechanics and cognition. Judgments are based on indefinite states. Judgments create rather than record. Judgments disturb each other, introducing uncertainty. Judgments do not always obey classical logic. Judgments do not obey the principles of unicity. Cognitive phenomena may not be decomposable. For these and related reasons, Busemeyer and Bruse argue that mathematics, logic, and concepts of quantum mechanics may allow us to reach better traction with respect to the processes of belief acquisition and judgment that constitute human cognition. So far, so good. There may be mathematical homology between quantum states in the microphysical world and states of knowledge acquisition at the level of acquisition. However, Busemeyer and Bruse are entirely explicit in saying that they regard this solely as a formal analogy, not a hypothesis about the real underlying structure of human thought. They explicitly deny that they find evidence to support the idea that consciousness is a quantum phenomenon at the submolecular level. They are agnostic towards the so-called quantum mind hypothesis. Their use of the mathematics of quantum mechanics is formal rather than substantive, more akin to using the mathematics of fluid dynamics to represent flow through a social network than arriving at a theory of the real constitution of the domain as a basis for explaining its characteristics. This book is not about quantum physics per se, but instead it explores the application of the probabilistic dynamic system created by quantum theory to a new domain, the field of cognition and decision making. So the application is heuristic rather than realistic. We motivate the use of quantum models as innovative abstractions of existing problems. That is all. These abstractions may have the character of idealizations in the sense that there is no claim as the validity of the idealizations on that ground. Instead, our theory turns to a quantum theory as a fresh conceptual framework for explaining empirical puzzles, as well as a rich new source of alternative formal tools to convey the idea that researchers in this area are not doing quantum mechanics. Various modifiers have been proposed to describe this work, such as quantum-like models of cognition, cognitive models based on quantum structure, or generalized quantum models. So it seems to the reader that the findings on quantum decision theory are not a source of compelling evidence for the truth of a major idea that the brain is a quantum wave function. Biological quantum effects. It is possible in theory for cognitive processes or neural anatomical functioning to be affected by events at the quantum level. Are there known quantum effects within biological systems? Here's one interesting case that is currently being explored by biologists: an explanation of the ability of birds to navigate by the Earth's magnetic field in terms of the chemistry of entangled electrons. Quantum entanglement is defined as a relationship between two or more microparticles, photons, electrons, atoms, in which the quantum state of one is entangled with the quantum state of the other. When observation of the first part of the pair brings about alteration of the quantum state in that particle, quantum theory entails that the state of the second particle will change as well. It has been hypothesized that the ability of birds to navigate by reference to the Earth's magnetic field may be explained by quantum effects of electrons in molecules, cryptochromes in the bird's retina. Thorsten Ritz is a leader in this area of research, and magnetic compass of birds is based on molecules with optimal directional sensibility. He and his co-authors describe the hypothesis in these terms. The radical pair model assumes that the properties of the avian magnetic compass, light dependence, and insensitivity to polar directly reflect characteristics of the primary processes of magnetic reception. It postulates a crucial role for specialized photopigments in the retina. A light-induced electron transfer reaction creates a spin-correlated radical pair with a singlet and triplet states. Marcus Tiersch and Hans Briegel address these findings in Decoherence in the Chemical Compass, the role of decoherence for avian magnetoreception. They describe the hypothetical mechanism of paired electron chemistry as a mechanism in birds for detecting magnetic fields. Certain birds, including the European robin, have the remarkable ability to orient themselves during migration with the help of the Earth's magnetic field. Responsible for this magnetic sense of the robin, according to one of the main hypotheses, seems to be a molecular process called the radical pair mechanism. It involves a photo-induced spatial separation of two electrons whose spin interacts with the Earth's magnetic field until they recombine and give rise to chemical products, depending on their spin state upon recombination, and thereby to a different neural signal. The spin, as a genuine quantum mechanical degree of freedom, thereby controls in a non-trivial way a chemical reaction that gives rise to a macroscopic signal on the retina of the robin, which in turn influences the behavior of the bird when inspected from the viewpoint of decoherence. It is an intriguing interplay of the coherence and entanglement of the initial electron state and the environmentally induced decoherence in the radical pair mechanism that plays an essential role for the working of the magnetic compass. So the hypothesis that the birds and possibly other organisms have evolved ways of exploiting spin chemistry to gain a signal from the presence of a magnetic field. Tiersch and Briegel go through the quantum mathematical details of how this process might work in the case of molecules that might be found in a bird's retina. Here's the conclusion drawn by Tiersch and Briegel. It seems that the radical pair mechanism provides an instructive example of how the behavior of macroscopic entities like the European robin may indeed remain connected in an intriguing way to quantum processes on the molecular level. This line of thought is still unconfirmed, as both Ritz and Tiersch and Briegel are careful to emphasize. If confirmed, it would provide an affirmative answer to the question posed above: are there biological effects of quantum mechanical events? But even if confirmed, it does not seem like an enormously surprising result. It traces out a chemical reaction which proceeds differently depending on whether entangled electrons in molecules simulated by a photon have been influenced by a magnetic field. This gives the biological system a signal about the presence of a magnetic field that does, in fact, depend on the quantum states of a pair of electrons. Entanglement is now well confirmed, so this line of thought isn't particularly radical, but this is entirely less weird than the idea that quantum particles are conscious or that consciousness extends all the way down to the quantum level. Quantum interactive dualism, as Henry Strapp calls it, and it is nowhere nearly as perplexing as the claim that making up one's mind is a form of collapse in quantum states represented by a part of the brain. So this finding, even if validated, does not lend support to Wendt's larger and more ambitious claims that the brain itself is a quantum computer or quantum wave function. And without that premise, the rest of the structure about will, experience, meaning, and social entanglement collapse. Some of the implications of the ideas about quantum involvement in the brain have been explored by experimental physicists and neuroscientists. The key issue is the difference in scale between the subatomic level and the macro scale entities and events. It is generally believed that quantum effects disappear at higher scales and temperatures, decoherence. It would be peculiar to speculate that we need to invoke the mathematics and theories of quantum physics to explain billiards. It is pretty well agreed by physicists that quantum mechanics reduces to Newtonian physics at this scale, even though the component pieces of the billiard ball are quantum entities with peculiar properties, as an ensemble of 1,025 of particles in Brownian motion affecting all the particles. The behavior of the ball is safely classical. The peculiarities of the quantum level wash out for systems with multiple Avogadro's numbers of particles through the reliable workings of statistical mechanics, and the intuitions of most people comfortable with physics would lead them to assume that neurons are subject to the same independence. The scale of activity of a neuron, both spatial and temporal, is orders of magnitudes too large to reflect quantum effects. Max Tegmark, 1999, reported a set of fundamental physical computations intended to demonstrate that quantum coherence at the cellular scale was all but impossible. Tegmark's analysis focused on the speculations offered by Penrose and others on the possible quantum behavior of microtubules. Tegmark reports to demonstrate that the time and space scales of quantum effects are too short by orders of magnitude to account for the neural mechanisms that can be observed. Here are Tegmark's conclusions as expressed in his abstract. Based on a calculation of neural decoherence rates, we argue that the degrees of freedom of the human brain that relate to cognitive processes should be thought of as classical rather than quantum state systems, that there is nothing fundamentally wrong with the current classical approach in neural network simulations. We find that the decoherence timescales are typically much shorter than the relevant dynamic timescales, both for regular neuron firing and for kink-like polarization excitation in microtubules. This conclusion disagrees with suggestions by Penrose and others that the brain acts as a quantum computer and that quantum coherence is related to consciousness in a fundamental way. So the brain is a quantum computer or brain is a wave function theory is very implausible given current knowledge, but if the view of the brain and thought cannot be made more credible than it currently is, both empirically and theoretically, then Wendt's whole system falls apart. Entangled individuals involved in structures and meanings, life is a quantum vital state, and panpsychism all have no inherent credibility by themselves. I should note that Wendt considers and rejects these arguments. A rebuttal by Hagen, Hameroff, and Tushian, 2002, also attempts to undermine the significance of Tegmark's calculation. Hameroff is one of the originators of the microtubule ideal. Another relevant but modest line of experimentation currently underway has to do with probing whether biological objects on a scale of viruses can be shown experimentally to display quantum characteristics like superposition. Romero, Isard, and colleagues describe an experimental setup that uses well-developed technologies in quantum optomechanical research to trap a virus object, reduce it to a ground state, stimulate it with a photon, and measure to determine whether the superposition has occurred. The experimental setup is carefully designed to exclude sources of decoherence. Primarily, the physics of the setup also impose a limit on the size of the object to be tested. Size must be less than the wavelength of the photons to which it is exposed. This experiment has not been performed at the time of publication. but it is instructive to see how exacting the requirements are for micro-sized objects to plausibly maintain quantum coherence. The proposal is interesting in the context of Wendt's idea because it sets a realism limit on the idea that the brain itself is a quantum wave function. Romero Isard and colleagues offer an experimental setup for answering the question, can composite living things possess quantum characteristics as wholes? But the scale of the object of their investigation, a virus, and the physics of the experimental obstacles are substantial enough to make it highly implausible that extended networks of neurons, including billions of cells, could possess room temperature quantum coherence. Hans Briegel and Sandu Popescu provided theoretical analysis of the possibility of entanglement within cellular scale biological systems. They argue that general considerations linking thermal noise to rapid decoherence may work differently in some biological environment, making the possibility of persistent entanglement more feasible. One of their lines of thought involves intermolecular refrigeration, essentially a hypothetical process through which heat is reduced within a molecule, thus reducing the speed of decoherence of quantum states. However, as they make clear in both articles cited here, the effects they describe are purely theoretical without experimental evidence at this point. Moreover, they specifically reject the idea that is Wendt's central premise, the notion that macro assemblages of cells might maintain coherence. We'd also like to mention that we are by no means suggesting the possibility of entanglement at a very large scale, such as superpositions of brain states leading possibly to quantum computation in the brain. This seems to us virtually impossible, and here we fully agree with the skeptical view expressed. What we are interested in is persistent controllable entanglement with presumably biological function at the level of biochemical processes. So Briegel and Popescu too cast a physicist's doubt on the key premises that brain possess persistent coherent quantum properties and that we are walking wave function. This is indeed the position taken by two eminent quantum physicists, Weissman and Isart, 2008. The effect of decoherence is one of the main concerns in research on quantum computation, where ingenious ways are being explored of shielding engineered and strongly cooled quantum systems from their respective environments. In fact, decoherence is a key challenge in the realization of a full-scale quantum computer in large-scale biological systems like the brain. Decoherence renders large-scale coherence as necessary for quantum computation very implausible. Even the most optimistic researchers cannot deny the fact that the brain is a warm and wet environment. This is in contrast to the high vacuum environment used in the beautiful experiments on spatial superpositions for organic molecules from Marcus Arndt and Anton Zellinger's group in Vienna. In the realistic biological setting, even the most conservative upper bounds to realistic decoherence times are dauntingly small. This is essentially the conclusion reached by Tegmark in 1999. Assessment. There are many eye-widening claims here, and yet Wendt is clear enough and well-versed enough in relevant areas of research in neuroscience and philosophy of mind to give his case some credibility. He lays out his case with a calm, good humor, and rational care. Wendt relies heavily on the fact that there are difficult, unresolved problems in the philosophy of mind and the philosophy of physics, the nature of consciousness, freedom of the will, the interpretation of quantum wave function. This gives impetus to his call for a fresh way of approaching the whole field and suggested by historians of science like Kuhn and Lakatos. However, failing to reach an answer to the question, how is freedom of will possible, does not warrant us to jump to the highly questionable assumption about neurophysiology. And really, this is just not a plausible theory in my assessment. There is a risk in this field to succumb to the temptation towards unbounded speculation. Maybe if X's could influence Y's, then we could explain Z without any knowledge of how X, Y, and Z are related through causal pathways. And the field seems sometimes to be prey to this impulse of quantum events were partially mental, then perhaps mental events could influence quantum states, and from there influence macro scale events. I'm not ready to accept the idea of quantum brains, quantum meanings, or quantum societies. The idea of entanglement has a specific meaning when it comes to electrons and protons, but metaphorical extension of the idea to pairs or groups of human individuals seems like a stretch. I'm not persuaded that we are walking wave functions or that entanglement accounts for the workings of social institutions. The idea of structures and meanings as entangled wave function individuals strikes me as entirely speculative, depending on granting the possibility of the brain itself is a single extended wave function, and this is a lot to grant. Okay, so next I'm going to read Conscious Experiments from Quantum Consciousness Theory, Theories, Causation, and Identity. This one's a little bit longer. I downloaded it, but people could find it online. I've been doing a lot of research on a whole bunch of different aspects, and hopefully I'll be trying to tie this together over the next few months, and I'll be wrapping up my series on the quantum mind. I'll be wrapping up my series on the philosophy of science, and then from there moving into metaphysics. So I'm just going to pour myself a tea. Sorry, just 1 second. I'm looking at my eBay. I sold a few things, and a few offers. So just looking at this for a second. So let me just pour myself a tea, then we'll jump right in for more quantum consciousness. Okay, yeah, so with Church of Entropy and our research for years, the Penrose-Hammer's hypothesis, the Science of Consciousness thing coming up in April. Maybe I'll go to it. So I've had this stuff for a while, and I just thought I'd read through it today since I don't have a clear future direction for what I'm doing. So I thought these were interesting. So Mika Sujanen, and he's from Finland or Sweden or something like that. But the Electronic Journal of Philosophy, 2019, Conscious Experience and Quantum Consciousness, Theories, Causation, and Identity. Generally speaking, the existence of experience is accepted, but more challenging has been to say what experience is and how it occurs. Moreover, philosophers and scholars have been talking about mind and mental activity in connection with experience as opposed to physical processes, yet the fact that quantum physics has replaced classical Newtonian physics and natural sciences, but the scholars in humanities and social sciences still operate under the obsolete Newtonian model. There is already little research in which mind and conscious experience are explained in terms of quantum theory. This article argues that experience is impossible to be both a physical and non-physical phenomenon when discussing causality and identity as transcendental. Quantum theory may imply the quantum physical nature of conscious experience, where a person associates causality to conscious experience, and thus the result is that the double aspect theory and the mind-brain identity theory would be refuted. Introduction. Finland. So this article's out of Finland. Introduction. We cannot say that what consciousness or mind is. We are only consciously experiencing. If in the nature all phenomena are physical and people are also the creatures of the nature, then it follows that people's minds are psychological states that are also physical phenomena. The transcendental view, especially Immanuel Kant's view, by contrast, immediately recognizes human experience from which material form cannot be directly deduced. But if everything consists of quantum particles in the nature, both living and non-living material lumps, then it is likely that experience is also a quantum phenomenon inhering in a human person, and at least within most animals. There are some logical empirical grounds for such an assumption, rather than the alternative one that is experience would exist separate from the independent of the physical world, as René Descartes argued about mind. In contemporary philosophy, psychology, and cognitive science, mind-brain relations are discussed, and these relations are conceived in a direct way, mind-brain, where mind-matter interactions are understood in the sense of causal relations. Even though the existence of experience is generally acknowledged, eliminative materialism of Churchland, for example, refuses the existence of mental entities. There's no need to discuss mental entities because all mental states or properties can be reduced to the material domain. This point of view claims that it is both necessary and sufficient to only explore and understand the material domain, the brain, in order to understand the mental domain, mind. Furthermore, the mind-brain identity theory assumes that states and processes of the mind are identical to states and processes of the brain. Experience just are brain processes, not merely correlated with brain processes. If, on the contrary, experiences, more generally mental entities, cannot be eliminated, how should be experienced understood? I examined how so-called quantum consciousness theory addresses the possibility that the material level of the brain causes the quantum physical experience. Due to causality, it cannot be reduced to neural brain processes, since the origin of the experience and its essence cannot be derived directly from the experience. The conclusion can be derived from the intellect and be transcendental in the Kantian way. It's not easy to say exactly what experience is, to point to it and say this is experience. We are conscious and just have experiences, which implies that the experiences are properly belonging to somebody. This leads us transcendental. However, the person is immediately aware of experiences, but certain general features of objects cannot be derived from experience, such as causality, identity, or necessity. By the concept of transcendental, Kant meant exactly that the intellect constitutes these general features to the object so that one can be aware of the object. From this perspective of the first person, experience seems to appear for some reason. It occurs regardless of our actions. Thus, the concept of causation may be appropriate to experience, even though the causes of experience are not observable. In fact, experience is not necessarily reduced to states and processes of the brain. Direct relations of mind and brain may be non-reductive if the material brain is not necessary or not sufficient to explore and understand mental entities. Within this non-reductive framework, the causal influence between mental states and material states becomes relevant because causation and identity have different meanings. I will argue that the inclusion of causality in the theories of consciousness prevents the presence of identity. We are discussing this at the end. In the following pages, I will show that there are rational justifications in support of the assumption that conscious experience is not identical to brain processes, but exists as a physical quantum entity. First, I will shortly present reasons to believe in the mentality of experience, reasons to describe experience as mental, non-physical. In the search for the nature of experience, we will perceive that the existence of experiences requires some mechanisms that will make them occur. Next, according to the quantum consciousness theorist, it seems to be evident that philosophy and other human sciences have not passed on a change in natural sciences. When quantum physics replaced classic Newtonian mechanics, I will look for evidence for quantum physical experience from research in which consciousness and experience are explained by quantum mechanics. Finally, when the two previous sections are combined, we will perceive them incompatible. If experience is a physical quantum phenomenon, then it is not a simultaneous non-physical phenomenon, a phenomenon associated with a Cartesian mind. Therefore, I will argue that experience is impossible to be both a physical and non-physical phenomenon because an object cannot possess contradictory features. Quantum physics, in fact, may well imply the physical nature of conscious experience. Thus, the result is that at least double aspect theory, which is the view that the mental and the physical are two aspects of or perspectives of the same neutral substance, would be refuted. Furthermore, the mind-brain identity theory would also be refuted because experiences are not just brain processes, but they are two distinct entities, especially when the brain is a cause of experiences. Mental experience is a fact or a delusion. In this section, I will show shortly reasons to believe in the mentality of experience. That is to say, reasons to describe experience as mental, non-physical. In order to answer the question whether the mentality of experience is a fact or a delusion, we must first examine what experience is. Although the existence of experience seems to be clear, quality arguments emphasize the impossibility for materialist accounts to properly incorporate the quality of the subjective experience of a mental state, what it is like to be in that state. They argue there is something in human persons that cannot be described in physical terms, which of course means the experience would not be entirely physical. At first, we must focus on the internality of human persons, for if there is no human, then there is no human experience inside, since we have no grounds for believing in our experiences except when we exist. I understand internal phenomenon to be things such as mind and consciousness, perception, thought, or experience, and sensory things like attention, like colors, shapes, sounds, mental pictures, hallucinations, and illusions, dreams, odors, taste, or touches. Now, I do not expect them to exist without any justification. If internal phenomena exist, they must be dependent upon a subject who possesses them, because internality implies something within which the phenomenon occurs. Even though contemporary philosophy and cognitive science consider psychological phenomena to be physical because they are related to brain activity, there are, however, many who believe in the existence of mental non-physical phenomenon. But what reasons make them to believe it so is an essential question. Human persons have experiences, and they reveal objects. If this human person therefore does not exist, there is no such thing as his or her experiences. Knowledge, by contrast, at least empirical knowledge, is derived from experiences when searching for information of the world, yet certain general features of objects, persistence, necessity, or causal relationships cannot be derived from the experiences we have of them, which is based on Kant's acceptance of David Hume's argument in Transcendental Knowledge. Kant argued the intellect generates the structure of objects. Experience here is the object of inquiry. We assume as evident the existence of experience, but a claim for the existence of experiences may follow from a claim that a complete account of the physiology of human persons admits their subjective experience as non-physical property qualia. A well-known example is Frank Jackson's knowledge argument against physicalism. Jackson's Mary is a scientist who knows everything there is to know about the science of color, but has never experienced color. The question that Jackson raises is, once she experiences color, does she learn anything new? Jackson claims that she does. These phenomena, which are first-person experiences, cannot be explained via a third-person account of brain structures or brain function. However, that experiences seems to have non-physical properties of its own is the introspection-based claim. The argument for the existence of non-physical properties of experience may also be presented as follows. I directly know non-physical entities which appear in experiencing them. I do not directly know material processes. Knowledge is not a material process. Therefore, based on Leibniz laws, to know non-physical entities which appear in experiencing them is not a material process. This may be a masked man fallacy, even though the third premise is true. The premises are true, but the conclusion is untrue if the non-physical properties of experience are material processes, and I do not know this fact. On the other hand, if the cause of non-physical properties of experience is material processes, then they are not identical, and the conclusion is true. What I found is the existence of these non-physical properties of experience in my mind by means of introspection. That is to say, because of observation of my own internal processes, I have beliefs about the flow of thoughts and sensations, both of which are subjective experiences. Before we go further, it is essential to notice one thing. If the brain causes mental acts and states of consciousness, subjective experiences, and the phenomenal characters of experiences, then the brain does not exclude the human person's internal mind. My conscious introspection reveals my own private lived experience by living through them and by interpreting them from the inside. Speaking of experiences as our experiences guarantees the certainty that every experience is dependent on the subject who feels it. To make this statement plain, let us examine more exactly the modality and content of experience. We can individuate an experience by mentioning its modality and content. The senses, like vision or hearing, are modalities of perceptual experience. The content of experience is the object of awareness that is experienced, such as, for example, a visual experience, modality of the sun, content. But that individuation is loose because it is a type of psychological state of visual experience. It must be someone's vision of the sun, Jack's or Jill's, and thus it would be a particular psychological state. The existence of the content of experience requires the modality of experience, the owner of the experience, and probably the external environment. The conclusion leaves open what experience is, in essence, still its experience a substance or intangible stuff. It remains to ask whether there are any general transcendental arguments enabling us to say that if experiences are real, they must be of such a nature. Introspection may confirm the beliefs that flow of visual sensations, pains, and thoughts, and the likes exist, and they exist as mental entities. Many philosophers such as Wittgenstein, Ryle, Feyerabend, Rorty, and Churchland, who completely eliminate mental states, and Place and Feigl, who assume states of mind are identical to states of the brain, have objected to the statement by claiming that the flows of mind are nothing more than the material brain processes. Their reasons, however, vary. I will show later that the mind-brain identity theory identity seems not to be valid between experiences and brain processes. One possible argument line is as follows: if a human body is studied and only physiological events are discovered in it, it can be stated that there are no subjective mental experiences and no objects of such experience in the living body. Nevertheless, the question arises what this finding is based on. The truth of this finding is only demonstrated by the researcher's own psychological processes such as belief, perceptual experience, and sensation. It then follows logically that the claimed subjective experiences and their objects do not exist is based on the researcher's psychological processes, including such experiences, which thus contradicts their findings. It is a contradiction to state there are no mental states such as beliefs, perceptual experience, and sensations, and to believe in that general statement do the eliminative materialists believe in their theory. The implication of the existence of experience can be necessarily drawn from the empirical knowledge about the external world grounded on experience, which is valid. A researcher's psychological processes cannot be a research subject's psychological processes. The above examples lead to real contradictions. Conscious experience seems to exist and to be caused. Moreover, experience is always someone's experience. However, the essence of experience remains open. From the above cannot be inferred that experience is non-physical or mental entity, or that it is non-physical properties. Finally, we continue to explicate the nature of experience. To know what experience are and to know via experiences are two distinct things. Experiences must exist in order to demonstrate truth of something by means of experiences. As I mentioned earlier in the section, experience has content and properties. For example, the content of the yellow dot experience is a yellow dot, and one may find it stimulating. It also has a limited duration and changes over time when remaining in sight. Furthermore, we do not describe the yellow dot experience in physical terms. If asking how we feel, we do not say, I don't know, but look at my brain and my facial expressions. We speak about the contents of our dreams, images, emotions, mood, visual sensations, and the like. In summary, introspection and the adequacy of human psychological description act as evidence of the existence of experience. However, these two justifications, introspection and the inadequacy of complete human physiological description, do not prove the existence of the mentality of experience. Thoughts, experiences, images, and other mental states are demonstrated by introspection. Therefore, there are mental states. There are mental states. Therefore, the description of human brain and other physiology remains incomplete. It seems clear that we have a conscious states as demonstrated by introspection or observation of one's own psychic and emotional processes. However, it does not seem obvious that introspection demonstrates that these states are ontologically mental or non-physical. There are experiences, but why they would not be physical quantum phenomenon is our question in the following pages. Ever since the 1950s, many philosophers such as Wittgenstein, Ralph Feyerabend, Rorty, and Churchland have argued that the events of mind are physical brain processes. In the next section, I will examine the physicality of experiences from a new point of view, which is not much explored, because according to quantum consciousness theorists, classical Newtonian mechanics does not explain conscious experience. Quantum mechanics may explain it. Human beings can be said to be psychic and physical entities, but if quantum mechanics is true throughout the universe, the human beings are also made up of quanta like all other substances and natural phenomenon. Thus, experience can also be a quantum phenomenon within a quantum human and thus physical. Experience is a physical quantum phenomenon, a possibility. In the preceding section, we have found some reasons to the existence of experience, but which do not guarantee the non-physical nature of experience. Because of observation of my own internal processes, I have true beliefs about the flow of thoughts and the flow of sensations, both of which are subjective experiences. The question we must consider in this section is, does introspection fail? Subjective experiences appear non-physical when we take the inner perspective within ourselves, yet we may be deceived by introspection. Really, subjective experiences are physical. We have only compared them to material pieces and have concluded that they are ontologically separate incorrectly. Reason-based arguments lead us towards the physicality of experience, although we cannot experimentally confirm it. We can argue that if the nature of all phenomena are physical and people are also natural creatures, then it follows that conscious experience are also physical phenomena. In this section, I will ask whether there is evidence for the claim that a conscious phenomenon like experience is a quantum phenomenon. To this question, science does not give much answer, and when science gives, it is incomplete. It is true because, especially in quantum physics, there is not much experimental research on consciousness or experience. However, some studies have been made, which we will look at initially. A serious attempt to understand the human mind and conscious phenomenon, including experience from the point of quantum physics, is Alexander Wendt's Inquiry, Quantum Mind in Social Science from 2015. His one central claim is all intentional phenomena are quantum mechanics. According to him, that goes both for private thoughts inside our heads and for public or collective intentions like norms, culture, and language, which we might generically call institutions. He develops the human quantum model that would undo the classical model of human beings as material machines or zombies, which assumes non-existence of consciousness. I focus here on how Wendt's reasons to claim that subjective experience and conscious phenomenon are quantum phenomenon or quantum mechanical. His starting point, I consider, is meaningful. In natural sciences, quantum physics or quantum theory has shifted away from classical Newtonian physics. There has been, without question, a shift from one scientific tradition to another, but the transition has not been visible in humanities and social sciences. Human beings and social life are evidently explained by scholars under the classical Newtonian world view. Moreover, the causal closure of physics, which all social scientists should agree, Wendt says, implies that the social and all the other sciences are subjects to physics constraint. No entities, relationships, or processes posited in their inquiries should be inconsistent with the laws of physics. We must notice that, according to Wendt, unlike classical physics, quantum physics does not rule out the possibility that mind is an elementary feature of reality. Wendt's personal belief is that human beings really are quantum systems. It will help us in considering about Wendt's argumentation when we know what he means with consciousness. Wendt, in fact, defines consciousness as the experimental aspect of mind, the feeling. He will treat consciousness and experience as synonyms, which, as said above, are quantum phenomenon for Wendt. The object of social sciences is a human being who is conscious. I accept this claim, but claims Wendt, according to positivists and interpretivists of social sciences, it would be preferable to ignore consciousness. But positivists and interpretives want to ignore consciousness because of its subjectivity. In other words, consciousness or subjective experience is not public and shared. Wendt, by contrast, argues for intentional states, including collective intentions. The mind states are directed to a particular object. They are about something. Aboutness, intentionality depends on consciousness. How a machine can be intentional if it has no consciousness is a meaningful enigma. Wendt's argument is therefore as followed. If there is an intentional state, then there is also consciousness. Most animals have intentional states and are therefore goal-oriented, but I do not believe, and Wendt does not believe, that the machine has intentional states and consciousness. My computer is hardly intentional in any way, even if the computer robot sometimes infers what I'm going to write. Wendt thus accepts subjectivity and intentionality and consciousness. The idea is that the quantum theory would explain consciousness and intentional phenomenon better than classical physics. What if the physics of the mind is not classical but quantum, not in the trivial sense that all of reality is quantum, but in the substantive sense that consciousness itself is quantum mechanical? Hence, really a good question is consciousness or experience a quantum phenomenon? The other question, which is meaningful, is how does quantum brain, which is said to be a quantum computer, cause quantum consciousness? What reason he then provides for the view that consciousness or experience is a quantum brain-induced quantum phenomenon? This question is of the utmost importance. At present, everyone seems to admit that this issue cannot be resolved by empirical test. Still, on the other hand, we do not have an empirical test to verify that there are non-physical phenomena such as mental experiences. It is of the utmost importance, for if we cannot be sure of the nature of experiences, we shall be left alone and ignorant. We seem to know that experiences and consciousness exist, but their essence is a mystery. The transcendental argument could be that the association of the universal quantum quality to the experience we are aware of makes us to discover the quantum experience. Namely, the experience is a quantum mechanical, cannot be derived from the experience itself. However, below, I suggest that it would be possible to observe the quantum nature of experience. In chapter 5 and 6 of the part 2, Wendt should give reasons for quantum conscious theory and thus justifications for quantum cognition, experience, and subjectivity. Quantum consciousness theory builds on these intuitions by combining two propositions: the physical claim of quantum brain theory that the brain is capable of sustaining coherent quantum states, and the metaphysics claim of panpsychism that consciousness inheres in the very structure of matter. Of these claims, it is the second, panpsychism, which does the crucial work in explaining consciousness. The classical worldview, continues Wendt, is unable to explain the phenomenon which we all intuitively know is real, first-person experience, and as such, philosophers must find ways to deny, dismiss, or deconstruct it instead. Since quantum consciousness theory purports to offer such an explanation, there is no reason to embrace that taboo, the taboo on subjectivity here. The contribution of this classical model have been huge, but it has always been assumed that the computations going on inside our heads are classical. Quantum brain theory challenges this assumption by proposing that mind is actually a quantum computer. It seems to me that this quantum brain theory implies the quantum consciousness theory in Wendt's thoughts. If quantum brain theory is true, then our model of mind would be similarly radically altered, irrespective of the issue of consciousness. Wendt then describes how quantum brain theory hypothesizes quantum processes. On this view, information from the environment is continuously transformed from the macro to the micro level and then channeled back upon into an internal quantum state, a decoherence-free subspace of the brain within which quantum computational processes are performed. And this is true, nerve cells are not smaller units to explain consciousness, then perhaps quantum theory is needed to explain the behavior of the nervous system, concludes Wendt. Quantum brain theory proposes the firing of individual neurons of a brain is affected by quantum processes and possibly quantum effects at the level of the whole brain. A particular kind of quantum coherence, Bose-Einstein condensation, might be possible within individual cells, and from there perhaps extend to the whole brain and be the physical basis of consciousness. The quantum consciousness theory looks at the insides of individual cells, which must be taken into account where neuroscience assumes intercellular networks to be the mechanisms from which the processes of mind arise. Wendt refers to Herbert Furlock's research in 1968, even though the Furlock effect has been elusive. That is to say, it remains unclear whether the effect can exist in living systems. Stuart Hameroff and Roger Penrose continue of Furlock's work in the early 1990s, focusing on tiny bits of neurons called microtubules, which we will see below. Another tradition is the Umezawa tradition, originated from an article by Luigi Ricciardi and Hiromu Umezawa from 1967, of which central idea is the suffusing the brain's neural network is a quantum field, the dynamics of which drive its elements into coherent motion, solving the binding problem, and keeping them there, solving the stability problem. This chapter 5 actually deals with the quantum brain theory and its relationship with neuroscience of classical physics. Let's examine chapter 6, if it has evidence for believing that consciousness experience is quantum physical. Quantum theory makes the nature of matter as much a problem as mind. If quantum matter is matter at all, in short, then it is thoroughly dematerialized matter, far from which we ordinarily imagine matter to be. In fact, Wendt argues for panpsychism, and the next reference suggests that mind would then be a physical entity. Mind is neither reducible to matter nor emergent from it, but in matter all the way down, which in turn obviates the need to posit dualism's two substrates in response to materialism's failure to explain consciousness. He thinks that subjectivity is intrinsic to matter, or more precisely, proto-subjectivity is the antecedent to subjectivity before the latter is organized into living matter. Attributing subjectivity to non-human organisms and to other human organisms than me is difficult, but he suggests through a combination of empirical evidence and logical reasoning that we can arrive at a rational answer. He thus continues to argue that in some sense all organisms, including bacteria, cells, and plants, are subjects and therefore conscious. For showing that mind and matter are continuous, the answer, according to Wendt, is to explain the causal gaps in quantum theory by identifying subjectivity, or more precisely, proto-subjectivity, since we are not talking here about living matter with the formulation of quantum mechanics only viewed now from the inside as intrinsic to matter rather than from the outside. Wendt describes a lot about how cognition, experience, and will are quantum subjects, but he does not provide many reasons for accepting that they really are unless quantum physics and quantum theory are considered as reasons. He argues later in chapter 6 that quantum coherence in the brain explains the unity of consciousness at the human level. I consider that he argues here through theories, but if a theory contains concepts that cannot be derived from experience, then the theory cannot be tested in principle. However, as Kant thought, these concepts can be meaningful to combine with experience and its objects, such as concepts of unity, quality, causation, and persistence. It may make possible for us to detect experience as a consequence of quantum physical. In my view, Wendt's arguments are based solely on secondhand sources, quantum physics and quantum brain theory, which is the weakness of his work. He could provide a concrete example of quantum mechanics that would increase the understanding of the causal mechanisms in the quantum system, but according to the quantum consciousness theorist, quantum physics explains better conscious states than classical Newtonian physics, neuroscience, or social sciences explain. Some scientists, by contrast, criticize the hypothesis where consciousness or experience is a quantum phenomenon, leading to a conclusion that internal psychological states could affect world events. For example, internal thinking could affect the natural phenomenon of the physical reality. I have no such assumption in this article. For example, physicist Lawrence Krauss says in an interview, we are connected to the world by many things, by light and sound and heat. We do at subatomic scale behave quantum mechanically, but we behave like classical objects for a reason. We're big, we have lots of particles, they interact. All the weirdness of quantum mechanics gets washed out by the scale that we can experience. That's why we experience a classical world. I ask what that experience is. Is experience something that is any physical theory cannot explain? That is, say, it would be something non-physical, even if it would merge with the brain's neural cells. It is, however, a matter of human internality of the body, which implies that inner thinking does not directly affect the environment, but through the body we can influence the environment. I do not pour the tree to the ground by thinking about it, but for the instance, by sawing the tree. Let us now see how the quantum consciousness theorists characterize consciousness and experience. An American scientist and philosopher, David Bohm, developed a theory of the relationship between mind and matter, which would participate with each other and they do not interact. He said that this theory does not divide mind from matter, as Descartes' view did, and where mind and matter interact somehow through action of God, but connects them non-dualistically. Bohm's theory implies that consciousness of or mind is a quantum phenomenon, yet surprisingly mental. In the beginning of his work, he asserts that the quantum theory denies the mechanistic Newtonian concept framework, which has thus far implicitly justified the notion that mind is of such a nature that it can have absolutely nothing to do with the laws of matter, and concludes in the end of his work that the content of our own consciousness is then some part of this overall process. It is thus implied that in some sense a rudimentary mind-like quality is present even at the level of particle physics, and that we go to subtler levels, this mind-like quality becomes stronger and more developed. These statements, in my opinion, would refer to mind that is the subject to the laws of physics and also physical if it is present when the particles are present. According to Bohm, mind and matter are closely analogous, or to put it differently, the general implicate process of ordering is common both to mind and matter. His causal interpretation of quantum theory provides a basis of non-dualistic theory of the relationship of mind and matter. The first step, said Bohm, is to assume that the electron is a particle following a trajectory as a planet around the sun, but always accompanied by a new kind of quantum field. Fields are familiar to us like magnetic field. The quantum field, however, is different than fields in Newtonian physics. In physics, the potential describes a field in terms of the possibility or potential that is present at each point of space for giving rise to action on a particle which is at that point. Bohm furthermore argues that the quantum field can also be represented in terms of potential, which he called the quantum potential. But unlike what happens with electric and magnetic potentials, the quantum potential depends only on the form and not in the intensity of the quantum field. Therefore, even a weak quantum field can strongly affect the particle. It is as if we had a water wave that could cause a cork to bop up with full energy. Even far from the source of the wave, such a notion is clearly fundamentally different from the older Newtonian ideas, for it implies that even distant features of the environment can strongly affect the particle. After explaining this by example, by the two-slit inference experiments, Bohm presented a new notion of active information. The word and form is here taken in its literal meaning to put form into, rather than its technical meaning in information theory as negentropy. One may think of the electron as moving under its own energy. The quantum potential then acts to put form into its motion, and this form is related to the form of the waveform, which is the quantum potential is derived. Bohm's example was a ship or automatic pilot guided by radar waves. These waves do not mechanically push and pull the ship. The form of the waves is picked up, and with the aid of the whole system, this gives a corresponding shape and form to the movement of the ship under its own power. The task is then to expand the notion of active information to matter at the quantum level, and it has implications for mind. The quantum field and quantum potential are important later when consciousness is considered as a field, as a non-material field. For example, a single experience would give a kick to the body parts. The notion of active information implies the possibility of a certain kind of wholeness of the electron with distant features of its environment. Bohm was going further by asserting that the whole notion of active information suggests a rudimentary mind-like behavior of matter, for as a central quality of mind is just activity of form rather than of substance. Thus, for example, when we read a printed page, we do not assimilate the substance of the paper, but only the forms of the letters, and it's these forms which give rise to the information content in the reader, which is manifested actively in his subsequent activities. A similar mind-like quality of matter reveals itself strongly at the quantum level, in the sense that the form of the wave function manifests itself in the movements of the particles. When Bohm applies an autopilot ship, radio waves, and quantum processes in elementary particles to the aspect of thought and subjective experience, then suspicion wakes up against this analogy. How does the non-material field of mind or active information affect the thought and thereby activate body functions? The question refers to a transcendental statement that is not due to experience. Bohm assured as follows: it seems clear from all this that at least in the context of the processes of thought, there is a kind of active information that is simultaneously physical and mental in nature. Active information can thus serve as a kind of link or bridge between the two sides of a reality as a whole. These two sides, according to Bohm, are inseparable. Information contained in thought, which we experience to be on the mental side, is also related to neurophysiological, chemical, and physical activity. Next, Bohm's remark is special. Our thoughts contain a large amount of information content that, as Bohm said, we can look at the higher level of mental activity as if we looked at a material object. From this level, a subtle level of information may arise, the significance of which is an activity that organizes the original set of information into a larger entity. Subtle, or its Latin root subtexere, which means finely woven. However, this kind of subtle information can be viewed at a subtler level of mental activity, and in principle, this can continue indefinitely. Each of these levels can be seen on the material side where Bohm proceeded. From the mental side, it is potentially active information content, but from the material side, it is an actual activity that operates to organize the less subtle levels, and the latter serves as the material on which such operations take place. Thus, at each level, information is the link or bridge between the two sides. In the last section of his article, Bohm considered how the above is related to the quantum theory. He claimed that because the quantum potential seems to be information whose activity is to guide the dance of the electrons, there is a basic similarity between the quantum behavior of a system of electrons and the behavior of the mind. An information field guides the behavior of the mind. Quantum processes can also be capable of extensions to great levels of subtlety. What Bohm now concluded is that there are not two processes, but both are one and the same. Thus, there are no real divisions between mind and matter, psyche and soma. This is how we end up with how we began to handle Bohm's theory. Mind and matter would participate with each other. They do not interact. Bohm said that this theory does not divide mind from matter as Descartes' view did, and where mind and matter interact somehow through action of God, but connects them non-dualistically. Bohm's idea, according to the philosopher of mind, Paavo Pelkinen, is that mental processes are carried by subtle physical processes, fields that are analogous to, but more complex than the quantum field. It is clear that Bohm does not contribute to identity between the experience of the mind and the possible neurophysiology, which would also require the concept of necessity. It is impossible to see the necessity in experience, and thus it must be a transcendental act. A statement of quantum consciousness theorists is that neuroscience and classical Newtonian physics have not solved the problem of consciousness. Neuroscientists presumably consider it clear that the brain can be explained by classical Newtonian terms. This Bohm broke quantum theory can help us understand what is happening in a neural process. If consciousness of experience is still thought of as a mental phenomenon, it is confusing how quantum theory could increase understanding of consciousness of experience, because quantum theory is to explain physical phenomena. This is how Hailey and Pelkinen assume, even though the non-physical phenomena is not explained by any theory of physics, as Hailey and Pelkinen argue, all neural processes are not explained by classical Newtonian theory, yet to my mind, no theory of physics explains the behavior of non-physical phenomenon. Mind might be thought differently as a non-material field. In Bohm's, Hailey, and Pelkinen's idea of the relation between mind and matter. Theoretical physicist Roger Penrose and anesthesiologist Stuart Hameroff also aim to explicate neural processes of the brain by quantum mechanics, and thus to explicate experience and consciousness. In his Emperor's New Mind, 1989, Penrose challenged the conventional wisdom of human brains are computers, that human brains are computational, as David Marr, 1982, argued. Penrose went further in his work and proposed that human brains were not even quantum computers, but that a deeper understanding of physical laws would be needed to explain consciousness. Penrose believes that consciousness is non-computational. Our awareness is not simply a mechanistic byproduct like something we could make a machine do. In particular, Penrose thinks the answer to consciousness may lie in deeper knowledge about quantum mechanics. Here I do not examine the view that mind is not computational. Penrose and Hameroff proposed in the mid-1990s that consciousness depends on biologically orchestrated, coherent quantum processes and collections of microtubules within brain neurons. In an article from 2014, they reviewed the ORCOR theory in light of criticisms and developments in quantum biology, neuroscience, physics, and cosmology. Alexander Wendt, for example, describes Penrose and Hameroff's view as follows. The neuron doctrine, says Wendt, tells us to look for the physical basis of consciousness in relationship between neurons, neural networks, rather than inside them. However, neurons themselves are fabulously complex. The proteins are organized in web-like structures, making up the cytoskeleton, which gives neurons their form and regulates their connections. Microtubules, so named because they look like hollow tubes, are the building blocks of the cytoskeleton, and they are typically thousands in a single neuron. However, according to Wendt, there is still the question of whether any computation going on within microtubules is quantum or classical. Here, the case for quantum answers begins by pointing out that microtubules are precisely the right scale to mediate between quantum processes at the subatomic level and classical neural computation. The argument highlights several intriguing features of microtubules that suggest they can amplify those quantum processes into coherent superpositions at the microtubule level. Hameroff and Penrose moreover claim and they argue that the ORCOR theory, orchestrated objective reduction, is a hypothesis that consciousness in the brain originates from processes inside neurons, proposes quantum computations in brain microtubules account for consciousness, and moreover microtubule quantum channels in which anesthesics erase consciousness are identified. Again, I will ask here whether consciousness or experience is a quantum phenomenon, and by what reasons we can believe so. By contrast to science, materialism, dualist spirituality, Hameroff and Penrose believe that consciousness results from the discrete physical events. Such events have always existed in the universe as a non-cognitive proto-conscious events, these acting as part of the precise physical laws not yet fully understood. How does the brain produce consciousness? When we assume the brain is the cause of consciousness, to this question, neuroscience gives an answer, somewhat incomplete and in part hypothetical. Many scientists and philosophers view consciousness as an emergent property of complex computation among integrated five brain neurons which interconnect and switch at chemically mediated synapses. However, Hameroff and Penrose argue the mechanisms by which such neuronal computation may produce conscious experience remains unknown because there are many unexplained features of consciousness left. Furthermore, argue there is no sense of how consciousness arises from neural computation. Accordingly to Hameroff and Penrose, finer-scale intracellular processing derived from cytoskeletal structures are the means by which single-cell organisms perform cognitive functions without synaptic inputs. They claim that neurons have a rich and uniquely organized cytoskeleton, the major components being microtubules, well-positioned, uniquely arrayed in dendrites and soma to mediate consciousness and regulate firing. Microtubules possess processes may direct results in conscious awareness, but Hameroff and Penrose do not provide evidence verifiable by observation, but rather by theory for that statement. On the contrary, they mostly tell that microtubules information processing depends on interactive dipole states of individual tubulin proteins. Because approaches based on microtubules information processing with classical physics faced a reductionist dead end in dealing with consciousness, Hameroff and Penrose started considering quantum mechanics. A critical realization was Penrose's idea that all mental processes are not computational, like certain aspects of consciousness, such as understanding, but non-computable, appealing to Gödel's theorem and other considerations. The non-computable ingredient required for human consciousness and understanding, Penrose suggests, would have to lie in an area where current physical theories are fundamentally complete. The only serious possibility is that the incompleteness of quantum theory. This incompleteness is the unresolved issue, and one way to resolve it would be to provide an extension of the standard framework of quantum mechanics by introducing an objective form of quantum state reduction termed OR objective reduction. The proposed connection between consciousness and quantum measurement is almost opposite the OR scheme, but this so-called DP9 proposal DP proposal suggests that each OR event, which is purely physical process, is itself a primitive kind of observation, a moment of proto-conscious experience. In section 4, Hameroff and Penrose say that they're dealing with quantum mechanics and awareness. However, according to my observation, consciousness is not mentioned much. They argue, generally speaking, more in a way that for the OR and consciousness to occur, such and such have to do this and this. It is true that there is clear evidence for coherent microtubule quantum states at a brain temperature, like research has shown other warm quantum effects, for example, in bird navigation and sense of smell, but the actual mechanisms underlying the production of consciousness in the human brain is hard to be deduced from these previous research of quantum effects and from Hameroff and Penrose's theoretical considerations. The OR provides a possible way to account for the frequent moments of conscious awareness and choices governing conscious behavior, and possible evidence for belief that a quantum effect is necessary for consciousness to exist. Their theorems are not experimentally detectable, but so are the counter-arguments in philosophical theories undetectable too. Nor do Penrose and Hameroff identify the identity between consciousness and neuronal function. And furthermore, identity and necessity cannot be derived from experience. The use of the concept of causation would be related to the transcendental statement that intellect associates them with experience, and from statements such as brain processes produce conscious experience. In future, by contrast, if quantum technology advances to the point that direct tests of quantum theory on macroscopic objects are possible, our discussion does give a clear motivation for carrying them out on animals and humans. I will argue about this issue soon below. I conclude that even if experience or consciousness were not quantum phenomenon, if not Bohm, nevertheless, many others, such as Hameroff and Penrose, think that they are physical, not something non-physical, and many philosophers still talk about mental processes and states of consciousness. If they are quantum phenomenon, which is a plausible conjecture, their behavior is subject to the laws of physics and requires perhaps a different physics theory than quantum mechanics. How a physical event affects a non-physical phenomenon is obscure, and thus quantum consciousness conjecture seems to be meaningful. The mathematical models of quantum physics, which are also meaningful, cannot directly apply to consciousness and experience. whether they're introductory to university students or more profound theoretical physics models. For the explanations of Bohm's quantum physics, for example, cannot directly deduce what consciousness or experience is. In essence, the same is valid with Hameroff and Penrose's line of thought. Hypotheses have been proposed about ways for quantum effects to be involved in the process of consciousness, but even those who advocate them admit that the hypotheses remain empirically unproven and possibly unprovable. Some of the proponents propose experiments that could demonstrate quantum consciousness, but the experiments have not yet been possible to perform. However, to my mind, it is a different matter to explain consciousness or subjective experience by quantum mechanics and laws of quantum mechanics than saying that consciousness or subjective experience is essentially a quantum phenomenon, and thus a physical entity like the whole human body is, or water's H2O in the physical world. Physicists consider hearing claims of quantum consciousness or quantum experience as nonsense, but why is there no reason to conclude that conscious experience is a physically possible entity, probably a quantum phenomenon? If any new physics does not explain the essence of consciousness or subjective experience, then it cannot be deduced from that consciousness or subjective experience is not a quantum phenomenon. Still, if we had quantum technology to detect quantum events, then we could observe whether the subjective experience are physical quantum phenomenon. The reason-based argument could thus be as follows. We see macroscopic bodies with eyes. We see the cell level throughout the microscope. We may see that it's supposed the human mind and its experiences and the human body, how they are the same ontological kind of entities, physical quanta, through a quantum technological instrument revealing quantum level phenomenon. That is to say, we might see the quantum human as a whole. Therefore, conscious experience would be a quantum phenomenon. Human is not composed of matter, of body, and of non-physical mentality, of mind, assuming that the assumption is true. In this section, the weakness is that it cannot be shown by empirical tests or experiments that experience is a quantum phenomenon. On the other hand, reason-based arguments bend us in this direction, rather than the view that experience would be entirely different from other physical phenomena by nature. Introspection really reveals experiences in other physics states, but it cannot be deduced from the fact that they are not physical quantum phenomenon, but are identical to states and processes of the brain. In the following section, I will show that at least conscious experience is both a physical and non-physical feature. If experience is a quantum phenomenon, it refutes double aspect theory. In the last two sections appears to be a contradiction. Firstly, experiences were argued to be mental or non-physical. They seem to have non-physical properties, tells the knowledge argument. But secondly, there seems to be reasons for the views that conscious experience is a quantum phenomenon, and thus implying physicality. In this section, I will argue that experience cannot be both a physical and non-physical or mental phenomenon, because no entity can possess the opposite properties, because experience as such does not contain contradiction. Such an argument seems to be a transcendental argument. Thus, for example, double aspect theory is refuted, which means that the neutral substance would be both non-physical and, on the other hand, also physical, such as the two sides of the coin. That theory, however, requires the mental and physical to be inseparable and mutually irreducible, though distinct. It is noteworthy that, however, experience is not a substance like a coin, but some animate creature's feature or an event within the creature. I will also show later that the mind-body identity theory is impossible when experiences are brain-induced. The brain and its processes and experiences are two distinct entities, not one. If the mind-body identity theory, their analogs are false, and identity seems not to be perceptible but transcendental between experiences and brain processes. To make the difficulties of double aspect theory plain, let us concentrate attention on two sets of beings. It is plain that two contrary properties cannot be both true. It cannot be true that all S are P and all S are non-P. The truth of one of these contrary propositions excludes the truth of the other. For example, no entity is both physical and non-physical. Some entity might be physical and mental, but one cannot call it wholly non-physical because it is also physical. Physicality and mentality, however, are not evidently contrary properties, as non-physicality includes more than mentality. Abstractness and conceptuality are also non-physical properties, such as transcendental concepts of unity, necessity, causality, and quality. Mentality and non-mentality are contrary properties. Thus, abstract distinctions also apply to concrete cases. Of course, something is both circular and yellow, but one cannot then call it non-circular because it is circular. It would be a contradiction. Circularity and yellowness are not contrary properties, but for example, being colored and being colorless are. When looking more deeply, it is indeed impossible that a substance is both A and non-A. The contrary, for example, let us say that one set includes non-physical entities and the other set physical entities. Could we then give an example in which one thing, yellow dot experience, is both non-physical and physical? There's an entity presence in both sets, and that these sets would intersect. Therefore, the question, what is the yellow dot experience, would produce the answer, the yellow dot experience is a physical entity, which is an identity statement. However, if we form the objection, the yellow dot experience is a non-physical entity, it would be untrue and contradictory because a physical entity is a non-physical entity, is untrue and contradictory. Nevertheless, for some philosophers, the statement the yellow dot experience is a physical entity does not seem to be a true identity statement because the yellow dot experience cannot be wholly described in a materialistic way as stated in the second section. The statement the yellow dot experience is a non-physical entity would be true because experiences have non-physical properties, although it's not clear whether Nagel and Jackson would consider experience entirely non-physical. Therefore, sets of non-physical entities and sets of physical entities do not intersect. Thus, it seems that experiences and the content of experience are not both non-physical and physical because contrary properties cannot coincide in one and the same object simultaneously. But let us next consider double aspect theory. A thing experiences both mental and physical, or experiences which are neutral stuff have two aspects, the mental and the physical. If generally experience is a physical quantum phenomenon, as partly argued in the third section, then experience is not a mental or non-physical phenomenon because experience cannot have contrary features. This claim is that the experience cannot be described in a materialistic way. It would have non-physical properties because mentality is often understood as non-physicality, a mental physical thing. When experience is interpreted in the context of a double aspect theory implies non-physicality. Furthermore, it implies physicality, and thus experience can be described in a materialistic way. Yet, if experience is a quantum phenomenon, this would mean that, by contrast, it is a physical because it is not both non-physical and physical. According to the double aspect theory, when we look at experience under this theory, which is transcendental, conscious experience would be both mental and physical. Double aspect theory argues that experience is an example of a neutral level that is both non-physical and physical because the level is a mental physical thing. However, the mental physical thing cannot be non-mental and non-physical because this is inconsistent with the physical quantum phenomenon. Experience and the content of experience have a physical and subject dependent features. Moreover, the dual aspect cannot be derived from experience we are aware of, such as general feature is not perceptible. This conclusion means that experiences cannot have physical and non-physical properties. If Linda has only quantum properties, you can deny that she has non-physical properties because of physical quantum properties. So we ended up with the following argument. No object can possess contrary features, self-evident. No object can possess contradictory features, self-evident. Physicality and non-physicality are contradictory features, logical truth. Experience and is not a physical and non-physical phenomenon. Experience is a physical quantum phenomenon. Therefore, experience is not a physical phenomenon. If generally experience is a quantum phenomenon, as partly argued in the third section, then experience is not a mental or non-mental phenomenon. Therefore, double aspect theory is refuted, which means that experiences would not be both non-physical and, on the other hand, also physical, such as the two sides of the coin. If experience is a quantum phenomenon, it also refutes the mind-brain identity theory. Above, we have noticed that quantum consciousness theorists assume that the brain is causal cause of experience. This assumption is also in line with the current brain research, according to which the brain causes states of consciousness by causality, which is a transitive relation. I understand that there are at least two entities, not one, when experiences are brain-induced. In this section, I will argue that the mind-brain identity theory cannot be true. It also seems from the sources that the identity theorist analogs are implausible, which I will begin with. Some philosophers hold that through experience, our brain processes, they nevertheless have fundamentally non-physical, physical, psychical properties, sometimes called qualia. According to J.J.C. Smart, We should take the mind-brain identity theory as denying the existence of irreducible non-physical properties. The identity theory of mind holds that states and processes of the mind are identical to states and processes of the brain. Consider an experience of pain or of seeing something or of having a mental image. The identity theory of mind is to the effect that these experiences are just brain processes, not merely correlated with brain processes. Identity theorists using identities as examples in which experience and brain processes are analogies. Following Gottlieb Frege, these two terms may have different meanings but the same referent, which implies identity. The morning star and the evening star have the same referent, the planet Venus. Identity theorists use this model when claiming experience and brain processes identical. For example, U.T. Place remarked the logical objections which might be raised to the statement consciousness is a process in the brain are no greater than logical objections which might be raised to the statement lightning is a motion of electric charges. Analogy between natural phenomenon and the phenomenon of mind fail experiences may be the results of the processes rather than the processes themselves. The early stages of observation of pain do not include experiences and do not come to the person's consciousness. Physical energy such as light, needle stitching, and drinking coffee activates a sensory organ that puts the nerve cells moving towards the hemispheres, generating somehow a conscious experience of yellow pain or coffee flavor. Because the pain experience has some causes that cause it, the pain experience is not identical to these different causes. Philosophers do not seem to understand the differences between identity and causality, which I'll explain next. Causality and identity are opposite ideas. If A is identical to B, then A does not cause B, and vice versa. Moreover, if in a transitive relation A causes B, B causes C, and C causes D, then C is not identical to A, which is self-evident. Identity between several things in the causal change, in fact, is a contradiction because, as Nicholas of Cusa judiciously said, there cannot be several things that are exactly the same, for in that case, there would not be several things, but the same thing itself. If the external entity is a cause and what appears to me directly in awareness is the consequence, then they are not identical. For example, a needle hits the skin, causing the movement of nerve cells. They pass through the neural pathways along the cortex and probably cause injection sensation, pain sensation in my awareness. The introspection-based statement that the pain is identical to the property of the external substance is untrue. This example reveals the problematic general claim according to which the features of experience and the features of the external substance that causes the experience. Because experience seems to occur without the person doing something, it would be a mistake to combine identity with experience and an external substance. It is not possible for two identical events or states to be in the cause-effect relation. Such a possibility would mean that event F is identical to event G, and the event F causes the event G. That is not the event F, which is absurd. The existence of two identical events in the cause and the effect relation is absurd because causality is the transitive relation between an event, the cause, and the second event, the effect. I do not believe that the two labels being sweet and being a sugar property A refers to the same entity. Sugar's ingredients affect the perceiver's sense in order to cause the experience of sweet flavor after the simulation of the perceiver's senses. Furthermore, by doing surgery on the perceiver's senses, the perceiver's experiences may change without changing the brain processes, and experience of flavor changed. And yet again, I repeat, if a set of factors, the external entity and the network of neural cells is a cause of the immediate object of experience, or how things appear to the perceiver, then the set of factors is not identical to the immediate object of experience. In conclusion, the causality and the identity are mutually exclusive, excluding the possibility that a property of the brain is identical to the intentional object, which I immediately aware of in perception, such as the sweet taste. The examples above inevitably lead to the following argument. Experience is not identical to brain processes because they are two distinct entities. If A is a causal cause of B, then B is not identical to A. If A and B have different properties, then A and B are not identical. The brain process A is one of the causal causes of experience B. Experience B is also caused by physical energy C and sensory activation D. Therefore, experience B is not identical to brain process A. Thus, since there are two entities, namely experience B and the brain process A, there can be no one and the same entity. Experiences arise as a target for consciousness that implies non-identity with the brain process. The mind-brain identity theory identity is also refuted. Causal theories of consciousness also make quantum conscious theories into meaningful alternatives to explore more closely. The question of what consciousness, conscious experience, or mind are, in essence, is currently still open in the sciences. At least a few things can be said to be merits of quantum consciousness theories. One point is that neuroscience has not been able to solve the problem of consciousness, and the second point is that both neuroscience and humanities are still looking at people from the classical Newtonian worldview. The essence of man would be unique in relation to other natural. It is a favoritism on behalf of humans against other natural things. The weakness, on the one hand, is impossibility to test quantum conscious theories, and if theory contains transcendental concepts such as the concept of necessity, then it cannot be even empirically tested. Scientific argumentation, especially in theoretical research, can well be based on reasoning and logic that others can then evaluate. Logic can at least be shown to have how a thing is not probable in reality, such as contradictions or inaccuracies in causal observation. The merit of my result is based on logical reasoning. Experience is not consistent with double aspect theory. More probably, it is that it is not consistent than that it would be consistent. Furthermore, the causal relationship between the brain and experiences implies the impossibility of the identity of experiences and brain processes, because causality and identity are different things. When the network of nerve cells is the cause and experience is the effect, there are two distinct entities, not one network of nerve cells. Therefore, the mind-brain identity theory is implausible when experience is a quantum phenomenon caused by the brain. That you there, Liam? Let me just finish reading this. I'm almost done. There was all these articles that the mentality of experience is, that is to say, the non-physicality may have been refuted. The human organism has the experience of something like, for example, itself, and probably this is quantum property of human. When the two previous sections are combined, we have perceived them incompatible. If experience is a quantum phenomenon, then it is not a simultaneous non-physical phenomenon, a phenomenon associated with so-called mind. I've argued that experience is impossible to be both a physical and non-physical phenomenon because an object cannot possess contradictory features. Logical reasoning in science, like stated above, strongly indicates that experience is more likely to be a physical entity created by the brain than a mental entity, which implies non-identity between experiences and brain processes in the network of nerve cells. The causal conclusion from experience to brain processes is the transcendental conclusion in which causality is combined with experience. Because experience seems to occur without the person doing something, it would be a mistake to combine identity with experience. On the other hand, the issue does not rule out internality or an externality in line of mind and the external world. Where is the boundary of inner experience and the external world? These are the relevant questions, but they are the subject of other studies. So it looks like we got Liam here. So just doing some deep reading on quantum mind. Always good to keep the research going. So I'm not sure.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
So I did a live stream today, and I featured you as one of the topics behind Nick Fuentes and behind somebody else, and it was you kind of going mask off, which was part of my my title, about you being like not only okay with, but like promoting multiculturalism as an attack against white people. And so we have you like promoting multiculturalism as a way to wipe away white Anglo-Saxon power. And how do you defend that, Doooovid? Or do you even care to, I guess?
Well, if you're reversing the intention, say if you're asserting that the intention of promoting multiculturalism is solely for the purpose of negatively affecting another group, as opposed to there just being a conflict of interest, that what's in the best interest of one group is counter to the interest of the other group, not that the intention is to damage the other group, that there's just a conflict of interest. And I would just say that's part of the material realm. that there's conflict is a natural part of the material realm. There's a struggle for resources, or various factors. So some things are zero sum, like multiculturalism versus nationalism. But if you're like impugning the intentions, that I might not agree with. I'm not sure if we lost you there. So I'm not sure what happened to Liam, or if he's coming back, or if he wanted to argue about it. I've covered this multiple times, and I mean, just say that two people or two groups have a conflict as a group strategy, and it could be zero sum, and one group benefits, and you could recognize that the other group suffers from what the other group benefits from. So if you're saying the intention is to make the other group suffer, as opposed to just saying a person's acting in their self-interest, and their self-interest has negative consequences to another person. I mean, you can put it like, God forbid. So I mean, you're just talking like the classical issue of multiculturalism that is negative for the majority, that like Jews or any minority. Looks like we got Liam back. I mean, Jews or any minority in general could benefit from continued multiculturalism, as where the majority will suffer from losing the majority status.
So
when you're saying the intention is to make the other group suffer, is that I would disagree with. The intention is just the person's own self-benefit.
So when I showcased your interview recently, it really made you look bad. It made you look like an anti-white Jew, to be honest.
When you showcased my interview with who?
The last person that you interviewed with, it was like you really came mask off, and you're like, I am Doooovid, who promotes multiculturalism at the expense of white people.
Well, I mean, you just say that you recognize that we're in a conflict of interest. So you say, I promote multiculturalism and immigration, and then you're saying you as an individual or as a member of a group are suffering due to increased multiculturalism and immigration. And Doooovid says, well, unfortunately, I will continue to promote multiculturalism and immigration, even recognizing the truth of your claim that what I'm doing is causing you suffering. And saying like, well, therefore that made me look bad, or like, therefore, like, haha, like you are my enemy, and like, therefore, like, I should preemptively rise to strike you. You're like, kill before you be killed. He's promoting multiculturalism and immigration. He admitted it, and he admitted that it's causing me suffering. Therefore, you should seek me out and kill me before I kill you.
That's how you think. That's not how I think. That's how you think.
So, I mean, what are you saying then? Are you saying, well, it made you look bad? Huh. Well, okay. So what does it matter that it made you look bad? Like, well, it doesn't.
Because I don't want to make you look bad. Because I actually think of you as like a friend, actually.
Well, why does it even make me look bad? I'm just honest that we have conflict of interest. And that just because you pointed out my conflict of interest doesn't mean I'm going to...
Go ahead.
I mean, you could give a comparison just to like environmental damage. Just say like, you're driving a car and that's causing global warming. And you admitted that your activities are increasing global warming, and yet you're still doing it. So you're purposely damaging me, and you admitted that you're purposely damaging me.
Like, how am I going to be friends with somebody who wants me to be annihilated?
Well, now you're, so to say, moving the goalpost. I didn't say. I just said I support multiculturalism and immigration.
And why is that?
I don't support your annihilation. And despite a recognition of your claim that multicultural and immigration could have a negative effect on you, I still continue to support it. If you claim that multiculturalism, immigration doesn't just have a negative effect on you, it will lead to your annihilation. That, like, basically, like, I'm indirectly, I mean, what is the word annihilation? Basically, you're saying, like, I'm indirectly murdering you because I'm supporting multiculturalism and immigration. I'm indirectly or directly, like, killing you.
Who is your biggest threat? White people or Muslims? Arabs?
Well, I'm a universal humanist. I don't have, like, a bigger friend.
So, like, who is the biggest threat to your world plan, whatever that is? Which is it white people or is it brown people?
I wouldn't look at it that way. Like, I don't think anyone's really a threat. That, I mean, I just say that. I mean, maybe it's just too, I don't know, complicated, or the meta-analysis of just saying conflict of interest is a given. There's always going to be conflict of interest. And in some case, you could say, okay, there's a conflict of interest, therefore I'm going to change my course of action. Or sometimes there's conflict of interest where you say, well, I have to continue with my course of action, even though there's conflict of interest. You were talking about individual or group conflict of interest.
But can't.
So just because I've acknowledged we have conflict of interest and I'm still pursuing my course of action.
Which is what? Annihilating white people ultimately is your goal.
Well, now you're jumping that conclusion. You're saying that.
No, I'm not. I'm just going by your logical conclusion. I'm just following your train of.
Well, no, you're saying that promoting multiculturalism and immigration, and, like, the reality is, like, you, like, Zionist or Israeli Jews would be giving the same arguments for in Israel, saying, like, me being against the war or something.
What really hurts me is, like, I've made a real, I've really strived to be friends with you. And then here you are.
You're saying, like,
here you are rooting for my annihilation.
You can't be my friend as long as you promote multiculturalism. If you want to be my friend,
you're the one who is promoting
multiculturalism and immigration. And so, like, no, I'm not going to change my belief about multiculturalism and immigration just to be your friend.
Why are you championing that? Ultimately, for destruction of white people.
So now you're claiming that the whole reason I support multiculturalism immigration is
it's because that's what you said, bro.
That's not what I said.
It's exactly what you said.
Maybe interpret it from the stream.
Well, tell me how that meant. Tell me how you meant different.
I didn't mean that at all.
So you don't want the annihilation of white people?
No, I don't want the annihilation of anybody, but I still promote multiculturalism and immigration.
And why?
Because I perceive benefits to myself and society at large from multiculturalism and immigration. I could recognize that some groups will have more or less benefits, although I still think white people still have benefit from multiculturalism and immigration.
And how is that?
And I reject that multicultural and immigration is leading to your destruction or annihilation.
Oh, how is that?
Even that it's I mean, if you phrase it in terms of the ahimsa principle of non-harm, and that acknowledging that there is some harm to you or a group from multiculturalism and immigration, but even you as an individual or a group, that overall that it's harmful, multiculturalism, immigration, I would even reject that. And then that alone, you're adding on the whole reason I'm supporting this is specifically just to harm you, that there's no reason other than just to harm you that I'm supporting.
No, it's for your self-preservation in your own mental construct. but you're making it very hard for me to defend you when you want for my own annihilation. Like, how am I going to defend you when you want me to be annihilated? Especially the blonde hair, blue eyes. Like,
Because you're jumping to a lot of conclusions. And
how
saying
is that?
Because I mean, do you have any other evidence that I want to annihilate you?
Yeah, your last interview that you had on YouTube, where you said that you are rooting for the annihilation of white people. That's like your main goal.
There's no way I said that.
How am I going to defend you when you say that?
I mean, that's clearly not what I said.
It's exactly what you said.
I mean, say that if I said, like, yes, I support multiculturalism and immigration.
And why?
But you're claiming something separate. You're claiming, other than my support of multiculturalism and immigration, that I want to annihilate.
Why else
blue-eyed people?
Why else would you support it? Why else would you support it?
You want me to give a whole list of reasons why I support multiculturalism and immigration?
Just give me two. That doesn't include wiping out Amalek. Who's your biggest threat? Is it the Arabs, or is it really the white people?
Well, I mean, my biggest threat is my own bad character.
You're half white, which makes it so sad. Oh, Jesus. I'm not sure how we're going to win you over, Doooovid.
Well, yeah, I mean, what the purpose of winning? Even say you're trying to argue with me about immigration and multiculturalism. Like, I've argued about that for tens of hours. Like, I mean, you just popped on randomly. You want to talk about multiculturalism, immigration, or you want to insist that I have some sort of nefarious agenda other than being pro-immigration and multicultural.
Yeah, so I clipped personally your last interview that you had with some dude, and I put it up on my last stream, and it's already over 300 views, and I only posted it 2 hours ago, and part of it was Doooovid mask off. And so before I even share it further, I want to give you a chance to defend yourself, actually. And it sounds like you don't have anything to defend yourself with.
Yeah, I mean, if you just put like a random clip or trying to put something out of context, or if you're just, I mean, you're trying to do like a stop white hate, and then you're claiming that
because I thought of you as a friend a little bit, and then after hearing those words, it was very disheartening. Very disheartening. It was very racist. And so it is what it is. So
yeah, I'm not sure I'm gonna have time to watch it, but like, yeah, if that was the thing with Stephen James or David Yorkshire, and
yeah, it was David Yorkshire. All right, well, I invite you to come on a chat with me this week. Would you be up for that?
I mean, I guess so. I mean, I don't know if you want to debate immigration and multiculturalism, or then you just, I mean, it's kind of pointless talk where you're assigning what's on my heart and saying, like, no, that's not how I feel.
No,
yes, it is. Yes, it is. Like, prove to me that you don't hate. Prove to me that you don't want to kill me. Prove to me that it's kind of a pointless conversation where, like, you can't prove what's on. You can't prove a person's intention or heart. If you just want like a logical, rational argument for multiculturalism, immigration, or if you're just going to be like, you're bad, prove to me you're not bad, and it's kind of like a pointless conversation.
Since I have engaged you in dialogue, have you ever felt that I want to kill you? No. So
you're just using strong language. So
strong language. Give me an example of strong language, Doooovid.
Well, like annihilate. So okay, does annihilate mean kill or not? I don't know. So like, so okay, you say annihilate, and
I speak about that towards your people, towards my people. I didn't think that we were different people. So if you would engage me in good faith, I would love that. I
Well,
mean,
I'm a
I have lots.
universal humanist. So okay, there's personal and then there's group and then there's universal humanist. Like I still is I mean a universal humanist, but like yeah, we're part of different groups. We're overlapping groups, same groups. But at the end of the day, like I do believe in universal humanism.
Well, maybe we can meet on that level, and we can meet there, and we could have a conversation on that. On that.
And I'm
Piece.
not even sure, like relatively, doesn't even matter my beliefs on immigration and multiculturalism. And it's like okay, like relatively, um, we live in different areas. Oh, like whites are a vast minority where I live, anyways, and immigration and multiculturalism is already the policy current reality of my location. So I'm not directly harming you. I'm not advocating for anything that's not currently the reality. If you're claiming like I'm not like an anti-white activist. If you claim like okay, if I'm a multicultural or immigration activist, I might accept that. Like you want to call me like I'm not really an activist. I just state my opinion. I'm not like a political person. But if you ask me my opinion, like yeah, I'm usually pretty open and being pro-immigration or multicultural, but I don't consider myself a hateful person or against.
So I could take your comments in your last interview with that last person that you interviewed with, and I could use that to make you really sound like a real piece of shit. So really what I want to do is give you an opportunity to actually defend yourself. Like, am I really that much of a racist piece of shit?
Well, I mean, it sounds like you already did it.
Far.
It's like, okay, like I already made a hit video taking like random things you said on a thing, like, possibly out of context.
So I want to give you a chance to actually defend yourself.
You didn't even, I mean, like, you're basically already telling me after the fact. So it's like, I already wrote a hit piece on you. You're not even like asking me before the hit piece. You already wrote the hit piece.
But I haven't released it yet. So I want to give you a chance to respond to it before I release it, really.
Well, I'm just looking on YouTube. It looks like it's there. I just looked on it looks like you already put it up.
No, I haven't really gotten into it that far. So I will give you a chance to respond to it. I mean, if you have a chance, like, are you really not?
I guess if that's your goal, you want to use me as an example for.
And that's exactly why I'm talking to you right now, because I don't want to do that.
I mean, if you want to say like, okay, I'm a warning to blue-eyed people that you need to, look like what your hope is that like some crazy blue-eyed person is going to see the video.
I want to give you a chance to respond before I really
just as a warning, or like some blue-eyed man's going to like see this video and then like hunt me down and kill me because you exposed the danger that I pose to blue-eyed people.
Why do you hate blue-eyed people so much?
I don't hate anybody. So I mean, you're just repeating yourself.
So what if you were born with blue eyes? Would you hate yourself?
No, I don't recommend self-hate. I mean, like God made you the way you are. It's like there's different groups or group interests, and I don't even.
Remember not so long ago when we got into it with your fellow Jews and how they accused you of being a self-hating Jew, and here you are just supporting it.
I mean, I think I say that you're impugning motivations, and if you just, as opposed to saying, okay, we have different political beliefs, and then you're saying I'm a threat to you because of my beliefs, and then even if it was an action that okay, even if I have beliefs and I'm stating my beliefs, and that's a threat to you just because I have beliefs, because I state beliefs, and you're saying that's a threat, you're going to expose to me that like, okay, this guy's loose with his mouth. Or expose, like, let's say I was actively a pro-immigration activist, like I was actively doing things like, like bringing migrants to your area, as opposed to just person who said a few statements.
So why are you pro migrant immigration?
It was immigration in different form.
It's to wipe out white people, ultimately, right?
No, I mean that's not even that wouldn't even appear like on my list of reasons at all.
I'm just finding it hard to defend you. I do all I can to defend you because I really like you as a person. But you're just making it so hard for me to defend you anymore.
Well, you don't have to defend me. You could say, okay, like.
Well, because I don't want to be an anti-you. I like you as a person.
You could be like multifaceted. You'd be like, okay, like I like Doooovid certain aspects, but like he's pro-immigration and multiculturalism.
And why? Because he wants to wipe out white people.
About that.
Why am I friends with this person who wants to kill me? It makes no sense.
Well, now you're just saying nonsense. You're saying what now you're
no, that's very logical.
Now you're claiming like I want to kill you.
Yeah. Do you want my answer? Do you want white people to be wiped out?
No, I'm a man of peace. I don't want anyone to be wiped out. I mean, it's almost nonsensical that you're even saying this. But like, because yes, I do support multiculturalism. I do support multiculturalism and immigration. So if you're just if you're making a jump to it, like I mean, so you're not even being clear in this in your speaking. So if you're just saying that you translate,
why are you so pro multiculturalism?
That's my role outlook. That's my view.
Why?
I said there's multiple reasons.
All right, we've already.
Yeah, we're going in a circle, but you're saying like.
Yeah,
you're saying
think
like.
I want to say I won this.
You think the reason I'm pro multicultural immigration is because I hate you or I want to kill you, and you can't think that there's no other explanation why I could be pro immigration or multicultural other than like some subconscious, or you're saying overtly conscious desire to kill you.
Who would you rather be wiped out? Brown people or white people? Who are your biggest enemies?
I don't have any enemies. I'm a man of God. I don't want anyone to be wiped out. I don't have any enemies.
Really? What about Amalek?
Do you have enemies?
What about
besides me? Am I your only enemy, or you have a bunch of enemies?
Who is Esau to you?
Well, I mean, biblically, like the conception of Esau, it was like Jacob's brother. I mean, Esau's not my enemy. Even Amalek.
Even Amalek?
I don't consider Amalek my enemy. Even if there was a theoretical Amalek, and even so to say, if I had to defend myself, like okay, like God forbid, if you came to kill me, and in self-defense I had to kill you, I still wouldn't consider you my enemy. It's like, okay, God forbid, for whatever reason you decided to attack me and I had to kill you in self-defense, I still wouldn't consider you my enemy. You're just so, like, God forbid, if unfortunately I had to kill somebody in my self-defense, it doesn't make the person my enemy for whatever reason the person attacked me. And if I executed self-defense and killed the person, I still wouldn't consider that person my enemy. So like that, I would say I'm enemyless. I do believe in self-defense, but I don't consider I don't consider anybody my enemy.
Do you think that us white people and you Jews could ever come together in peace? And how might that happen?
I consider myself at peace with everybody, even you. Like I'm relatively, even though whatever you came on my stream, one in the morning
until I'm not on your stream
to attack me. Like, I mean, you haven't really disturbed my state of peace. Like, okay, I'm at home. If like an intruder broke into my house and I killed the intruder, I don't even think that would disturb my state of peace. And I don't think I would be upset at the intruder. Even if I had to take the life of the intruder, I don't think I would be upset at him. I would just, okay, like you should have intruded into my house. But I don't think I would be upset. I don't think I'd be upset that they did it.
So you have no gripe against white people?
I mean, I say there's group conflict of interest, but I don't have a gripe. You just say, okay, there's another person, another group that has a conflict of interest, but doesn't cause me to have a gripe or consider an enemy. I'm not a man of hate. I don't consider myself. So I would say, like, yes, I have conflict of interest with certain people, and as a group, I have conflict of interest with people as groups, but that I don't consider my enemies or have like a gripe other than that there's conflict of interest. I think conflict of interest is natural.
And what is that conflict of interest, my lord?
Well, I'm pro multicultural immigration, and you're anti multiculturalism and integration.
For multiculturalism?
I give a
to
list of
wipe out
reasons.
the white people.
Well, I mean, you're claiming that that's my reason. That's not my reason. But if you
Well,
just
then
say
what is it?
there's a conflict of, I mean, from an urban planning perspective, I mean, one thing, I'm in Metro Detroit. We have a population decline. We need more people in this area.
Don't give me a curveball right now. Or why are you for multiculturalism? Is it for better housing or what?
Well, in my area, because the infrastructure of Detroit was created for at least like a 1.5 million people, and there's a population decline for like the tax base and the economic. There's not enough people in this area to meet the tax base and the infrastructure demands of the area. So like most experts thinks like Metro Detroit area needs a few 100,000 more people just to meet the infrastructure tax base demands.
So
I like diversity. I'm a globalist. I like to be connected to as many different people and cultures. I find different people interesting.
So do you not see that there is a ploy at hand that brings in non-white people to wipe out white people? I don't know how to make it more clear. Yeah. And do you see that Jews are behind that?
I mean, if you're talking as a policy, you're like in my area, like there's very few white people in my neighborhood.
It's probably a shitty neighborhood then.
Well, I like the neighborhood, like my home value, the crime levels.
Well,
but so like, if I brought immigrants into Detroit, it wouldn't really have anything to do with white people. There's the white people make up less than like, I mean, overall, there's still quite a bit of white people everywhere, but white people are already a minority in my area.
Are white people your enemy?
I just told you I have no enemies. I don't consider anybody.
Are white people against your tikkun olam?
I don't know why you're repeating yourself like that. That's not how I view the world.
Are white people engage with you in creating your best world? Like
a lot of them are.
How do you feel about white people? How do you feel about white people?
I'm a universal humanist. I feel the same way about white people as I do about all people. I mean, I look at all people the same.
I feel like that's very disingenuous. If you're really an Orthodox Jew, that's not your take.
You're claiming that. You just asked me. You didn't ask me. You didn't ask me what the Talmud said or some sort of generic Jewish view. You asked me my view, so I just told you my view. So now you're claiming like, okay, well, what about like the Talmud or what about something else? You just asked me my view. I told you my view.
Yeah, like, and that answer that you gave to the last interview that you're in was a lot different than this answer that you just gave me. So I feel like that's a little bit disingenuous. So I really can't trust what you say. If the last interview that you just gave was a totally different answer than you just gave me.
Well, I was saying the last interview, you're saying I did a program for hours, said a bunch of things, and you just asked me, but you said, from the thousands of hours of content or even something this week that I said something that appears to be different. And so therefore you're saying I'm a liar because like there's a clip of me saying something that appears to be different than I just said. So you're not sure what to make of it. So you're not even just saying, you're basically saying like, you're a liar. You lie.
I'm not sure what to believe with you.
Well, I would say, okay, like just say, like you're saying, like Doooovid, you lie.
Well, I'm not sure what else to say.
Well, that's what you're saying. You're saying like, Doooovid, here's a clip.
I would love to give you the benefit
like you do on your channel, and you're trying to show like other people. You're warning, like there's this Doooovid guy, and you lie because here's a clip of him saying one thing, and here's a clip of him saying something different. You lie.
I mean, I would love to give you the benefit of the doubt because I thought we were friends, but it turns out you're
even to say like what is, I mean, like okay, like I'm rejecting the claim that you're saying that I lie, but even if that, let's theoretically say that I did lie or I did say something different. What does that have to do with our friendship? Like, have I personally harmed you besides for
Yeah, because it
expressing my
turns out you
beliefs
hate
on
fucking white people,
politics
and
or
I'm
belief
white,
system?
Doooovid. I am white. I have blonde hair and I have blue eyes.
Okay, so good for you.
So
Therefore,
why do you hate me? I don't hate you
what you're claiming that I hate you just because I have
because of
political
what you
opinions
said
or
in your
opinion.
last
I'm
interview.
giving analysis on geopolitics. I'm talking to people in London on the other side of the world about geopolitics.
Oh,
And
so that was a different Doooovid? So you have multiple split personalities? I know you speak about yourself in a third person, so perhaps.
well, no, I'm just giving analysis on geopolitics versus what I'm saying, what I believe. So you just asked me what I believe versus if you're asking for analysis on geopolitics.
I'm just really
So if I was
sad.
just giving, so if you're saying I said something, but did I say I believe, or I was just giving analysis of hypotheticals of geopolitics? So if I was hypothetically analyzing the interest of different groups in geopolitics,
You know,
then I wasn't necessarily
you
expressing
know,
my beliefs. I was
Doooovid,
just hypothetically expressing the analysis of geopolitics. So, I mean,
Doooovid, you give me all your word salad that you want, but at the end of the day, I'm really sad.
I'd be sad if God forbid, because you sound like an
Yeah,
idiot. You
I
sound like a
want
low.
to do
You
like
sound
10
like a,
God
you sound like a
forbids
low
in a row.
IQ. Okay, here there's just a conversation. It's me and you, and you're talking what I believe, versus a different stream where I'm giving analysis of geopolitics, and I might have just been saying hypothetically of a way to analyze an issue that didn't have anything to do with my personal beliefs. It was just a hypothetical analysis of geopolitics. And you're saying because I
No, it wasn't.
hypothetically gave a way to analyze geopolitics, therefore now you're insistent that that's what I really believe. And even now it's just me and you talking. And I said that's not what I believe. And I told you what I believe because I hypothetically gave an
So you
analysis
were
of
lying?
geopolitics. You're
So you were
insistent that
lying.
I'm lying. So you're just showing yourself to be an idiot. God forbid, God forbid, the most views you could get on your channel is by, falsely representing and lying about me. So no, I'm not really worried. I'm not really worried about your false attacks on me. I mean, if you insist and the best you could do for your channel is to
God,
falsely represent me,
God, God forbid that my
you do.
most viewed
I'll take it.
video
I'll take it as
would be you.
providence. I'll take it as
God
providence.
forbid that would be my most viewed video. God forbid. I just wish you were just a little bit more genuine. It's really sad. I gave you the benefit of the doubt.
You're doing these low-level personal attacks. I
I
just
gave
wish
you
you
the
weren't
benefit
such a
of the doubt.
scumbag. No offense, Liam. I just wish you weren't the piece of shit that you are. I'm sorry, I kind of like you, but you're just a piece of shit. I'm sorry, but I still kind of like you. I just feel bad for you that you're a worthless piece of shit.
You know what? I am so beyond your name calling that.
What you're signing off? I mean, you came to attack me. You came to say I'm a liar, and then I say something back to you, and now you're. I don't even know if you're gone or not. I mean, I guess this is my karma, but I was going to read my paper on the history of creativity, but I'll give a minute or two. I'll give a few seconds, see if it comes back. But it seems kind of worthless. Which is the point in this conversation, where I insist you lie. I insist that you said that this is your intentions, even though you said it's not. And so you can't really argue with that. And even just reading that, Doooovid would admit that I can't even know my own heart. But in all likelihood, what I was saying was just analysis. That I wasn't saying I think, I feel, or in that case, it was probably hypothetical. It might have been, if it was Stephen James, that guy David Yorkshire, it could have been, relatively the guy was unfriendly. The guy, he's also kind of anti-Semitic or whatever. So it just came into talking about group conflict and analysis of group conflict, and then he's going to take that like that's the Jewish position or that's my position, as opposed to just one way to analyze current geopolitics. So it comes to meta-analysis, where meta-analysis is abstract thinking, the ability to look at something from multiple angles. So, say, well, I support multiculturalism and immigration. Why? I may not even know. Like, I just have a bent towards it. I could give a bunch of reasons why I think it's beneficial. I could give reasons why it benefits me. I could give reason why it might benefit another person. We could argue about it. But then there's like intention, like what's truly on my heart. Are we enemies? Like, am I a man of hate? Do I want to destroy you? Like we gotta like start swinging the death threats or something. I mean, just kind of pointless. And like presumably, I was just giving meta-analysis of different ways of examining an issue, which may be unfamiliar to you. Where you're just like, well, the word left from your mouth. And God forbid, I was talking about Israel, like a lot of Zionist Jews, they're like that, where it's like I support a ceasefire, and it's like, so you support dead babies? Like, no, I just support a ceasefire. But like, ceasefire means dead babies. If you support a ceasefire, you support dead babies. They're like, no. I believe in peace. I believe we get along. You be a ceasefire, and Israel and Gazans could live in peace. And it's like, no. There's just not a ceasefire. If we don't destroy Hamas, it means dead Jews. So when you say you support ceasefire, I translate that as you're pro-Hamas, you support dead Jews. And so it's the nature of the argument, where it basically is like non-nuanced, non-one-sided, where just you're insisting that there's only one right way to view it, and that anyone who views it another way is just bad. So like, I support multiculturalism and immigration. She's like, so basically you're saying you want to kill me? They're like, no, I just say I support multiculturalism and immigration. It's like, well, that means you want to kill me, right? Like, no, I support multiculturalism and immigration. And so you could get to some sort of like nuanced view where you could argue, and I've had these arguments on my channel, like from my, the very beginning. Multiculturalism and immigration is the single thing I've argued the most about. And even now with the war in Israel, where I'm taking the ceasefire, the one state solution, federation, I'm arguing that in the opposite angle against Israelis. But it's the same, like, okay, nuance that there could be a whole bunch of reasons why someone supports multiculturalism and immigration, and there could be cost and benefits, and the cost and benefits to multiculturalism immigration may not apply to everybody equally, and the majority that becomes less the majority might have more cost than benefits to minorities. But certainly in Metro Detroit, that does not have any effect. Like, white people are already a minority. Like the demographic change has already happened. So if you're talking about the broad base, like I was mentioning early in the stream about the Mexican laborers, and like Doooovid employed Mexican immigrants, and I was talking about even illegal immigrants, and it was just the norm that like Hispanic laborers, even ones that may not have been U.S. citizens, I employed many of them. And things like the Chabad tunnels they were employing, and I went over the law, so you could look at that. Is it a Chil Hashem? Is it Kiddush Hashem? So if you have some sort of nationalist leanings, you're saying, well, by employing Hispanic migrants, you're negatively affecting white people. So you give the law, well, what's the state of the law? Like in New York, there's nothing illegal about it. The current law, you could even employ illegal immigrants. You could give day labor employment or short-term employment, cash work, uh, contract labor, even to illegal immigrants. You don't even have to check their status. You don't even have to ask them whether they're legal or illegal. So if you're driving down the street and you want to pick people up for day labor, you don't have to ask them whether they're legal or illegal. You can just employ them. And so you say, well, that's anti-white. You're anti-white. You say, well, okay, like Brooklyn whites are the minority. So like in Borough Park, I mean, they were Polish and Italians, but like Anglos or like Irish, almost none. Like in most of the Polish were like first or second generation immigrants. So if you want to call like the Polish people in Borough Park whites, they might fit in, but I mean most of the Polish people in Borough Park were first or second generation immigrants. A lot of the Italians had been there a little bit longer, and there might have been a handful of like Anglos or other mixed whites, but like reality is like the demographics of Borough Park, whites were a vast minority. You know, they're way more Hasidim, Hispanics, Chinese, um, Italians, Polish than like American whites. Maybe at one point, like I was saying, Crown Heights. Crown Heights at one point in history was like a Dutch settlement, and then was an Anglo settlement, and then secular Jewish to Orthodox Jewish to Black Caribbean. So like at this point, Crown Heights is majority Black, and of the type, you know, various Blacks like Caribbean and Orthodox Jews, and there's very few white people there. Even though 100 years ago it was almost all a white neighborhood. And so if you're bringing Hispanic workers into that area now, it's hardly even a question of white people. You say, well, is it negatively affecting Black people who are the majority? So if I'm doing something in my neighborhood and saying, well, who's the majority? The majority are Black people. So am I negatively affecting Black people? So immigration, like in Detroit, there's a debate. Blacks tend to favor immigration, but some people, like in Detroit, some people question whether immigration is actually good or bad for Black people. But generally, Blacks are pro-immigration. Jews favor immigration and multiculturalism more than Blacks do. But as the supermajority, you could argue that Blacks should be against multicultural and immigration, that it's beneficial for Blacks to be the majority, and a form of immigration or multiculturalism negatively affects Blacks because once they lose the majority status, that will cause various elements that will decrease in their favor. Like as the supermajority, they could structure the government, control city council, certain aspects of living that benefit their group strategy. And when they're no longer a supermajority, they're not going to be able to have the things that favor their overall group strategy. And there's going to be a more general order, and that will be to their detriment. At least to some, there's a cost benefit analysis. There's going to be some benefits and some costs. So like there's a lot, like, okay, like I've been doing this a long time. And so, okay, the ICJ of, is Israel guilty of genocide? You know, the language genocide. And genocide just means like killing a family. Like the literal word genocide. You're like, okay, like how many people do you have to kill to be guilty of genocide? Like you just, genocide really just means killing a bunch of people, God forbid. So, okay, Israel's killed 20,000 people. Is that genocide? So in these spaces of like the alt-right, people who lean towards white nationalism, they will claim that just promoting immigration is under the definition of genocide. Like, it's not even like you're talking Israel, Gaza, where it's clear that tens of thousands of people have been killed, 2 million people have been displaced. So, we're talking like Stephen James and immigration in London, and saying eventually his neighborhood will become multicultural. And so you could frame that, and I've heard people frame that, many people have, that like that's genocide, by causing what used to be a white neighborhood to become multicultural. That's genocide, like, God forbid. And so it's just a word game. And if it's meant for an emotional appeal, or you could try to tie it in with the definition, and whatever the case is, like avoiding the word game, to just saying, well, there is certain advantages and disadvantages, and if you live in a majority white neighborhood and immigration and multiculturalism are coming and it's changing, there's certain disadvantages to it. There's also certain advantages to it. And I'm saying, well, if you're promoting immigration and multiculturalism, it's one thing if you're promoting immigration and multiculturalism in all places, where you say, well, I promote immigration and multiculturalism everywhere. So if it's just my belief as opposed to my activism. So once I'm just pour a tea. So I put in the title of Frame Games in the alt-right. So I guess I won't end up reading the paper this week on the history of creativity, and I'll ramble about immigration, and then I'll sign off because it's already been 6 hours. And the paper on multiculturalism and immigration is kind of long. It'll take me more than an hour to read. But, so when I first started, and Richard Spencer, 2016, Trump, and the Muslim ban, the main issue was immigration and multiculturalism. And Richard Spencer arose as the voice that was taking the Trump anti-immigration to the extreme. But he was different because, Spencer wasn't arguing. He was arguing that America has already been lost. That some form of balkanization, a new country for whites, that America was beyond saving. And so you had the certain element, the alt-right, when Trump came into office, that was pushing for extremist policies of ethno-nationalism, of returning America to be a white majority nation that corresponds to historical Anglo white norms. And the question, who is white, what does that actually mean, does it even make sense? And that was more that was just the alt-right. Trump had the Muslim ban, but Trump was still a multiculturalist, and he wasn't build the wall, but Trump never really mentioned demographic change. He used the term it's not American anymore, but he really didn't talk about demographic change. He was just worried about Muslims and terrorists and crime, but generally Trump was not against demographic change. He just wanted people law and order and to fit into what he held to be the American way. But Trump was essentially a multiculturalist. It wasn't per se that any group was bad. It was just, okay, but there has to be law and order. There has to be some sort, you can't have illegal immigration. But the push from the alt-right is you can't have legal immigration. Not only illegal immigration, but even legal immigration is leading to demographic change. The biggest threat facing America, hypothetically from the alt-right in 2016, was legal immigration, not illegal immigration, but legal immigration, because demographic change was the biggest threat facing America. That was like frame games in his, Texas is turning blue. So it wasn't illegal immigration that was the biggest threat. It was legal immigration. And therefore they wanted policies that would basically, and I've even switched back on that to thinking that you could have like, Trump said you got to do a Muslim ban till we figure out what the hell is going on. That in reality should be a complete moratorium on all immigration till we figure out what's going on. That no immigration, period, of any sort, till we figure out what's going on. But I was never concerned with demographic change, and especially like, okay, like I've never been part of a white majority in my life. Like, you could call me half white. Maybe my dad's ancestors, come from rural areas that are still majority white. But I don't have that much of a connection to them. Maybe I visited a few times in my life, and my whole lived experience has been with whites as a minority. So from elementary school, like I've never lived without diversity. I've never lived in a white majority place. It's not part of my lived experience. Maybe my early childhood, but my earliest grade school levels from when I went to elementary school was always multicultural, and it was never a majority white. Like there were always African Americans and Arabs and Jews, and there were more whites. So like when I was in elementary school, the number of whites went down. So like from elementary school through high school, like the whites were leaving. So maybe it was like half white when I was like in first grade, to by the time I got in high school, it was like 20% white. And then after switching to a private school for a few years, which I drove to, it was maybe like 50% white, 25% Jewish, 25% other minorities. So like at the Roper private school was relatively pretty diverse, but it might have been like 50% white. And if you included Jews as white, maybe it was like 75% white. A Quibbles, God bless. If you want to grab the link in chat, feel free. I was just, talking about the history of the alt-right and immigration. I was talking about Israel earlier and the disaster of the situation. Yeah, I mean, personally, life's going all right. Could be going better, but yeah, thank God life's going good. My business is good. Family is good. Like I'm still single, but personally, things are going pretty good. Like I'm streaming, so I'm talking about the issues facing humanity. And I think generally the issues facing humanity are pretty serious. But on a personal level, I haven't, thank God. But so just relating to these theoretic, sure, Quibbles largely agrees with me. His lived experience is probably relatively similar to mine. And we've had some of the same debates. If we, I support immigration and multiculturalism. There's a certain element of, and I mean, Quibbles has probably faced the same argument. If it's like, it'd be like where supposedly supporting immigration and multiculturalism is equivalent to like trying to genocide whites. God forbid. And so 2016, when Trump first entered office, there was some hopes like, from like the sloganing, "Make America Great Again," or maybe just that Trump was relatively like, dramatic and pretty white, light featured, or kind of like generic of some way that he was interpreted in a certain way, even though it was largely inaccurate, that there was the possibility that, and obviously that Trump had such strong anti-immigrant policy in terms of Muslims and build the wall that a lot of people got behind those policies. But that Trump very unlikely envisioned some form of European nationalism or cared that much about demographic change. He just opposed illegal immigration or crime, terrorism. But like Trump didn't mind immigration in other forms. He supported legal immigration and didn't even mind Hispanic or Arab immigration in general. But you had the feeling in 2016 that the tide could be turned back. And COVID-19 ironically stopped immigration for a period of time. But like, the COVID-19 lockdowns at this point, demographic change has increased. And look at the Republican, now you have Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy as leading candidates. You still have Trump, but the multiculturalism is basically factual. So these kind of like 2016 arguments about immigration and multiculturalism, and then you put it more from a woke perspective. So if you're talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, or wokeness of certain forms, to say, well, that's anti-white. And even if you want to insist that like pro-immigration and multiculturalism is anti-white, I really just can't see that. It's not especially in an area where whites are already the minority. So if you're talking about trying to, I had that argument with Faustian Spears actually on my channel. He requested to speak to me, and we talked about that, where he's like, okay, he lives in Idaho. In Idaho, it's still like 90% white. But I could bring immigrants to Metro Detroit, where whites are already a minority. But the nature of America is once the immigrants come to the urban areas, that eventually they could move anywhere in America. So even though, in Idaho or something, like immigrants, that if I support immigration locally, that I'm still negatively affecting him, because once the immigrants get here and stabilize themselves, they'll eventually move to other places in America and affect demographic change. So one thing that's not necessarily accurate, that the trend is for people to live in urban areas, not to move to rural areas. There's more people moving from rural areas to urban areas than the other way around. And so even the places across America that are historically still majority white, that there's not that big of a trend of people moving to those areas. So the demographic change across like Michigan, a Wes, last Australian, God bless Wes. So it's important because you're relatively like the alt-right Trump in 2016. And even like from a perspective of like, okay, I'm talking to Stephen James and like Kevin McCarran, these guys in London, the central issue is immigration. And a lot of the nationalist parties, and even like, in Israel, like that, like, well, Israel doesn't, it's not even, but you could put it in those terms to say in Israel, the central issue is immigration and multiculturalism. But Israel already doesn't really have immigration. So Israel has basically completely eliminated non-Jewish immigration. I mean, there's some Russian non-Jewish immigration, but there's almost no path to citizenship for non-Jews in Israel. I mean, there's a handful of Christians. People could move to Israel. Like there is a path to citizenship from, certainly Western countries, richer countries, for non-Jews. but it's very difficult and it's very limited. Like that, like besides for like, the Russians that come, um, that got limited. Like the refugees, even like the Russians that don't claim to be Jewish. So like the Russians that are partially Jewish or claim to be Jewish versus the Russians that are just completely non-Jewish. So in Israel, there's very hard for a path to citizenship for non-Jews. So immigration's not a big issue because they've basically already completely got rid of immigration. So the issues are, um, there's some issues with like Eritrean refugees, illegal immigrants, Palestinian day workers, Asian workers. There's some agreement to like bring in different like Indian, Filipino, Thai workers, but they have really no path to citizenship. They just come and work a few years and go back. And so Israel was like the model for like Richard Spencer 2016. Israel was the model for the America that they wanted in terms of completely eliminating um, non-European immigration, building a border wall, not allowing return of stop and frisk, racial profiling, all these various things that is basically policy in Israel. So America did not go down that direction. Trump had some minor efforts like the Muslim ban, the Supreme Court, the court struck most of it down. And after a few months, basically every single aspect of the Muslim ban was struck down. So there was a few month period. There was some deportations. Like so, Trump was successful at a minimal level for a brief period of time of deportations of people that had really illegal status in America but hadn't been enforced. So there were some Arab populations, like in my area, Chaldeans, and like the judges even ruled against it. But there was a brief period of time where like people in Metro Detroit were being deported, and eventually the courts struck down basically every aspect of Trump's Muslim ban. And the border wall, Trump limited immigration, like he built a little bit of the wall, but the courts ended up striking down large parts of the ability to build the wall, the funding, and then the change, I guess, in Congress at a certain point where they lost Republican. Maybe when Trump first came to office, he had the Senate and the House, and then in 2018, they lost the House, and Trump's anti-immigration policy became relatively ineffectual. So it was like not anything like it is today under Biden, but even by 2018, you still had relatively quite a few people coming in, and the regular policy of like Muslims and Arabs was regular U.S. immigration post 1965 with like the 10,000 a year limit from every country and chain migration, family reunification, various things. The Syrian refugees. So like Trump didn't want to take Syrian refugees, but then sanctuary cities. So like Metro Detroit, even under Trump, where Trump was trying to do everything in his power to limit the amount of Syrian refugees, still a lot of Syrian refugees got into America, despite all the efforts that Trump did to stop the Syrian refugees. Like here in Metro Detroit, and I was active, like I supported Syrian refugees. I was pro-immigration and multiculturalism, and I even went to rallies. I have it on my YouTube page of I went to pro-immigration rallies and anti-Muslim ban and pro-accepting Syrian refugees. Uh, back then in like 2016, when and so the alt-right, like so when Richard Spencer, I said when Richard Spencer was supposed to speak at University of Michigan, there were mass protests. Like it was a huge event, and he was persona non grata. He was not wanted, And, because like multiculturalism, anti-racism was basically the norm and had been accepted, and they didn't want to voice airing an opinion, but it was felt like a threat. Like America could still, because of the demographics or the nature of the Republican Party, that America could still slip back into isolationist, anti-immigration, um, pro-white policy. And so there's still a lot of fear, especially after Charlottesville and Trump's comments. Good people on both sides. There was fear that the progress of the civil rights movement could be rolled back. And, then Biden won the presidency. But even under Trump, yeah, there was constant fear. Like under Trump, a lot of people were in fear, and there was fear about civil rights. There was fear, from the Black community about various issues. The Muslim community, constant, an increase in rhetoric. But in terms of policy, demographic change was still occurring, and there was a little pushback at things like diversity, equity, inclusion. Like so, frame games, like Trump was in office, and so frame games was saying even with Trump in office, he was talking about like the Starbucks, so like the whole Starbucks things and the like various things. This was all happening under Trump, and a lot of these things were happening even though Trump was pushing back against it. He didn't have the power to stop it. And then COVID-19 definitely changed things, but then Biden winning the presidency, in almost 4 years of Biden now, the demographic change has changed more across America. So just based on demographics, like the demographics is destiny, Trump in the path to 270 in the Electoral College, the Democratic Party has a structural advantage that there's like millions more Democrats than Republicans register. Although the path to 270, in terms like many of the millions more registered Democrats are in states like California and New York, where the Democrat is just much more likely to win office, but the Republican still has a path to 270 related to the Electoral College. But at this point, like the white vote, and then there's also the woman factor, like the suburban, white women, and the issue of, are they against multiculturalism and immigration? The other issues that so say white women are voting Democrat, and there might be some issue. Well, do white women, are they worried about becoming a minority? Are whites in general worried about becoming a minority? The polling is actually pretty clear. The majority of whites in the Republican Party are worried about demographic change and becoming a minority. Like that's actually in the polling. Like the hyperbolic language of like Liam claiming like that, like, okay, it's like genocide, promoting multiculturalism, immigration is akin to genocide. That's a little bit extreme, but just like the worry of even that opinion, like Liam saying that's probably like a faction, maybe 5% of American whites feel at the extreme level that like these pro-immigration multicultural policies are like akin to white genocide. But like most are just concerned that and it's only a majority, like maybe like 60% of whites in the Republican Party are concerned about the demographic change and whites becoming a minority, but they're not overly concerned where it's their number one issue. But from the right-wing perspective of the various issues, like abortion is a much more important issue in the Republican Party, like pro-life, than immigration. But immigration increases where the main issue is limiting immigration. And if you say, well, why is the main issue limiting immigration? And it's largely due to demographic change. That people limiting demographic change and multiculturalism. Policy-wise, you do that through immigration. So in 2016-17, when I first started entering the JQ, almost every single debate, the main topic was multiculturalism and immigration. And like Trump was in office and just won and was trying to do the Muslim ban and build the wall, and Jews were widely against it generally. I mean, there were a few like Stephen Miller, the alt-right, Luke Ford, Halsey, various people. There were a handful of people, like right-wing Jews that were, but even your general like right-wing Republican was pro-immigration. And left-wing Jews were just like, we got to get rid of this guy Trump. Like Trump is a threat to America. He's a threat to Jews. He's borderline like, KKK, like, God forbid, like these anti-immigration policies, these rhetoric. And then Charlottesville, 2017, Unite the Right. And the fallout where Trump, the Republican Party, certain element, say not necessarily like, and like Liam's probably, he's not like that. Like, he's not like alt-right or that far level where it's like, he's probably relatively, he's not a racist, but like, yeah, he's just worried about demographic change and becoming a minority. And it leads like, okay, so frame names and the Great Replacement to, say, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. So Jews in America overwhelmingly favor pro-immigration and multiculturalism. And so to say, well, are Jews the cause of immigration and multiculturalism? That's a conspiracy theory. So if you're just looking to say, well, there's many reasons why Jews favor multiculturalism and immigration, and Jews are politically active, and of the various issues. So right now, Israel's at war, and Israel's a big issue. But like relatively, when Israel was more stable, like Israel is maybe not even the multiculturalism and immigration is probably a more important issue to the mainstream Jews, Democratic parties in America than Israel. Like now with Israel at war, maybe Israel is more important even than multicultural immigration. But like, like 2016, 2020, when Israel wasn't directly at war, like the mainstream American Democratic Jews cared more about pro-multiculturalism immigration policy in America than they cared about Israel. There's a certain element like the Zionists, the Republican Jews that cared more about Israel than multiculturalism immigration. But like relatively, multicultural immigration is polling-wise one of the things Jews care most about. Like even like abortion, pro-choice policy is also important to the Jewish community as a whole, although there's a strong element of pro-life in the Orthodox Jews or right-wing Jews. But immigration and multiculturalism, Jews feel very strong about that for many reasons. That 2016, 17, my earlier streams, half of my streams were debates about why do Jews support immigration and multiculturalism. However, like Luke Ford says, like almost all the liberal churches and elites support multiculturalism and immigration. There's a whole bunch of reasons. I haven't debated Jean-Francois Garepi on multiculturalism, and there's a whole host of reasons why immigration and multiculturalism is beneficial at large, separate from why Jews might disproportionately support multiculturalism and immigration. So when you come to like anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, there's like Colin Liddell, the Stephen James thing. Just because Jews support multiculturalism and immigration doesn't mean that Jews are causing multiculturalism and immigration. And then even some nefarious attention. So if you're looking like you're a nationalist and your biggest issue is anti-immigration, and you say, okay, well, we can't be friends. You support multiculturalism and immigration, and therefore we can't be friends. And so Israel's become like that. Like, I support a ceasefire. I support a one-state solution. I support multiculturalism, immigration in Israel, where most Israelis think that that's such a threat to their security that we can't be friends, or like I need to be dealt with. They need to expose me, or some level of higher like that I'm just a danger to Israel or to Jews because I support multiculturalism immigration, to the level where it wouldn't be like, okay, like he's an idealist or he's got a certain vision for society, to where it'd be like, no, like you want me dead. You support multicultural immigration not because of these other reasons, but because you want me dead. And so that's, God forbid, currently the state in Israel. That's currently, like the one state solution, or like the Jewish Voice for Peace, certain element of it where it's like he just doesn't, we can't just agree to disagree about policy. Even like, okay, in terms of friendship, let's say like, okay, we're just internet buddies, but if our dealings have been fine in terms of like business or dealings working together, but like politics, like, no, like you support immigration and multiculturalism, you're my enemy. You can't be my friend. Even if like in terms of friendship, like, okay, he always keeps his word, he comes on time. When he borrows something, he gives it back, he does me favors, he's nice to me. However, he supports multicultural immigration. I had that with Joanna Tries. It's like relatively like, I don't believe in evolution. And like, like, well, you're a bad person. Like, we can't be friends. You don't believe in evolution. So, I mean, we could argue about evolution. We debated evolution. Like, okay, we're still friends. But you say like, no, I don't have any friends who I disagree with on evolution with. And you say, well, no, I don't base my friendships on whether I agree with people on theology, politics, various issues. It's more track record, I guess, like how people deal with you. So a lot of people, friendships or relation, I've never discussed these issues. Like, how do you feel about evolution, by the way? Or like, what do you think about multiculturalism and immigration? And then if the person like, oh, by the way, like, like I don't believe in evolution, or I believe in evolution, or I have this political opinion. But yeah, the current divide of America is unfortunate. So like, yeah, like it does divide friendships. And then this like impugning intentions, motivations, where the assumption is that, okay, you support, I think, immigration and multiculturalism. I mean, hypothetically, like Liam saying, I think immigration and multiculturalism is extremely dangerous for me and my people. And the reason why people support multicultural immigration is basically because they hate my people. They want me destroyed. So anybody who supports multiculturalism immigration is my mortal enemy. And basically like already like a question of like, this person's trying to kill me. And in Israel, it's like that, like, God forbid. Like America, like there's some extremists who feel that way. Liam's an extremist like that. He might be, I don't know him that well. I think Adam Green's kind of like an agree to disagree guy, where he's like, well, these beliefs are kind of dangerous, but he's like, okay, that's just what he believes. It's like, I'm exposing what he believes. Like, it's like, I think it's dangerous what he believes, but like relatively my experience with the guy is like he's a pretty trustworthy guy, honest in his dealings, even though he believes things that I think are dangerous. And then, so the theory of mind, what's even the connection between beliefs? And even if it's political activism, like, okay, like, by the way, like, I'm a pro-immigration political activist. So, like, we met and, like, okay, we're buddies. Like, find out, like, like, oh, by the way, like, I work for a pro-immigration activist organization. Or, God forbid, like, let's say, like, like someone, oh, by the way, God forbid, like, I'm part of the KKK. Like, oh, I thought we were friends. Well, yeah, we are kind of friends. But like, yeah, like, I'm part of this hate group. And it could be like that. Okay, like, I was friends with Kahanists. And you said, like, well, Kahanist is a hate group. But like, okay, I was in Brooklyn. I had friends who were Kahanists. And it was like, well, okay, you're part of a hate group. I can't be your friend. And like, now the Kahanists have worked their way into power in Israel. And you should be like, I support Ben, even, God forbid, as a Jew, like, people are using genocidal rhetoric in Israel. Like, well, I can't be your friend because you're using genocidal rhetoric about Palestinians. Like, you're supporting ethnic cleansing using genocidal rhetoric about Palestinians. There's a war going on. People are being killed, innocent women and children, and you're supporting it. We can't be friends. So, like, I have friends that are very pro-Zionist that have, even like Ben Gvir type views. I haven't unfriended like every Zionist on Facebook. Like, I still have friends that are Zionists, and looking at my personal interactions. So, somebody could be like hanging up hostage museum, posters and actively lobbying or all these various things. But like, okay, if my friendship's not based upon that, I'm not gonna. But like, you guys, okay, maybe, okay, it's a big issue. Like, people are being killed, and you got to start examining my friendship. So, as you get older, like, people move apart. But like, relatively, like, okay, he's been good to me. Like, he's been trustworthy to me. Our relationship has been fine. I strenuously disagree, and even morally, I think, and even if they're active, you say, okay, like, people serve in the IDF, maybe they're active in various things. So I mean, it's difficult things to work through, think through. Most of it is overly drama for nothing. And then you're trying to have productive internet conversations. You just want to talk through the various analysis and the ways of analyzing an issue. So for the sake of argument, hypothetically, you say, let's say someone looks at the issue like this and say, well, do you look at the issue like that? And say, well, no, but let's discuss it anyways. So that's like Talmudic Pilpul type thinking, where it's just analysis, where it doesn't matter what I think. Let's analyze the issue. So that's like Pilpul. You're like 2 Jews, 3 opinions. Here's the issue. Here's all the ways to analyze it and understand it better. And then it doesn't even matter to form your opinion. So like most of these issues, it doesn't even matter. So it's like, well, generally, I'm a multiculturalist. I support immigration, and I have actually been active. I don't even vote. So, actively, I have a diverse group of friends. I like diversity. And in the limited action, publicly, like, I would publicly support things that are pro-immigration, multiculturalist. But I'm not like a political activist. I don't even vote. If I did vote, maybe those would be some of my bigger issues. But I don't even believe in the system like that, where like, okay, like my opinion matters so much. So even like my opinion on immigration and multiculturalism is not that important. But okay, so I've rambled enough. It's almost 7 hours. I was going to read that article on creativity, but at least I got some stuff on the quantum mind and some random thoughts like retrospect. We'll see what happens, like Twitter Spaces. God forbid society's falling apart, and it's important to have these conversations, but it's tough to have these conversations where people are ready to God forbid kill each other. People are ready to assume you're an enemy, and they have ways of like deciphering it, like you said this, you think this, therefore you need to be on my worry list, and a form of predictive processing for preparing yourself for conflict. And why I support peace, de-escalation of tensions, violence. And when you're in a state of tension, you have to have predictive processing for conflict and dispute. Like, are we about to get into a fight and face physical violence? And if you're on a regular basis where you're facing regular physical violence, then you have to have a more predictive processing for interaction. So we say, well, I haven't had a fight for years, decades. I haven't gotten in a fight. So I'm almost never thinking like, oh, am I about to get in a fight? But if there were regular fights, maybe when I was, like in grade school getting bullied or something like that, where every day I was thinking like, oh, like I have to be careful about avoiding fights and, saying, okay, avoiding arguments, avoiding conflict in general, but it's a form of predictive processing and society falling apart and, just the recognition of conflicts of interest. Like we have a conflict of interest. We could talk it out. We can understand the conflict of interest and okay, we could still be friends. We could still, some of these things are zero sum, like immigration, multiculturalism. Like I support multiculturalism. Another side doesn't. So one side's going to win, one side's going to lose. And, society, the culture wars, like pro-choice, pro-life, either, Michigan went pro-choice, Texas, other states went pro-life. It's zero sum. It's going to go one way or the other. So, abortion's not a big issue to me. I haven't really thought too much about it. I lean pro-life, but I'm not active and I don't think much about it. I'm a man. It's not an important issue to me. But it's one of the more important issues to a lot of people, but it's zero sum. It's going to go one way or another. And, so, if someone's very active, like they got to defend, women's right to choose. And it's like, well, Doooovid's pro-life. And then like, well, you're like, it's zero sum. You're my enemy. You're like, and this issue is so important that you're on the wrong side of this issue. Well, I don't vote. That's just my personal opinion. I don't even vote. I'm not, an activist. I almost never talk about abortion. That's just my opinion if you asked me. Okay, so God bless, signing off. I don't have any streams planned this week besides my philosophy of science, so a lot of reading. Hopefully I'll finish up with that, although it could be like Twitter Spaces. I mean, man, I guess if Liam really wants, I'll talk with him, although they seem unnecessary hostile, where just like it didn't look like it'd be a productive conversation. But if he wasn't unnecessarily hostile, like I'm willing to talk about immigration and multiculturalism. But with that, God bless, signing off, and have a great week.